1-800-Flowers.com and enter Mike, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention Mike and Mike. I got the answer on the quarterbacks next, too. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
If you needed one win to save your team's season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Peyton or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive whiz Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge, Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern, Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowl. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. Not about make it or save it. It's about winning Super Bowl. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disrupted. We saw it coming. It's not about winning Super Bowl. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling, once they lose a few games especially, about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah?
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNRadio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's. Never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com.
We're looking ahead to a good one Thursday night as the Saints go to Atlanta.
We'll be setting the stage for that contest with the NFL Network's Mike Mayock.
Yeah, and Golick might sneak in some Notre Dame conversation as well.
Go Irish!
Hey, that'll be at 8:45 Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
Looking forward to that, but right now we
get other comments about Notre Dame. I don't have to wait till 8:45. This is 3/4 my show.
When you say 3/4, you mean just by weight?
No, by
density.
That too. Density.
But right now it is our pleasure to welcome in to give his Subway Fresh take all morning long for just another hour of our week, the movie star, Mark Schlereth. I have sat here. No, I have not seen Red Dawn yet. My daughter is dying to see it, so I will take her to see it this weekend. But I am watching on Twitter the rave reviews for your role as a football coach in the smash hit movie Red Dawn.
Well, maybe you've seen me in movies such as Red Dawn or possibly Red Dawn, or maybe Red Dawn. Yeah, no, listen, man, don't blink and don't show up late because you will miss me. It's a minute and a half.
From what I understand, after the first minute and a half of the movie takes a serious downhill move.
Yeah. Well, but think about this. Now, I've already pitched this to the producers. We're in discussions right now. Red Dawn 3, The Rise of Coach Dolan. I'm just saying. I'm going to go there. Maybe it's there.
I'm going to go there. I'm going to watch the first minute and a half, and then I'm going to go and do another movie.
As long as you pay your ticket.
I'll tell you what, a minute and a half is longer than the 2 cameos we've had combined.
Good point.
Our 2 movie appearances together didn't add up to a minute
and
and a half.
one we didn't even get credit for it.
That's exactly right. All right, quickly, before we get into all the news with Stink, couple of things to clean up. First off, this was not a surprise, but it is now official. According to ESPN's Brett McMurphy, Louisville will join the Atlantic Coast Conference, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the ACC, sources telling our Brett McMurphy. The ACC's presidents and chancellors voted to add the Cardinals Wednesday morning to replace Maryland, which will leave for the Big Ten in 2014. Louisville is expected to join the ACC in the same season. The Big East requires a $10 million blah, blah, blah. So Louisville is going to the ACC along with Syracuse and Pittsburgh. Maybe they will, maybe they won't eventually also add Connecticut and or Cincinnati, who is lobbying hard for this. But, Louisville goes in there. What it does for the football, Louisville's a really good football program, but they're a great basketball program.
It upgrades.
That basketball conference is off the charts.
It upgrades in both football. The Maryland football program has been struggling. It upgrades in both football and basketball, no doubt about it. And the Big East has gone through the biggest changes, now losing Louisville.
Well, you could call it that. You could also call it a gutting.
Well, yeah.
Decimation.
And losing them, West Virginia, TCU, who hasn't even played there yet, and they're leaving. Pittsburgh, Syracuse, Notre Dame, Rutgers. And they're adding Boise State, San Diego State, SMU, Houston, Central Florida, Memphis, Tulane, East Carolina, and Navy. I mean...
They're going to rename the conference to the Hodgepodge.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
The Little East. The East.
Yeah.
It's just
It's
sad.
not even the East.
There's
it's all over the
place. San Diego State is as far east as you can't be. I mean, what are you talking about? Boise State? You went to school
It's not right on the coast, Mike. It's inland a good couple hundred yards.
I've been in San Diego. Stink, I've gone swimming in the Pacific Ocean. In San Diego. Okay, so anyway, that makes no sense. And then just to finish up the discussion we're having about potentially drafting quarterbacks on Mel's latest big board, which is November 14th. He has Matt Barkley 1 spot ahead of Geno Smith, but neither one of them are all that near the top.
No, they're not.
Barkley is 14, Smith is 15.
Well, it would certainly lead to the question, if the number 1 team, Kansas City, needs a quarterback, is there one even worth drafting at that point?
And that goes back to the conversation we were just having a moment ago with Rich Baldinger. Let me just bring Stink in on that front. You've heard all the debate. We sort of got it going here yesterday about Jamal Charles asking Peyton Manning for an autograph. I'm sure in Denver people were talking about it. You played in the NFL 12 years. Do you have any issue with the player asking for the autograph?
No. The guy's an iconic figure. He's one of the best that's ever played. Understand this. Fans always complain about players not having enough love and enough passion for the game. Like we don't have as players as much passion for our team as you do. Well, understand this, that we were all fans at one time. Before we became NFL players, we were fans. Those are childhood idols. I remember the first time I ever scrimmaged against another NFL team. I was in camp for 3 days. We drove up to Carlisle, Pennsylvania to scrimmage the Steelers, which was my favorite childhood team growing up. And Joe Green was coaching the offensive line. And I so desperately wanted to ask him for an autograph. I didn't, but I desperately wanted to. And I was in awe of watching Joe Green and some of the guys that I had watched for years and years play the game. Now I'm on the same field with those guys. I don't have any issue with it at all. I was a huge fan growing up. It's the only thing I ever wanted to be since I was 12 years old was an NFL football player. And if I had the opportunity, I never did go out and get autographs and stuff. But I don't have any issue with Jamal Charles or anybody else wanting Peyton Manning's autograph.
All right. Generally, I haven't found anybody besides Rich who does, who actually played the game. Many of us who didn't, sniveling little cowards.
Yes, all have a problem with it.
All have a problem with it. So what difference does it make what we think? And Jamal Charles shouldn't. I'm not suggesting he should care what we think either.
We shouldn't.
Okay, let's get back to the regular football conversation. In Kansas City, they are in desperate need of a quarterback. There are a lot of other places where they're in desperate need of a quarterback. Arizona is one. Jacksonville may be another. The Jets may be another. Do you think, Stink, next year Michael Vick will be a starting quarterback in the National Football League?
Yeah, I do. I think he'll get an opportunity. You're always looking for lightning in a bottle. You go back to that 2010 season where he was magnificent. He hasn't had that same success since. And you can sit there and say, well, if you put him in a more balanced offense and you have a legitimate offensive line that can protect him and you run the ball a little bit better and you use some of his skill set to get him on the edge, can he be a more effective guy instead of running for his life? Can you use his athleticism to create plays and create offense and create play action stuff? I think that there's enough coaches. I always talk about the egos in a locker room and walk upstairs to the coaches' offices. If you think the egos downstairs are big, walk upstairs because those egos are huge. And so there's never been a coach that I've ever met that doesn't think under his expert tutelage that he can fix a guy.
That's a great point. And we've said it before and about that is they all think they have the answers. And it's not going to cost you a lot of money. Coaches and administrations are going to look at the shine of the possible positives are going to outweigh the possible negatives for Michael Vick, as long as the money's right, and I think it will be. He's not going to command any $100 million contract or anything like that. So a team will always talk about the positives that they can do with him and how it will work as opposed to the possible negatives.
Be interesting to see. There will be probably more places that need quarterbacks than there will be established quarterbacks looking for jobs.
Exactly.
And that will work in his favor, clearly. I just wonder if the injury concern isn't the bigger one. It's all well and good to say, wow, think of the offense I could put together with him running it. But the problem is, week 7, is he still the guy running? We'll take a short break here. Mark Schlereth in our studio. Just another hour of our week with a movie star. Mark Schlereth, who's here. We have Brian Billick, Mike Mayock, and more on the way. Jerry Rice a little later this morning. We're back in 3 minutes.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez. But they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got to AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor, so everyone knows what side you're on, but also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
I'm a champion, realize Shaq's mechanism.
Hi, Shaquille O'Neal for Rad. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan. Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RED,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
It's 8:30. Good morning. I'm Jared Max with Mike and Mike. Sports Center brought to you by Morton Ice Melt. When winter is at its worst, you can count on Morton Salt to clear your way of ice and snow. Pick up Morton Ice Melters today. Weather the storm, no matter the weather. The safer season starts with Morton. Visit MortonMelters.com for savings, tips, and where to buy. Where to listen right here for the Knicks and the Bucks tonight on ESPN New York. Jason Kidd did not travel with the Knicks to Milwaukee because of lower back spasms. Ronnie Brewer, who suffered a dislocated left ring finger against the Nets Monday, did make the trip, and Brewer will be playing tonight, at least figures so. Jason Kidd still listed day-to-day. Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4. Nets visit the Celtics tonight. Nets 3-0 so far against the Atlantic Division teams. Andy Pettit and the Yanks close to a 1-year deal worth $11 million. Yanks trying to work something out with Mariano Rivera before next week's winter meetings. David Wright gets an offer from the Mets. The Post says the mega deal hits a snag over deferred dollars. I'm Jared Max.
Sports Center brought to you by Western Union. This holiday season, send the gift of possibility, a qualifying money transfer from Western Union, and be automatically entered for a chance to win $100,000. Plus, there are daily $1,000 winners. Visit westernunion.com/possibilities to learn more.
All right, Mike and Mike. Mark Schlereth is in our studio talking football with you. Golick was just jotting down some names of teams that we could realistically see needing quarterbacks for next season. What do you give me the names that you jotted down there of the teams that you would see needing quarterbacks?
Jets. Even though Sanchez does have a guaranteed contract, still inexplicably they gave him that extra year.
I don't know why you feel the need to throw that in.
But because it's true.
Okay.
Because they're wasting money on that. How about Buffalo?
Do you think Buffalo goes a different direction next year?
See, Buffalo's a place where you don't think Chan Gailey would be interested in Michael Vick if he became available, with the way he orchestrates offense and the way he creates formations and the way they create offense up there with the speed and athleticism they have on the outside and in the backfield. That would be an intriguing part to me.
But they have that in Philadelphia. I mean, they have better speed, and Shady McCoy is better than Fred Jackson. Deshaun Jackson and Jeremy Maclin are better than Stevie Johnson. I mean, he just came from that exactly, only better, and it was a disaster.
Yeah, well, they can't protect him, and Buffalo actually runs the ball. And what I mean by running the ball, not just on the stat sheet, I'm talking about they'll run some power football. And C.J. Spiller's as dynamic a football player as we have in this league right now.
Fitzpatrick over 61% completion, 18 and 11 touchdown interception. How about he's out for the year? You know, their top pick last year. He's on IR. He's done Jacksonville. You think? They're all right. I mean, that owner seems like
it's a different owner. He didn't own the team when they drafted Gabbert.
Exactly, and he's come in basically, drawing lines in the sand. You wonder.
Malarkey said that Henne is playing for a job right now. This is an audition, and he's played great the last couple of weeks.
He has.
And last week he took a beating physically, stood in the pocket, got hit in the mouth a bunch of times, 5, 6, 7 sacks, whatever it was. So for me, you look at Henne, he's played great the last couple of weeks. He's proven something out there in Jacksonville. He may get the opportunity.
He had Houston beat a couple of weeks ago.
Did.
Mike, the real question there is, will they or will they not be interested in Tebow? Because the one other, I know all the quarterbacks we're going to name, and then the one sort of hovering over it all, if you will, is Tebow, because I can't see any way in the world the Jets are going to bring him back, except the owner says they're going to. But if he just becomes free to go to wherever it is, I can't see anybody trading for him.
No.
Someone signs him, right?
You would think
it's not like Tim Tebow's going to be out of football next year.
If you, based upon what you've seen, go down with the Broncos and now go down with the Jets, And I'm not saying it's all I'm not saying it's Tebow's fault, but the fact that they have not found a way to use him. Do you think he gets another opportunity?
Well, I think that what the Jets have done this year is more an indictment of the Jets than it is of Tebow.
But
a total lack of creativity and coaching. Yes, could you find a way to use Tebow I mean, did you see what the 49ers did with Colin Kaepernick earlier this year when he was getting 15 snaps a game? Exactly what they said they were going to do with Tebow. The 49ers actually found a creative way to do it.
But how do we know that they're not trying some of these things in practice and it isn't working for them?
I don't know that.
We've heard the same thing in Denver about practice. But to Tebow's credit, he was getting it done on the field. How about Oakland?
No. I don't think Oakland's changing quarterbacks. They gave up everything in the world for Carson Palmer, and he's not playing that badly.
18 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, 60% completion. The team's just getting hammered, sitting there 3-8.
He's not the worst thing about that team.
I agree.
I agree. I think they've got a lot bigger fish to fry than Carson Palmer.
I think Kansas City's a no-brainer. Philadelphia, are they going to be satisfied? We got 5 more games, and Andy Reid never really answered the question. It was, when Michael Vick is healthy, and Andy Reid basically said, well, he's not. Let's wait and see. What's going to happen there? If Michael Vick is healthy again, is he going back on the field, or is it coming down from ownership? Hey, we need to keep Nick Foles on the field and see what the heck we got here.
I just don't think Andy Reid in the personnel department anymore is calling the shots.
I agree.
I believe that goes upstairs beyond Andy Reid's head. I think Michael Vick doesn't play anymore. I think this is an audition for Nick Foles to see if he is the starting quarterback of the future. I also think that's why Jason Babin is no longer there. I don't think that was Andy Reid's decision either.
I think I would agree with you.
Can we go back to Foles a second here? I agree with what you're saying. Do we think we've seen enough from Foles at this point that we can possibly, between now and the end of the season, with the disaster their season has been, with as bad as their offensive line is, with the injuries, now there's going to be no Deshaun Jackson the rest of the year, the McCoy situation. I mean, do you think that they will be able to get enough of a look at him to say, okay, we're going with him and that's it? That's our future?
Listen, you got 5 more games. You can get a decent look at
You're going to hire a new coach and you're going to say, here's your quarterback?
Well, we don't know that, but you can play him 5 more games and get a better look at him. That's all you can do right now. I'm not saying you have to make a definitive decision, but give him the chance.
I just find it tough to imagine they're going to say that Jeff Lurie is going to say, here, come on and be my coach. Here's your quarterback.
I agree with that.
See, I don't see it that way at all, because guys have come in this league here recently in the last few years and have had incredible success at the quarterback position in young players. So, I mean, I think they look at it from the standpoint, gosh, can you imagine when we get a Jason Peters back, when we get our offensive line back, when we have a running game to protect him, we do have this speed, we do have some great athletes. It just wasn't working with what we had in place from a coaching standpoint to the player standpoint, with Michael Vick. I think that they would go that direction. I mean, to me, it already looks like they've started, throwing. I think it was on your program I was listening this morning, throwing chairs off the deck, off the Titanic. Right? I mean, they've already started that process. So to me, that ship has sailed. That's what they're doing right now.
Completely agree.
No, I get. I'm not talking about the rest of this year. I'm just saying,
but because they're doing that, they've already, in my mind, they've already made up their mind. That's going to be our guy right now. Going forward.
Year.
Well,
for next year.
For right now. And then we'll see at the end of the year. You can tell. I mean, you can see how's he reading defense. Is he making the correct decisions? You can tell a lot.
He made some audibles the other night, Monday Night Football. He got them in the right plays. I mean,
well, look, that team is a disaster, regardless who was the quarterback.
Right.
I'm not knocking Foles. I have no idea how good or bad he might be. Yeah. All I'm saying is I get a sense that's a job that they're not going after some coordinator you never heard of. Right, I have a feeling Philadelphia is going to try and get a big established coach. And I'm not sure how many big established coaches are going to say, I have my choice of places to go. I'm going to the one where they're telling me my quarterback is Nick Foles.
We'll see. He's got 5 more games, and if he looks good, a coach coming in may want him.
Where else you got?
And then the last one is Arizona, which is a no-brainer. It's the worst quarterbacking situation.
Right.
For now, the second year in a row. It's just absolutely brutal.
So you've got more teams, essentially, than you have quarterbacks.
Well, let me give you a quarterback. Alex Smith. Is he going to be out there? He's not coming back to San Francisco for $8 million, is he?
Who gets a job first next year? Alex Smith or Michael Vick?
Alex Smith.
I agree.
Less injury aspect. Guy that can manage the game well. I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, that guy, to me, has been a great player for them. He really has played. He played exceptionally well last year. And I'm shocked at the decision if they decide to go Kaepernick right now.
Me too.
I'm shocked that they would go that direction. I think, and I know we're waiting for the decision from Harbaugh today, but I still think that Alex Smith gives you the best chance in the future, and the future is right now, to get to a championship.
But either way, going into next year, he's not getting that $7 or $8 million in April, so he's going to be out there.
Right.
He'll probably,
I guess, if he were to get the job back, play great, and lead them to a championship,
that could change.
Then
yes.
maybe that
exactly
changes.
Right.
And certainly there's every chance that could happen. They have as good a shot as anybody.
But let's say he does free up. Is he the most sought-after quarterback free agent? I don't have the whole list of free agent quarterbacks in front of me, but we know the big names out there. We know the big names that are not available.
Right.
The top quarterbacks aren't available. Does he become is it him or Vic that becomes the most sought-after guy out there?
I would think it would be Alex Smith based on injury history of Vic. And I know he's coming off, Alex Smith is coming off of a concussion, but the injury history of Vic, and also the fact that he's played exceptionally well. His last two games, was he 25 and 27?
25, 27, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions.
It's to me, it's still mind-boggling. And I will say, coming off a concussion, people always say you can't lose your job to injury, and that's such a bunch of baloney because we lose jobs to injury all the time. If the guy who comes in that replaces you plays better. But this is a slippery slope with the NFL right now. Starting to lose your game or starting to lose your spot to a concussion.
Yeah.
Because now all of a sudden you're talking about players that are reluctant to tell you they've had a head injury anyhow. And now I'm losing my job because I got a concussion.
If you can at all keep your wits about you, you'll hide it. I mean, if you're tripping all over yourself, there's not much you can do about it. But if you can hide it, you'll hide it.
Yep.
Mike Schlereth is here. We are only halfway through just another hour of our week. Mike Mayock will join the party as well as we continue. He's got a good one Thursday night between the Falcons and the Saints. New Orleans looking to keep its realistic chances alive. And maybe, just maybe, Golic gets in a question or two about Notre Dame.
I think you take out the maybe.
It's coming up. Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4, and Jason Kidd will be out again tonight as the Knicks are in Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Will they get back to the win column, or are they hitting a bit of a wall? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golic hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golic? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls in email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golic's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, how technology changes the way we watch the NFL.
Just the feeling of kind of information completeness. You know, there's nothing missing.
We eavesdropped on a conversation with a legendary Notre Dame coach, Ara Parsegian.
I was so smart. I've been brilliant in my lifetime in recruiting. With Joe Montana coming up through the ranks, I retired.
E60 brought us a tragic on-field injury that required leg amputation but didn't end Jacob Rainey's football career.
What made you think you could do this?
Kind of want to set a new standard for people with amputations, I guess.
We learned that no matter what the Panthers' struggles are on the field, Greg Olsen knows what truly matters in life.
If you focus on the negative, you'll just drag down. The negative will never change.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and protein shakes for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
That's the point of brushing teeth.
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Good morning with Mike and Mike. I'm Jared Max. It's 8:45 ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Kohl's Department Store. Don't miss the big one. Kohl's biggest 50% off sale going on today. 50% off hundreds of great gift ideas store-wide for everyone on your list. The 2-day sale ends today. Kohl's, expect great things. After an 8-1 start, Knicks fans were expecting fantastic things, but since then it's kind of gone south, losing 3 out of 4, beaten by the Nets a couple of nights ago without Jason Kidd. No J. Kidd tonight because of the lower back spasms. Melo and the Knicks visit the Bucks, 8 o'clock right here on ESPN New York. 7:30 tonight, the Celtics host the Nets. Nets like the Knicks, 9-4 record. ESPN New York, I'm Jared Max.
Coming up at 9:30 Eastern, college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit gets us ready for the SEC title game.
Herbie will tell us who he thinks will move on and beat play Notre Dame.
That's 9:30 Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
See, that kind of thing will not sit well with Golick, and for all I know, it will not sit well with our next guest either. You know him from the NFL Network, where this Thursday night they have a very good and important game with the Falcons and the Saints.
Sure.
But you also know him from NBC and his coverage of Notre Dame football during their home games this year. Notre Dame is ranked, I forget what are they?
Number 1.
And they're playing what again?
They're playing in the national championship game as the number 1 team in the country.
And where is that again? I forget where that game is.
In Miami.
Party in the city, I'm in a thong. Stuff hanging out even though it's wrong.
Golick's in Miami. El Gordo's in Miami.
Things bounce around as I walk along. People looking at me like I don't belong. I'm going to Miami. Yeah.
Mike Mayock joins us on the Subway Fresh Steak Hotline. Mike, I don't want to suggest that we've gone a little nuts here about this Notre Dame thing, but maybe that gives you some indication.
I just had some really bad visuals of Golick dancing to that music like back in his college days. It was really not good for me to be thinking about it.
It will be magnified when I'm on South Beach in my thong, Mike. That's when it'll be a lot of trouble.
You had him back to the college days. I have him right here, Mike. I'm watching him dance on the set. You think it's bad for you.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out who they call Stink.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Probably goes right in there.
Good point.
Let's start with your night job, and then if we have time, we'll work our way back to that job. Thursday night football this week on NFL Network. Saints and Falcons. I'll give Golick some credit because I said before this season, Mike, that if the New Orleans Saints made the playoffs, that every head coach in the NFL should have to go in and give half his money back to the owner. I just couldn't believe that the loss of a head coach, particularly one as highly regarded as Sean Payton, wouldn't destroy the franchise. And for a while there, it looked like I was right. Last few weeks, despite their loss to San Francisco notwithstanding, they've played a lot better. Do you think they have it in them to finish out this run and make it all the way back to the playoffs?
Well, I think that the key is tomorrow night, and this is two teams that don't like each other. And New Orleans has kind of had their number. Somebody told me yesterday Matt Ryan was either 2-6 or 2-7 against New Orleans in his career. So to answer your question, Greeny, if they could, when Joe Vick came back, the tape looks different. They're running the football, and when they went to the Super Bowl, people didn't understand how well they ran the football. And when Vick came back and started running the ball with Ivory, they looked like a different team on offense. The problem is defense. And they're so banged up and hurt. I watched the tape last week against San Francisco, and they did a pretty good job, but they only had 3 corners in the game. You know, they had 2 corners inactive from injury. And I thought Colin Kaepernick beat them with his legs. I mean, they were in position to make some plays, but Kaepernick beat them with his legs. To answer your question, I think this is a must-win game for Atlanta, even though they're 10-1. They got to get this monkey off their back. And this is the type of game, historically, they haven't won. So if Atlanta wins this game in their building at home against a division rival, I think New Orleans is done.
Why, as Atlanta gets win after win, sometimes they squeak them out, but they're still 10-1. Do we hear some people say, yeah, they're 10-1, but?
You know, it's a really good question. And what's that old Bill Parcells thing that we use all the time when teams are playing poorly? You know, you are what your record says you are.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, have you ever seen less acclaim for 2 10-1 teams, Houston in the AFC and Atlanta in the NFC? And all they do is keep winning games. And we all know that Atlanta's going to be judged on the playoffs. They're 0-3 in the playoffs in the Matt Ryan era. And I'm here in Atlanta. I was in their building yesterday. I watched them practice. You know, I just think there's this sense of inevitability in the city that we really don't care if you go 13-3 again. What we need are playoff wins. And that's the sense I get. It's kind of, we got to win 2 or 3 playoff games. We got to get to the Super Bowl, or else the season means nothing.
Mike, when you watch the first game between these two and you break it down, to me it looked like what you said. The New Orleans Saints ran the ball with Chris Ivory. They physically controlled the line of scrimmage at the point of attack, offensively and defensively. It's as though they've just said, hey, listen, we don't have the personnel to match up with you man-to-man, so we're going to blitz you every time. We're going to play man in the back end of our defense. We're going to blitz you every time. And we think that defensively we can attack the weakness, which is your offensive line. Do you see the film the same way? And when you look at Atlanta, what is the weakness of this Atlanta team?
Yeah, you know, I thought in the first game that the big deal was Atlanta's inability to finish drives in the red zone. And they moved the ball up and down the field. Matt Ryan had, I think, 101 rating, but he had to throw the football 52 times because they couldn't run it. So, you know, here is New Orleans, who's got the number 32 rush defense in the league. They're giving up 157 yards a game, yet Atlanta could only run for 46 yards against them. They became one-dimensional and couldn't put it in the end zone. So the flip side of that is you're right about some of the man-to-man stuff. Gonzalez had 11 catches. Roddy White had 7 catches, I believe. Nobody could cover Tony Gonzalez. I mean, he was a beast in that game. When you're asking me about what the weaknesses are in Atlanta on the offensive side, there was too much immediate pressure up the middle on Matt Ryan. You know, Todd McClure's 35 years old. He's a smart, tough veteran center, but he can get overloaded by size. And then on the defensive side of the ball, they need a dude. You know, John Abraham's getting old. He's the only guy who can win one. They need a dude up front that can win one-on-one, and they're real thin on the back-ended corner, and they're beat up. Dante Robinson, Asante Samuel. I think that's the weaknesses. When you're attacking the draft next year, they've got to be looking at a dude up front and some corners.
Mike Mayock with us here again tomorrow night on NFL Network. Coverage starts at 6. Game starts at 8 Eastern for the Falcons and the Saints. Mike, while we have you quickly, obviously we've been, following Notre Dame closely this year with Mike's ties there and his boys on the team. But going back to the beginning of the season, and you do their home games, to what degree do you think they have overachieved based upon what you thought realistic expectations were going into the season for them?
I think they're a year early. and I was there in August for 2 or 3 days watching them practice. And it's funny because I think I told you guys earlier this year that I came away from their summer practices saying that their front seven to me was as good as any high-level SEC front. And ironically, that's who they're going to be facing in the national championship game is an SEC team. But I knew they were going to be stout. Where I give Brian Kelly credit is in his DNA. He wants to throw the ball 50 times a game, spread the field, and have fun on offense. And I think what he's done is recognize the strength of his team is his defense. And he's played to that. And, the young quarterback has not turned the ball over. And I think that's the key to the entire season. They've taken care of the football. As Golick knows, they've run the football. And when they run the football, take care of it, play the defense that they play, they get every game into the fourth quarter, and now it's just about trying to make a play. And that's what they've done consistently. But to be honest, Greeny, I think they're a year ahead of schedule, and I think it's because the quarterback took care of the ball.
I'm excited. I can't wait for this game.
I hadn't realized. I had not figured out that you were excited.
I'm excited. I'm like a part-time Notre Dame fan just because I get to watch your kid play.
There you go.
You only have a giant lit-up number 1 in your window.
Yeah. And by the way, Michael, I thought that whole senior day thing was phenomenal. I just had a senior day with my son at Villanova, and it was one of my favorite days of my life. And watching you and your kids out there, that was phenomenal.
I appreciate it. It was bittersweet for sure. Sad, but then it's been great how it's ending, so I'm loving it.
Mike, we'll watch tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Mayock again, NFL Network tomorrow night. They've got the Saints and the Falcons, and you saw them all season long, of course, doing Notre Dame games. All right, Mike in the morning. The great Jerry Rice is on his way in our studio. We'll talk football with him. Kirk Herbstreit still on the way, and more fun with Stink is next on Mike and Mike in the morning.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. Worries about the fiscal cliff appear to be a drag on stocks, even as several reports show the U.S. economy is picking up, with the housing recovery helping to lift consumer confidence. The Dow was down 89 points yesterday. The S&P 500 lost 7. This morning's global markets are mostly lower, and stock futures are down. China's main stock index closed at a 4-year low. Bickering between top Republicans in the White House plus splits among Democrats on entitlement reform are signs that little progress has been made in averting a series of major tax increases due at the end of this year. Online shopping appears to be up sharply in the first week of the holiday season, but the rise in store sales may be only modest. ShopperTrack analyzes the numbers and says total sales over the 4-day Thanksgiving weekend were up less than 3% on last year. Student lending continues to grow, up more than 4.5% in the third quarter, says one report. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Colin Cowherd.
The Atlanta Falcons are very similar to Ben Affleck. I really liked Argo, and I loved the town, but I can't forget Jersey Girl, Pearl Harbor, or 200 Cigarettes. So listen, Atlanta, I am impressed with your recent films, but a 24-2 drubbing to the Giants last year in the playoffs, or a 48-21 drubbing to Green Bay at home, very fresh in my mind.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So we're getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move!
Wednesdays and Fridays all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three. Throws it down.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Sports news happens fast.
Seattle's Richard Sherman facing a 4-game suspension along with fellow corner Brandon Browner for violating the NFL's policy on performance enhancers.
Gene Chizik fired less than 24 hours after the Tigers suffered their second worst Iron Bowl loss ever.
When you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Player subject to change.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Radio Sports Center.
With us, Mike and Mike on ESPN. And as we reported a little while ago, ESPN is reporting that ACC has voted to admit Louisville. Louisville will join the Atlantic Coast Conference, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the ACC. The conference presidents and chancellors voted to add the Cardinals this morning to replace Maryland, which is leaving for the Big Ten in 2014. So the game of conference musical chairs continues. Basketball from last night. Pacers beat the Lakers 79-77 despite Kobe Bryant matching his season high with 40 points. George Hill, a game winner for the Pacers with 1/10 of a second remaining on the clock. How about the night for Kevin Love? He's really the guy in the league who puts up these kind of numbers. 23 points, 24 rebounds. T-Wolves beat the Kings 97-89. College basketball, number 1 Indiana all over North Carolina 83-59, part of the ACC Big Ten Challenge. Overall, the Big Ten went 4-2 in the challenge yesterday.
In college other news, Greeny gave you the conference realignments there. Head coaching, Mark Stoops, the Florida State defensive coordinator, is now going to be the new head coach at Kentucky, replacing Joker Phillips. And Bill O'Brien, head coach at Penn State, says he is staying at Penn State. Baseball news, Phillies catcher Carlos Ruiz suspended the first 25 games of the season for testing positive for an amphetamine. He can be involved in spring training and spring training games, just not the regular season. And in golf, the USGA and the R&A, golf governing bodies there, have announced proposed changes to the rules of golf to prohibit anchoring the club in making a stroke. You know, you see those long belly putters. You can still use the long putter. You just can't anchor it to any part of your body, but you have a few years to get used to that. The proposed rule change would not take place until January 1st, 2016. And that's Sports Center, brought to you by Sport Clips. Sport Clips is America's haircut place for men and boys. You don't need an appointment. Just walk in, kick back, take a man break 7 days a week. Visit sportclips.com for a location near you and ask for the MVP treatment. Sport Clips. It's good to be a guy.
Things are always a little bit weird here at Mike and Mike, but lately it's been nuts.
I'll have the thong on, then if Notre Dame were to win the game, I would be disrobing.
You are repulsive. I mean,
in what way?
Well, and you name the way.
I whipped my leg around really hard, and my heel hit nothing but soft tissue.
Oh, no.
I didn't mean to kick him in the ding-ding.
No, I get it.
But that's what happened.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Once again, from all of us at Mike and Mike, we're sorry.
ESPN Radio and live on your TV on ESPN2. I can't help it. Every now and again, things just get a little out of hand.
Yeah.
No matter how hard I try and reel this fellow in.
Yeah.
We're on ESPN Radio and ESPN2. We're presented by Progressive Insurance. The great Jerry Rice will be along shortly. Stink is here. Mark Schlereth, movie star. He's added that to his resume to go with his 3 Super Bowl trophies. He's now one of the stars of the movie Red Dawn, and we'll do true or false with him in just a moment. Let me ask you this question, Stink. Would you trade any of those Super Bowl trophies for an Oscar?
No.
You
for an Oscar?
You have 3. You won 3 Super Bowls.
You give one of them up to have won an Oscar?
One for the Oscar?
Well, see,
come on, that last one with Denver was just superfluous. Come on, you already had 2.
That was piling on.
One in Washington, one in Denver. You didn't need that second one that bad.
Oscar.
It's a good point. I do have a lot. Come on. I'm not an actor. I'm just a guy that, occasionally
you just
does
play
a
one
little
on
acting.
TV. I just play one on the big screen.
You're not an actor. You were on The Guiding Light. You're in Red Dawn. How are you not an actor? You're an actor.
Okay, so I am an actor. I'm an actor because I walk around my house and act like I don't see dirty socks on the floor. That's how I'm an actor.
There you go.
Yeah, that's how I act. No, I mean, football means that much to me. Acting is something that is fun for me to do, and I've appreciated the opportunities, but I don't consider myself. I look at those great actors. Oscar, no way.
All right, Mike and Mike in the morning. We have so much to do here. Again, Jerry Rice is on the way, but right now it's been too long since we've done this. It's often imitated. It's never duplicated. Here we go.
It might be true.
That ain't true. Then again, it might not.
I told the truth.
We'll find that out because it's time for another edition of True or False.
All right, I'm going to make a series of provocative statements about the National Football League, and Golick and Stink are going to tell me whether those statements are true or false. I can't help that so often they wind up getting the answer wrong. Golick, true or false, the Saints will make the playoffs?
I'm going to say false. I think they're making a good run for it, but I just think the schedule is so difficult coming through this end of the season. I think they got themselves in an early hole and are going to fall just short.
They're in Atlanta tomorrow night. Stink, true or false?
I'm going to say false as well. I thought last weekend was the pivotal game against San Francisco 49ers. I picked them for the upset win at home against the Niners. They didn't get it done. I think their playoff chances ended there.
Next, Stink, true or false? The 49ers are going to St. Louis this weekend, and Colin Kaepernick should be their starting quarterback.
I'm going to say false. I believe Alex Smith should be their starting quarterback, and I'll stand by that. I think Kaepernick has been dynamic. I don't think there's any question about that, but I think Alex Smith, in the long run, what he did last year, getting to the NFC Championship game, and what he's done throughout this season, he deserves the opportunity to be the starter and lead that team.
Golick.
Well, I completely agree with everything you said. I've been saying that all along, so we'll just move on.
Now you're both wrong. Next up, the Chicago Bears host Seattle this Sunday. Golick, true or false? Jay Cutler should have his name in the MVP discussion.
Oh, that's false. I know what he means to that team. Believe me, I know. But as far as one of the top players in the league, no, I think that's false. I think he's huge for that team. I think he's obviously going to help that team go as far as they can go this year in the playoffs, but not MVP.
Stink.
It's interesting that you even bring that name up, and I would say true. I mean, without Jay Cutler, that team, we know that they don't protect the quarterback well, but he makes so many plays for that football team outside the pocket, avoiding that rush, keeping that team in the games. And without Jay Cutler, that team is even with that outstanding defense, they're just not very good. So I would say, yeah, when you're talking about MVP, most valuable player, there's very few guys that are more valuable to their team than Jay Cutler is the Chicago Bears.
You are right. The answer is true.
No, it's not.
Next,
no, it's
true
not.
or false? Stink. In a week-to-week league, this week, the best team is the Patriots.
Wow. That's a great question. I'm going to say true. I'm going to say offensively, I love what they have done with the balance. And we were talking about their offense early in the season. What about Wes Welker? What about this? They were going through those changes, Mike, to become more balanced, to become a team that can run it as well as throw it in a spread. And they have met that. They have come to the forefront now. They're really playing excellent on offense. They still give up too many plays on the defensive side, but offensively, they're outstanding. I'm going to say true.
I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying true on that because last week they beat the Jets, who stink. So I'm going to hold off for another week on that.
Well, I resent that.
Well, you represent that, is what your Jets do, quite honestly.
With the exception of the butt fumble, yeah. I don't know what you're talking about. Next, true or false, Stink. Andrew Luck is the NFL's Rookie of the Year. Let's go Alex first.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm first.
Sorry, I lost. Well, you threw me off with your jet ripping.
That's a way to multitask.
What? You don't deserve to be first.
Nice.
Stink. True or false? Andrew Luck is the Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to say true. A 2-14 team he took over, and not only that, but they dismantled this team. And you could put Ryan Grigson in there as a guy that for the executive of the year too. I mean, what he has done coming from Philadelphia to be the GM there, they've dismantled that team. They've put a bunch of new pieces together. They changed the defense. They changed offensively. A 2-14 team right now fighting for the playoffs. Yeah, I think that's true.
Wow, that's a tough one. To not go with RG3. Now, he's throwing a lot less passes than Andrew Luck has, about 140-some passes less, but it's tough not to go with him and what he has done. I know the Washington Redskins were a better team than the Colts, but he's been so dynamic. I think I would lean toward him right now.
Who was better last year, Redskins or Colts?
Last year? Skins.
Who has a better record right now, Colts or Redskins?
The Colts.
So I don't even know why this is.
This is an individual award we're talking about here.
And that individual is Andrew Luck. Next.
Why do we even do this if you're going to chime in? Nobody asked you to chime in. You're asking the professionals the questions. You just asked a question and then shuddy.
For the record, it's not a question. It is a provocative statement. And you tell me whether it's true or false. Secondly,
a little more shush out of you.
I am going to stink first again.
Whoa! Unprecedented.
Stink, true or false?
Yes.
Eagles play the Cowboys this weekend. True or false? Both those teams will have a new head coach next season.
Well, I'm going to say, wow, that's a great question. I'm going to say false. I think Jerry Jones, that Jerry Jones is going to retain Jason Garrett. I think for sure Philadelphia is letting go of Andy Reid, but I think they're going to retain Jason Garrett in Dallas. So I'm going to say false. One will change.
I stopped listening to your questions. What are you asking?
It's not a question. It's a provocative statement.
Yeah, it's real provocative. Oh, his coach is going to be back. No, I don't think either one will be back.
Next. I don't even want your answer. One more. Stink, only for you. True or false? Without Ben Roethlisberger, the Pittsburgh Steelers have no chance of beating the Ravens on Sunday.
I'm going to say that's true. Based upon what we've seen the last couple of weeks out of the quarterback position, the turnovers, the issues they have offensively and defensively. Let's face it, they've lost Palomalu. They're a bit older. They're not nearly as dynamic as they were a year ago. Without Ben Roethlisberger, they're not winning that game against Baltimore.
All right, I think true or false?
I think that.
With us, Mike. No, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in your response.
I think it's true as well.
No, no one cares. Oh. You rip the segment. You keep calling them questions when you know darn well they're provocative statements.
I've yet to hear anything provocative in any of those statements.
Well, then don't feel free not to respond to them. I'll get Jerry Rice over here, and he and Stink can do this.
Okay.
And you can just go off and continue to wave your finger. And believe me, the whole world is waving one back. Mike and Mike, presented by Progressive Insurance. Just plug Snapshot into your car, and your good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. They are showing right now on television on ESPN2 a picture of the Golick house.
Yeah.
You have to go on Twitter and see it. Chris tweeted it, @NDMom. They cut out of styrofoam a large number 1.
It's like 8 feet tall.
And they put Christmas lights on it. They have it in a window.
Yeah.
So that's their house. And what you're looking at is the front of their. As you approach their house, there's just a huge number 1 in front of it. I think a lot of people look at that and thinking more like number 2.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Well,
am I wrong?
In every way but this, yes.
Okay.
You're wrong. Mark Schlereth, this has been another exceptional hour. It is just another hour.
Yes, it is.
It's just another very good hour.
Thank you, my friend.
I think it's more than that.
And congratulations on your pending Oscar.
Thank you.
For your performance in Red Dawn.
Coach Dolan, is it?
Coach Dolan.
Yeah.
The Rise of Coach Dolan, Red Dawn 3. See it in theaters in a couple of years.
Jerry Rice, unprecedented. Jerry Rice is on the way right after this word from Western Union. Listen, this holiday season, why not give the Western Union gift of money? This, Mike, is the gift of possibility because it can be anything that the recipient wants it to be.
Send your gift of money anywhere in the U.S. from an agent location around the corner or online. And get this, all qualifying transfers will be automatically entered for a chance to win $100,000. Plus, we have daily $1,000 winners as well. Just visit westernunion.com/possibilities to learn more.
No purchase is necessary, subject to official rules. Void where prohibited. The sweepstakes ends 12/24/2012. So still all the way up to Christmas Eve for you to have this opportunity to first and foremost give the gift of money, which can be so helpful to so many different people in so many different ways. You send it anywhere in the U.S. from an agent location or online at westernunion.com/possibilities. You just might win $100,000. Western Union, moving money for better.
I don't even know who you are anymore.
I know Jerry Rice is going to join us next. Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
This is the Mike Lupica Show.
The Giants' best game, their best, is better than Atlanta's best, Houston's best, San Francisco's, New England's, anybody you care to mention. The question is, are the Giants fully engaged now, and are they going to stay engaged the rest of the way?
The Mike Lupica Show, weekdays at noon, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey,
Come on in.
is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at buffalowildwings.com.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare with your children being raised by someone else? With our free information, you can lead a less stressful life, work from home, and start earning money as soon as next week.
I was about to be laid off from a company that was going bankrupt. On top of that, I wanted my kids to have mommy care, not daycare. My first month, I made $1,000 part-time. After 90 days, I was home with my children. And for the past 7 years, I've been here for my 3 little girls. I love this business.
Go to freedom105.com. Get out of the rat race and start earning great money as soon as next week.
I was skeptical. However, I had to get out of corporate America. Both me and my wife were able to quit our jobs and now make over $10,000 a month from home.
Go to freedom105.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom105.com. Freedom105.com and start earning great money as soon as next week.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowl. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowls. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. Not about make it or save it. It's about winning Super Bowl. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disrupted. We saw it coming. Not about winning Super Bowl. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling, once they lose a few games especially, about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting.
Getting chewed out by
so
your
why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Coming up at 9:30 Eastern, college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit gets us ready for the SEC title game.
Herbie will tell us who he thinks will move on and beat play Notre Dame.
That's 9:30 Eastern today with Mike and Mike in the morning.
Golick is getting aggravated. That's what you get for downgrading my provocative statements. Mike and Mike in the morning with Jerry Rice ready to go here. I haven't been able to put them together, but people started tweeting me these pictures, and so Stace just put them up. If you go to my wife's Twitter, at StacyGSG, I received a great honor last night. Did you see what they did at the Northwestern basketball game last night? I had heard about it, but I hadn't seen him, and I got a bunch of them, and I was busy writing the provocative statements that you're so busy poo-pooing.
Yeah, you know what? You could have stopped doing
so
that.
So Stace put them together, but these great pictures from last night, you'll see what it is. I don't want to take up the time when Jerry's here, but at StacyGSG, the pictures are up now, and I'll get them up as soon as I can. But more importantly than that, it is my pleasure to welcome the greatest of all time, Jerry Rice. And before we get into the 49ers, I just want to share a conversation we just had off the air. I asked Jerry, when you were playing during your career, and it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood of halfway through your career that people recognized you were the greatest that there had ever been. Did you routinely have other players asking you for your autograph after games?
Yeah, I had players to come up to me that wanted to a signature or maybe take a picture or something like that, and I would accommodate those guys.
So what was your, before I ask you the second question, what was your feeling about that? Did you feel that in any way they were, but that paying that deference to you was in any way defeating them, that their competitiveness was in any way diminished by the fact that they were coming up to you afterwards and basically acknowledging that you are the best and thus better than them?
You know what? I think it was just all about just respect, and it was after the ball game. Now, for me, before a game, I couldn't talk to anyone. And after a game, I was so emotionally involved that at times I couldn't talk to anyone because I was devastated after a win, after a loss. But the majority of the time, after a ball game, guys get together, they talk, they socialize, they shake hands, they do everything. And I don't think it's anything wrong with it.
There you go.
Now, did you ever ask another player for an autograph?
I would never do that.
Why would you never do that?
I just felt it was not me. And I don't condone those guys for what they do after a ball game. If they want to go to someone, get a signature, take a picture, but it's just something I could not put myself to do.
You obviously don't remember the time you guys came to Philadelphia and Joe was the quarterback and you guys scored like 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter when you got my autograph after that.
Yeah.
You obviously forget that moment.
I couldn't pass on that one.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's come on. We spit the truth on this show,
you
Jerry.
threw it in my face about Notre Dame and all that.
That's true.
The great Jerry Rice in there, too. That's just interesting. It's just a good little, I think it's an interesting little side topic that we've had this week, and it's something that, to be totally honest with you, I didn't know happened as much as it obviously does. I did not know that players, as often as they obviously do, get other players' autographs, as Jamal Charles did. Okay, to San Francisco, where you had most of your greatest years. If you were the one making the decision right now, who would be the quarterback this weekend?
I think Kaepernick is the quarterback of the future for the San Francisco 49ers. And this guy, he brings a whole different dimension to the game. And you look at him outside the pocket, the way he can extend plays. He has 3 touchdowns, and he has the rocket arm. The guy stands 6'6". But I think you have to go with that veteran, Alex Smith. He took this team to the championship game last year. He has 13 touchdowns this year. Until that debacle Monday night against the Giants, he was playing okay. I think he does exactly what Jim Harbaugh wants him to do, is to manage the football game and not make turnovers and leave it up to the defense to win. But I have to go with Alex Smith.
Either way, once a decision is made today, doesn't Harbaugh just have to say, that's it? this is my decision for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Outside of injury or just horrible play, right?
And I think that's the reason why he wanted to make that decision today, because he wants the players to know who's going to be that guy behind center. And either it's going to be Kaepernick or it's going to be Alex Smith. But I just feel right now, defensive coordinators, they starting to get film on Kaepernick now. And they're going to make things real difficult for this guy. And he's a rookie, and he's going to make mistakes. And in the NFC West right now, they up 2.5 games. So that division is still on. It's up for grabs. And if this guy can continue to make good decisions on the football field and not make mistakes, and all of a sudden they end up losing a couple football games.
Mike and Mike, Jerry Rice is here in our studio. You know, we were doing our show yesterday that would be Mike and Mike's Best of the NFL on Tuesdays. And you look at it, really, it almost feels like 5 of the 6 playoff spots in the NFC are sewn up. So let me ask you this. You played on a bunch of championship teams. You know what it takes. There's a lot of things to like about all these teams. There's things to like about the Giants, about the Bears, about the Packers, about the Falcons, about San Francisco, and then there are question marks about all of them. What trait do you look at the most? What to you is the most significant thing that will separate one of those teams and say that's the one that's going to wind up winning the title?
I think it boils down to just execution right now, and the team that's going to go out and play their best football and separate themselves. And you look at the Atlanta Falcons, this team, they have the tendency they can fight back and somehow find a way to win no matter what. They got great weapons on the outside. Matty Ice is playing exceptional football. And, like San Francisco, what's going on with them? That defense is awesome, and that offense is starting to click, also put points on the board. The Giants, they just continue to somehow, they just rally around this time of the year. I don't care. This team can be down. They can have a game where they make so many mistakes, then they come back the next game, and they end up winning that football game. So I think it's all about execution, and it's all about having that want to go out there and win.
What do you make of the Eagles situation, cutting Jason Babin now, the veteran, and with 5 weeks to go, and just what's happening there?
I think Andy Reid wanted to make a statement. Either they want to give Vinny Curry an opportunity to get on the football field, or they feel like with Jason Babin that he was not representing the Philadelphia Eagles the right way. And I remember going through a scenario in Oakland, and I think this team was like 2-13. And the thing is, you have to finish as a professional, no matter what. And I think a lot of those guys in Philadelphia right now, they're throwing in the towel. And I think Jason Babin, he was not going out practicing hard, and he was not giving 100% on the football field.
Are those the things that you see? Because I think the fans, we look at it and we say, he's quit on his team. And Mike always says, well, everyone's playing as hard as they can in the games. Is it during the week that you would see that? The guys in the locker room would see who is and who isn't still 100% committed.
Well, everything is important now, because the camera in the sky is not going to lie to you. And it's very important for you to go out there and work hard every day and say, hey, look, I haven't quit. I'm a professional. I'm going to finish this no matter what. And you look at the schedule. They got Dallas, Tampa Bay, the Bengals, Redskins, Giants. And I think Andy Reid wanted to send a message saying, look, we can win the next 5 games. We're 8-8. If we don't win any of those ball games, we're going to go 3-13. But, we do not want anyone to quit on this team.
It's well said. Jerry Rice, who never asked for anybody's autograph. Except mine. Except Cole's.
Just you, man.
You'll see him on TV all day long. Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks, sir.
Always good
pleasure.
to see you. All right, coming up next, not unfortunately, it's wonderful that Kirk Herbstreit is going to join us. It's always a pleasure to talk with Herbie, and we'll get his thoughts on the upcoming national semifinal that is coming on this Saturday. But unfortunately, it means we are destined to hear more of Golick's crowing about Notre Dame and probably see his giant number 1 in the window again.
Well, I have to crow about nothing. We're number 1.
We're back in 3 minutes on Mike and Mike.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive whiz Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Halloween tonight, giving kids perky jerky. I think kids would like jerky. Gabby, you're on our radio show. How old are you, honey?
I'm 10.
Okay, Gabby, what do you think of jerky and a protein shake for Halloween? Why not?
No. You have to hand out candy.
Gabby, candy gives you rotten teeth.
What's the point of brushing teeth?
What, I get a smart aleck? I wanted a kid.
Colin Cowherd.
I'll deliver the funny lines, Gabby.
Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan. Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RAD,
the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Drive my car. Yes, I'm gonna be a star.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm a champion, real-life Shaq's mechanism. Hi,
Shaquille O'Neal for RAD. This is not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm Jason. I'm 32, and my risk for stroke is increased by 5 times because of an irregular heartbeat called atrial fibrillation, or AFib. Because of my young age, I'm not a typical AFib patient.
And I'm Pat. I'm 62, and I'm a 2-time stroke survivor with AFib, which is most common in older people.
Together, we are faces of AFib and stroke.
Telling our stories might help save a life.
Take action today by talking with a healthcare professional about your risk, and visit stroke.org to learn more.
Good morning with Mike and Mike. It's 9:30. I'm Jared Max. ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your senior high school MVP athlete for a chance to win $5,000 college scholarship courtesy Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com. The Knicks tonight taking on the Bucks in Milwaukee. No Jason Kidd again. Mike Woodson yesterday. And Ryan Rucco and Stephen A. Smith weighing in on Kidd's presence that was missing against the Nets.
But some of the close games, Jason has been, the common factor in terms of offensively getting us in things, defensively being the stabilizer based on who he's guarding and getting the other 4 guys in position. I mean, Jason does a lot of things that goes unnoticed. He's not a stat guy.
But he is the glue that holds the Knicks together. Tonight, coverage begins 7:30 here on ESPN New York. The Nets will be in Boston. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. I'm Jared Max.
Mike and Mike on our Sports Center brought to you by 1-800-Flowers. Send the best-selling rose and calla lily bouquet from 1-800-Flowers.com. Guaranteed to deliver a smile. This week only, order this beautiful bouquet in a clear glass vase for only $29.99. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio microphone and type in Mike or call 1-800-Flowers and make sure you mention Mike. Speaking of which, I have a feeling we're going to mention Notre Dame a time or two.
As well we should. Don't you normally mention the number 1 team in the country?
In this conversation with America's favorite football analyst, here's Kirk Herbstreit with us on the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Good morning, Herbie.
Good morning, guys. Congratulations, Mr. Golick.
Thanks, Kirk. How you doing this morning, man?
I'm doing great, man.
Have you seen the giant lit-up number 1 in Golick's house? But please tell me if you haven't seen this photo, you're going to just get nauseous from this. They actually cut out a giant styrofoam number 1. Golick and Chris did this. It's like 8 feet tall. They lit it up, and they have it right now in a window facing out of their house. So their house basically has become number 1.
Why do I have a feeling that Golick didn't have anything to do with that, and Chris just said, I got this. You go to work. I'll take care of this.
As you're getting to know my wife over this year, Herbie, you're absolutely right. And I do appreciate the nice replay of Mike after the whole BC thing. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, we had some fun. I talked to him at the walkthrough, and we were having some fun at your expense a little bit on Friday. And so when he had a beautiful block, I said, man, we got to get this one back in. We got to take care of my man here after what we did to him at the BC game. So, hey, I'll tell you what, that offensive line, not just saying that because we're on here talking, but how many teams in the country have had all 5 guys start from the beginning of the year all the way through? And you talk about a position, and especially in college football, where continuity and a kind of an understanding. Fans, I don't think, Mike, understand that part of the game where a defensive lineman will stunt at literally the last second before the ball snaps, and it's just almost a feel. You can't get let's say a banjo call or whatever the call is to be able to adjust to their movement, and that's where feel and understanding and chemistry and continuity come into play. And I think that offensive line, we talk about Golson's improvement, I think that offensive line from where they were early in the year to where they are now, I think that has as much to do with why we've seen this improvement on the offense as much as anything.
All right, so Mike and Kirk Herbstreit, the Irish will be in Miami the first Monday in January. The question is, who will they be playing? As you look ahead to that game with Georgia and Alabama, where do you see the edge?
Well, I think you can make a strong case for the experience of Alabama giving them an edge in this game. I think it's just in their DNA to get into this kind of game and know what to expect as far as the week and the build-up. Make no mistake, for people not from this region, this is a national championship for this region within itself. I mean, every team, all 14 teams now, their entire goal isn't the BCS. It has nothing to do with that. It's legitimately getting to Atlanta and winning that game. Because they know if they do that, everything else will take care of itself. And I think Alabama understands that from the time they lift weights in the winter through spring ball, throughout summer, into the season. And I think the fact they've gotten a second life after the loss to A&M gives them, I think, a real purpose. Now, with that being said, Georgia's playing their best football coming in. Georgia's defense from the Florida game on, remember when their safety, Sean Williams, called them out publicly? From that week on, they've only given up a little over 8 points a game these last 5 games. So they're playing their best football. They got Aaron Murray, guy who's been around, played 3 years, a veteran. They got a lot of talent. I think if there's one matchup you want to watch, it's when Georgia spreads Alabama's defense out. They're going to try to dial up that third corner from Bama. They're going to try to find Sunseri, the safety. They're going to try to find Robert Lester, any of these safeties that might be in coverage, because they play a lot of man. So they're going to try to pick on those guys. And if you watch the A&M game, as much as Johnny Manziel was phenomenal running around and doing his thing, those third and fourth receivers for A&M were really the difference in the game and had a lot to do with trying to move the ball consistently. So that's something to watch in this game, because I think Georgia is going to be much more competitive than it seems like a lot of people believe this weekend.
Yeah, certainly Alabama heavily favored in this game. Do you put any stock in Nick Saban saying that it's a shame the loser of this game doesn't get to play in the Sugar Bowl and have to go to a different bowl?
Oh, I mean, I can understand that under normal circumstances. I mean, you get all the way to a conference championship in the toughest conference, and you lose, and I don't know where you slide, whether it's Capital One or Chick-fil-A or where they go. But I've got an issue, and I always have had an issue with all the conferences needing to be represented in the BCS. I'm okay with behind the scenes. If they want to give money to whatever conference, whoever needs the money, and that's what it's about. That's fine. Divide the money however you need to. But give all of us, the fans, the games we want to see in the postseason. The teams that have been outstanding deserve to be in the bigger bowl games. Reward the players, reward all of us as fans at getting the matchups that we want to see. An example, the Big East is just it's painful. You got Thursday night football, Rutgers playing Louisville. The winner is in the BCS. What's interesting about that is Friday night's wild card of Northern Illinois and Kent. Kent's number 17 in the BCS standings this week. If they somehow beat Northern Illinois, which I don't think they will, but if they were to beat Northern Illinois and Nebraska were to slip up to Wisconsin or UCLA lose to Stanford, the final BCS standings could have Kent in the top 16. If that happens, Kent's in the BCS. and a large team such as Oklahoma is taken out. So you could have a Kent, Georgia Tech Orange Bowl if Georgia Tech beats Florida State. So, and then you're going to have a Rutgers Louisville team probably in the Sugar Bowl if that were to happen. So think about all these great teams that we've seen this year. And a lot of, whether you like them or not, a lot of them have been from the SEC. I could care less where they're from. Give us all the best teams in the big BCS bowl games, regardless of what affiliation they have with a conference. Because, don't get me wrong, it's great to see the Kents of the world and teams like that get an opportunity. But to say that they're one of the top 10 teams in the country, that's crazy.
No, we agree with you. That's what the NCAA basketball tournament is for, where you get that chance to see them, but it doesn't prevent the other top teams from getting a chance to get in there. And with the news today, Herbie, that Louisville is going to the ACC and who knows what is behind them, in your view, are we just... At this point, is it just a matter of time before we wind up with 4 huge super conferences, and ultimately, do you think that will be the best thing?
Well, I don't know if it's going to be the best thing. It's just part of the reality of our world today. I don't know if it's 4 or 5. I mean, when you think about, you have the Pac-12 out west, I don't think the Big 12 is going to go away. The Big 10 is not going to go away. The SEC is not going to go away. So there's 4 right there. I think the ACC Big East becomes an interesting region, and I think maybe it all becomes one. The Big East right now, I just don't know how the Big East is able to maintain their automatic berth into whatever we're going to call this next contract, the BCS or the playoff or whatever it's going to be. I mean, right now you currently look at the Big East and you look at the Mountain West or the WAC or the MAC. How can you tell me that the Big East is deserving of these spots when you look at these other conferences and they're equal, if not better, than what the Big East has right now? And I'm not picking on the Big East. It's just the reality of where they are and what they continue to lose. So I hope the conference commissioners are really taking a hard look into the future. I mean, they're talking about signing a 12-year contract for college football. And I think they owe it to the fans of the nation of this sport to really take a hard look at the future and the realignment. And even though it's not finalized, because we're still going to continue to get a lot of movement, they need to look. You're talking 12 years down the road. They need to really take that into consideration before they finalize this deal.
Finally, Herbie, one more weekend of games. Some teams have already finished up their schedules, including Notre Dame, which means Manti Te'o. In your view right now, whose Heisman is it, whether it's someone's to lose or is it all over? Where do we stand with the Heisman?
Well, I think it's interesting. You guys probably saw Johnny Manziel speak yesterday. I thought he was very articulate. He had an opportunity to kind of showcase who he is a little bit more since he hadn't spoken all year. I thought he did a great job with that. The top 2 guys, you got one guy who's a freshman. We've never seen a freshman win a Heisman. And the other guy is a defensive player. He doesn't return punts. He's a linebacker. And he represents everything that's great about this game. Let me just say, and I don't know who's going to win. I mean, if you look at a lot of these polls, it looks like Manziel is the front runner, Manti Te'o is up there, and then Colin Klein, and then Braxton Miller. Let me just say this about Manti Te'o. And I've been around the game for a long time. I love stories where, you feel good about when you walk away from a guy. I don't know if I've ever been around a guy like Manti Te'o. I mean, and Mike, you know him a lot better than I do. This guy is everything that we want to celebrate in college football. If you look at Notre Dame as a team, if you went through them, we're playing backyard football, and you line them up with almost every team they played, you're probably going to pick a lot of the other guys on their team. You put Manti Te'o and some of the other leadership on that Notre Dame team, and that's why I don't even care if it's Alabama or Georgia who wins this game. There's something about the intangibles of the game that I love. There's something about chemistry and passion for one another. Last week, one of their linemen got hurt in the fourth quarter, an offensive lineman. Number 5, the defensive player, Manti Te'o, runs out during a TV timeout, takes a knee, puts his hand down, holds the lineman's hand. He's a fellow senior, and he's talking to him, probably just telling him, hey, it's going to be okay. You just don't see things like that. It's the way they care about one another is the reason they're in such a unique position. And to me, Manti Te'o kind of drives that entire part of their team. So if you get to the Heisman race, when it comes to Manti Te'o, it's that you take into consideration. It's not just he's got whatever it is, 7 interceptions, and he makes a lot of tackles. It's that aspect of what he's represented for this year's Notre Dame team, to me, that makes him such a unique candidate.
Kirk Ripshoe with us every Wednesday. Enjoy the games this weekend, Herbie. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk.
Okay, fellas, take care.
Herbie with us on Mike and Mike in the Morning. Golick still has his giant number 1 in his house.
Yes,
we'll
I
be
do.
Right back. Mike and Mike in the Morning.
ESPN Radio.
CarQuest Auto Parts. Great people, great products, great prices.
Okay, the Knicks lost an overtime game to the Nets on the Nets court the other night. The Knicks didn't have Jason Kidd, who's been such an important presence for them in the short season they played so far. And they watched Ray Felton shoot 3 for 19 and have his worst game of the season. And had the ball in the hands of Carmelo Anthony at the end of regulation. And all this means that the balance of power is now shifted in New York City basketball. That's all it takes? Seriously?
The Mike Lupica Show, coming up today at noon on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNRadio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Everybody loves Alex Smith. Everybody hates Mark Sanchez, but they're essentially the same quarterback. The truth is their careers are inverted. Sanchez got the AFC championships early, has struggled late. Alex struggled early, success late. And what it proves is we're in a now society. Whatever's happening now is the truth.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
sports news happens fast.
Seattle's Richard Sherman facing a 4-game suspension along with fellow corner Brandon Browner for violating the NFL's policy on performance enhancers.
Gene Chizik fired less than 24 hours after the Tigers suffered their second worst Iron Bowl loss
When
ever.
you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio. I'm watching a bunch of newsy things flying about us as we speak. Our Bob Holtzman is reporting there's a 50% chance that Ben Roethlisberger will play Sunday against the Ravens, according to a source with knowledge of his injury. The stability of the dislocated rib is the biggest issue. He plans to push himself the next couple of days to see what he's able to do, but the sources said Roethlisberger still isn't sure whether he can throw effectively. He's expected to address the media today, 12:45 p.m.
And the thing is, you're not going to go. No, you know, if you're a lineman and you're hurt, you know what? You go out in the field on Wednesday and Thursday, and you know what you do to find out? You hit. Ben Roethlisberger's not getting hit.
Right.
No one's saying, you know, Mike Tomlin's not saying, hey, blindside him and let's see how he reacts to it. Obviously, you know, that's not going to happen. So it's going to be very difficult to tell exactly what he can take. What the injury, again, it's that first rib, you know, the issues with it, but he's really not going to get as far as what the body can take from a hit until he would get into a game.
Well, with the Colts ahead of them, Cincinnati, even with them, and Miami only one game behind, they don't have the luxury of resting him if they can, you know what I mean? Like not taking a chance and figuring, all right, the division is out of reach, so let's just sort of keep everything together and get ourselves into the playoffs. But the reality is you don't have the luxury of doing that.
The other side to look at is take a chance this game, and because if you put him in and he gets hurt, now you may lose him for more. Give him another week so you don't lose him anymore, hopefully. And that's where you're right. That's where you don't
The problem is that 1 week that you don't do that, Cincinnati gets ahead of you, and you may not be able to catch up.
I get it. But the other side
They still play the Bengals, don't they? Real quick, get me that. I'm quite sure those two teams still play each other. The Steelers play the Ravens this week, and they still play the Bengals. They close with Cleveland, but I'm almost positive they have one more game left with Cincinnati. I'll get you the schedule in a second.
Yeah, I have
but
it right here. I mean, they play Cincinnati. They play Cincinnati's second last game. They play December 23rd.
Where is that game?
December 23rd. It's home.
It's at Pittsburgh?
It's at Pittsburgh.
So would you look at that as a game and say to yourself, okay, well, there's our chance to make that up.
We have a chance to make it up. Rest him another week, and that way we have a better chance of not losing him instead of trying to put him in, hurt him. Now, this is one of those that you don't leave up to the player because the player's going to play. Ben Roethlisberger, if he has any inkling, he's going to say, I want to try and play in this game. This is where medical staff, coach have to make that decision. If you get from the medical staff, yeah, he could probably go, he's not all the way back, blah, 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 and then you decide, do you take that chance and maybe lose him for a few more weeks, knowing this week you may fall behind, but you may get another chance at him, or you say, let's rest it another week. Let's be sure.
Steelers have 3. After this, they have 3 of their final 4 games are at home. They're home San Diego, a 1 o'clock start. So that's always favorable with that West team coming east. Then they're at Dallas, and they're home Cincinnati, home Cleveland. I still think they'll get in. But
I do, too.
You're taking a risk if you let a team get a game ahead of you.
No, listen, I completely agree with you. Now, you see right there on the schedule, you play them and have a chance to get it back. So that's a decision you have to make. This is you know, I guess why they get paid the big bucks.
And I'm now also, if you follow Andy Katz, ESPN's college basketball insider on Twitter, he's been texting back and forth with Rick Pitino. The other news today that Louisville has been invited to join the ACC. So I'm just going to read you directly Andy's tweets. Rick Pitino in a text message, quote, "It's awesome for the university and city on move to ACC." Andy then tweeted, "This is crushing news for UConn and Cincinnati, which have made a major play to get out of the Big East for the ACC, but now have to retreat back." So they wind up kind of stuck. And I opened the show this morning, and it didn't really get anywhere, partly because I wasn't really making my point very well. It makes me feel there's just something about all this that doesn't seem right. I mean, these aren't businesses. They're not trying to put each other out of business, you know. But
they're still businesses. Just because you're a business doesn't mean you're trying to put everybody else out of business. You're trying to run a successful business.
Yeah.
Part of running a college is a business. It includes money to stay afloat and keep things going. So part of it is a business.
It is. I know. I know that I'm not right. In life, are there some things that just bother you, even though you know that there's really nothing you can do about it?
Yeah, hate the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit.
No. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
yes.
Don't you think in a vacuum there's just something wrong with this? I understand why it's happening, but doesn't it just feel wrong that these institutions, these academic institutions, where in theory the most important thing is educating the young people of America to go on and become better older people of America?
But what if they say
that it's just a big money grab based on football?
But what if they say to you, it's a money grab, but that money could help the school? Now, listen, we know it mostly helps the athletic program, but it can help the school as well. That in actuality, we are helping the students by being in a position to get more money.
No, I get it. And should they be worried about how this affects Connecticut and Cincinnati? I guess not. I guess they shouldn't.
No?
It's not their problem.
No?
They just got to watch out for themselves.
Especially when it
really is business. I mean, it's just, get him before he gets you and get while the getting is good.
Well, especially when it's all going that way. But listen, Louisville didn't make it go that way, did they?
No,
as they said, they didn't. But
I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, well, I guess that's where we are. The train is already out of the station at this point. Now, get yourself in the best position you can.
All right, let me just very quickly say, when I was a student at Northwestern, I went to every basketball game. I loved the basketball team, and I was a crazy fan sitting in those stands. The night that we beat Indiana on national TV, I was one of the first ones to run out onto the court. Last night at the Northwestern basketball game, I don't know whose idea this was, but they had like a big cutout of my head in the student section.
Who was that?
And Stace says that's what I was talking about with the pictures up there. At StacyGSG if you want to see the pictures, and I'll retweet them. And these students just went out there, and they lost the game, which I'm sorry about, but what an honor. I'm really thrilled. So whoever's idea that was, thank you.
Did they draw all over the face?
They did not, to my knowledge. No, you can look at the pictures. They're very nice.
I bet after the game they did.
You know what?
Yeah.
They're nice. You're not. Okay. See you tomorrow. Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the next edition of The Herd.
The Knicks have come back down to earth. Is this the team they really are, or just a slump? We'll ask Chris Broussard, 1045. The Herd at 10, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, how technology changes the way we watch the NFL.
Just the feeling of kind of information completeness. You know, there's nothing missing.
We eavesdropped on a conversation with a legendary Notre Dame coach, Ara Parsegian.
I was so smart. I've been brilliant in my lifetime in recruiting. With Joe Montana coming up through the ranks, I retired.
E60 brought us a tragic on-field injury that required leg amputation but didn't end Jacob Rainey's football career.
What made you think you could do this?
Kind of want to set a new standard for people with amputations, I guess.
We learned that no matter what the Panthers' struggles are on the field, Greg Olsen knows what truly matters in life.
If you focus on the negative, you'll just drag down. The negative will never change.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
To me, there's 8 organizations in the NFL that feel like it's 100% about winning Super Bowl. 8. There may be more, but I get a very strong feeling from ownership down. It is all about winning Super Bowl. New York Giants, Green Bay Packers, San Francisco 49ers with Harbaugh, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Indianapolis, and Denver. That's all that matters. Not about make it or save it. It's about winning Super Bowl. The New York Jets getting Tebow. Disrupted. We saw it coming. Not about winning Super Bowl. 8 teams in the league. That's all that matters. Then I think there are about 4 teams in the league where I have a very strong feeling, once they lose a few games especially, about making a little more money. Dallas, Washington, Miami, and the Jets.
This is The Herd. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play!
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
Kobe, a 3.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw. While holding a newborn baby in your arms. When face-to-face with a congregation of alligators. With the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting. So why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text. And together, we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopregs.org.
Brian Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip, right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Couple of injuries the Knicks are dealing with. Head coach Mike Woodson updating us on Ronnie Brewer and Jason Kidd's status when he joined Stephen A. Smith and me yesterday.
Ronnie will play. Jason is still day-to-day. Ronnie will just tape his. He didn't break anything. He just dislocated it, so he'll tape it up, and he'll be ready to play in Milwaukee. But Jason is day-to-day.
And will miss tonight's game against the Bucks. The 9-4 Nets are at the 8-6 Celtics. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the conference. The Yankees hopeful that they will have a new deal for Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings get underway next week. That according to an official with knowledge of the negotiations speaking with ESPNNewYork.com. Sources also saying that the Yankees and catcher Russell Martin are far apart on a new deal, although Martin is the Yanks' first choice at catcher.
Heisman House is a collection of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
It's The Herd on ESPN Radio, wherever you may be, however you may be listening. Thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline, simulcast on ESPNU. I think we're going to have the best show of the week. And, I mean, that's saying something, right? I mean, this is not some donut factory. They're all the same. I mean, we bring it some days. We give you a little more juice. Today we got a lot of juice. Hey, can I just start the show? I'm not going to talk about this, but sometimes in our world, I hear something and laugh. And this is my favorite quote of the year in sports. Cleveland got beat last night. Byron Scott's the Cavs head coach. Best quote of the year in sports.
I'll make this a real quick statement. Andy Verishon was fantastic. Everybody else sucked tonight. Anything else you need to know?
Not really, Coach. Thanks for flying United. Well, I'm not going to even talk about it. Best quote of the year. I love guys like that. So listen, one of the lucky things about working at this company is that I'm in the cafe, I'm in the break room, I'm surrounded all day by pro athletes and pro coaches. Some just got fired. It doesn't matter. They had access. They have information. And so people make fun of me at this company because I basically sit here all day walking around asking these guys questions. I'm annoying. But I've always felt like I'm trying to get information and then bring it to the radio show. I always say this, Colin, why are you so good in your NFL picks? Because the odds makers in Vegas don't hang out with real coaches. I have an advantage. I listen a lot. I don't talk much, listen a lot. So yesterday I get into a discussion with Eric Mangini. Eric Mangini coached twice in the NFL. And I just started asking him about his career. Because we got on the topic of Jim Harbaugh at San Francisco. And all Harbaugh's done is win as a coach. Google Jim Harbaugh coaching resume. He's won in places you've never heard of overnight. And Jim Harbaugh ruffles feathers. This is what happens to leaders in society of any business. I always tell people, want to be a talk show host? Are you getting hate mail? Nope. Then you're a follower. Because our country has mostly followers. Go to a mall. Go to a food court. Look around. How many leaders do you see there? Even in Congress. How many real leaders who are willing to say unpopular things? Harbaugh doesn't care not only what you think, he doesn't care what his peers think. So I was talking to Eric Mangini yesterday. His first coaching job was in Australia. We got into his career. It's a fascinating story. And he was basically a runner for Bill Belichick in Cleveland. Okay, before you knew Bill Belichick, when Bill Belichick was losing, when Bill Belichick was labeled a losing grumpy coach, Nick Saban was on that staff, Alabama's coach. Bill Belichick was on that staff. Kirk Ferentz at Iowa. They were all on that staff in Cleveland. Bad team. Rebuilding the team. And Mangini told me he took Nick Saban to the airport for his Michigan State press conference. And I said, Eric, there were 15 coaches, many of them now legendary. Did you know Belichick? Did you know Belichick was going to be great? Did you know? And he said to me, oh, there was no question. I said, how did you know? He goes, A, Bill outworked everybody. Bill and Saban outworked all the other coaches. He said, but what Saban and especially Belichick really did, and you could tell there were 15 coaches. I mean, these are good coaches. Saban, Belichick, Kirk Ferentz, good. Romeo Crennel, was all good coaches. He said Bill was always thinking, everybody's doing this, we're going there. We're not going to do what everybody else is going to do. The only way to get ahead, roll the dice. We've got to be contrarian. By the way, who was the first coach in the NFL to bury the running game? Belichick. Who was the first to seize the middle of the field with tight end offenses? Belichick. Belichick's like, we don't need a star receiver. We're going to own the middle of the field. That'll open up the outside. Nobody did that. Now everybody wants a great tight end. I mean, who did Indianapolis draft after Luck? 2 tight ends. And so Harbaugh is going with Colin Kaepernick. And everybody's like, oh, my God. He's smarter than you on this. He's Belichick. He's Saban. He's the next. He is unbelievable. David Shaw is the coach at Stanford, replaced him. But he was on the Harbaugh staff. Harbaugh hired David Shaw, the current Stanford coach, who had a hell of a year. And I asked him yesterday about Harbaugh. Like, what's it like to be hired with Jim Harbaugh? And he talked about him.
His one thing I always say about Jim Harbaugh. He is the most competitive human being that you'll ever find on this planet. So whatever he thinks is going to give him a competitive advantage, he's going to do it. It could go with conventional thinking. It could go away from conventional thinking. The one thing that you don't want to do is doubt him. Whatever he makes a decision to do, you go with it, and he's been successful. So he's proven himself.
He also, here's one more bite. Listen to what he calls him. Listen to what David Shaw calls Jim Harbaugh.
He's a force of nature.
A force of nature. A force of nature. That's how Mangini describes Saban and Belichick. That real leaders are so rare, but they're mostly hated initially because they're contrarian, because they don't follow. There's some media people in the country who I really like. I've always liked Dan Le Batard. Dan Le Batard, I think Bill Simmons, they get more hate mail from other journalists. Why? Because they don't follow other journalists. They have a different opinion. They don't care what you think. Bill Simmons goes, I'm not going to work for a newspaper. I'm going to create my own website. I'm going to do my own things. Ooh, that ruffles feathers. He's not going to work for a crappy newspaper dying in a bad boss. He actually has leverage, which nobody working for a sports page now has in America. That creates resentment. Jim Harbaugh is Belichick, is Saban. He's smarter than us. He knows what he's doing. He spent a career doing what others can't believe. Hey, here's my second thing that drives me nuts. So it blows me away. Everybody wants to send their kid to a college. 4 years later, $130,000, all that college debt, and your kid's a salesman. Yeah, that worked out, right? Nobody wants to learn a real skill today. Go to a vocational school, a culinary school, be a chef, be a cook, be something, learn a real skill. Now, that's not cool. I'm going to go waste $140 at Ohio State and end up selling stuff. Save the money. Go learn a trade. Be great at anything, something. So in the NBA right now, nobody can shoot a 16-footer. Oh, but God, they can break your ankles. They can jam on YouTube. Everybody's jumping over a Kia. Everybody's jumping over a chair. I can jam. Nobody can hit a 17-footer. If you were 23 years old in America right now and could consistently on a fast break hit a 23-footer, the Los Angeles Lakers would die to have you. Congrats on the YouTube video. Remember that old TV show ESPN used to run? It was that outdoor basketball. It could actually be comedically hilarious. The N1 Tour, guys were named like Chapstick and Razorburn and Escalade and Mudflap Jablinski. Everybody could do crossovers and travel and jump over a chair. Nobody could hit a jumper. The Los Angeles Lakers are dying for a jump shooter. Last night, Darius Morris 0 for 6, Anton Jamison 1 for 7, Jody Meeks 0 for 3, Meta World Mishap 1 for 8. Mike D'Antoni, help wanted. Can anybody outside of Kobe hit a jumper? You go look at the best shooters in the NBA. Ray Allen, Jason Terry, Kobe, Dirk Nowitzki. You notice something? They're all old guys. Spend less time on YouTube jumping over a chair. Learn to hit a jump shot, people. It's unbelievable. Kobe Bryant had more than half the Laker points last night. They missed 20 free throws. Can anybody learn a craft? God. Man, I got mad ups. Yeah. How about stand up? Here's a ball for 9 hours. Shoot jumpers. Yeah, what about a pull-up? Jumper. God. Everybody wants to go to college. Congrats. Here's your college debt. You're in sales like the rest of the country. Knock yourself out. Why don't you go to a culinary school? Why don't you learn a trade? Learn something. God, everybody's flashy. Nobody's got any substance. Shoot a jumper. Lakers would die for it. They got Pau Gasol. They got a 6'11 all-star. They got a great piece of trade bait. Here, we got this big, really talented guy. All we want is somebody who can hit a J. The league doesn't have one. God, it's amazing. Nobody can shoot. Opening Rant in the Herd brought to you by Regis. They know budgets. They'll show you how to save money with a custom workplace solution to fit your company's needs. Call Regis now, 2 months free, 1-800-OFFICES. you're not going to believe the job offer somebody got. You're just not going to believe it. We span the globe. Next in the Herd on ESPN Radio.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4, and Jason Kidd will be out again tonight as the Knicks are in Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Will they get back to the win column, or are they hitting a bit of a wall? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
At Manhattan Chrysler Jeep Ram, get the lowest prices of the year at the Big Finish Annual Clearance Event. Manhattan Chrysler Jeep Ram, between 48th and 49th Street on 11th Avenue.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
NBA versus college is always a great debate this time of the year. There's no debating where you go to grab the seats you want when you want to go to a basketball game. Just head on over to StubHub, where you can find the best basketball tickets for you, whether you prefer the pros or the fresh talent and rivalries of the college court. Even better, you can get rewarded on every eligible purchase when you sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. Yet another reason millions of fans use StubHub for their basketball tickets every month.
StubHub! One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, the executive who oversaw Apple's new Maps app has been shown the exit ramp. A top Apple executive reported to have fired Richard Williamson after widespread criticism of the app. Apple recently issued a rare apology for mapping problems after the company replaced Google Maps with its own version. The new service had mislabeled streets, misleading driving directions, missing images, and incorrect addresses. Worries about the fiscal cliff appear to be why Wall Street stocks are lower. The market reaction to an apparent lack of progress in Congress aimed at avoiding tax and budget problems. Futures fell before the market opened and stock averages were down yesterday. Interest rates still very low, 1.61% for the 10-year Treasury. It'll almost certainly take several weeks for the retail industry to be sure if it can celebrate a rise in holiday sales. One firm that tracks spending says sales rose during the 4-day holiday Thanksgiving weekend by less than 3%. Richard Davies, ABC News.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up.
Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN
ESPN Radio.
Jamal Charles, about an hour after his Kansas City Chiefs lost again, they're 1-10. After they lost to the Denver Broncos, about an hour afterwards, he approached Peyton Manning, the icon. They saw each other in a hallway somewhere, and he asked Peyton Manning for his autograph. Rich Baldinger, who is one of the Baldinger brothers, all who played football. I think of those, Brad is the best known. But Rich was a former Kansas City Chief, and he was on a television show in Kansas City, and he said he had a real problem with that. He did not like that idea. He wouldn't have done it, and he thought it was unbecoming. And Mike and I went back and forth on this a little bit earlier this morning. I know, CC, you heard part of that conversation, but I want to just give you the floor flat. So, do you have any issue with Jamal Charles asking Peyton Manning for his autograph?
No. I mean, I don't see what people... This is what the problem with fans. Fans always say, well, if I was you... Well, like, it's hard. They don't give the athlete a chance to just be a normal human being. Like, we're just normal. At the end of the day, we have great athletic ability, but at the end of the day, we're pretty normal. He's probably a huge fan of Peyton Manning, a lot like myself. I stopped Peyton Manning after a game, and not only, I stopped him right on the field. Got a jersey and everything. Talked to the clubhouse guy, got his jersey, and I still have that today. I cherish that. And I made it a point for me because someone taught me in the NFL, Chris, this is a hard job. You need to enjoy yourself. You need to take advantage of who you are and the access that you have. I have a Brett Favre signed jersey from after the game. I have a Joe Montana. I have a Troy Aikman. I have a Michael Irvin. I have a Warren Sapp helmet. I stopped after the game at a certain point in my career, and I got autographs and I got jerseys.
And people ask you for stuff too, right?
Oh my God, I signed stuff, especially on the road. Or if I went to New York or a place that I didn't travel to a lot, for all the people in the locker room, I would leave, not necessarily my jersey, but I would leave my shoes, my gloves, and that was something I always did. When I go to Tampa.
Who are you giving that to in the locker room? Just so I'm curious.
The locker room attendants. I don't, what we call them, like
the clubhouse kids, whatever they are.
Well, no, they're grown. They're men. They're not kids, though, in the NFL. Yeah,
excuse me. I get my point, but not opposing players.
But no, you would give them.
And opposing players have come over, or they made arrangements with their equipment guy to get something from me that they wanted it for a golf tournament, or they personally want.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
On ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
All right, get your hands on a Subway steak melt today like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. And if I won Powerball, I'm one of the lucky ones. They say 50% of Americans love their job and 50% hate it or don't like it. So I would stay on my job. My staff, and it's just unbelievably egregious. We will argue today. I think even if you won $1 million, even after taxes at $650,000, I think that changes your life. And my staff, and they are stubborn. They're not going anywhere on this. They don't think that changes your life. Of course, $550 million changes your life. I mean, I would just literally be at Chick-fil-A in the drive-thru and just keep going around in circles if I won $550 million. I just keep going around the drive-thru. I'll just have another sandwich. Yeah, I'd be like, hey, keep it coming there, guy. I got nothing but cash on me. All right, let's span the globe.
We do it every day at this time. We call it our daily sports page.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sports.
Spanning the globe. The ACC.
All right, this is a mess. The ACC's adding people and kicking people out. Heather Dinich, ESPN.com, ACC blogger. All right, so they're adding Louisville, which seems to me, Heather, that makes sense because they're pretty good in football and pretty good in basketball. So that's a good ad by the ACC, right?
No doubt about it. And most importantly, it would likely keep Florida State and Clemson happy and in the conference.
Okay. Now, who's bummed out this morning?
You know, I think UConn probably is a little bit bummed out, and probably Cincinnati. Both of those Big East schools, especially Cincinnati, made a push. But Louisville is the top choice, and right now it's sources. It's not official yet by any of the schools or any of the conferences. But I would say that those two Big East and the Big East overall is probably bummed out.
Okay, well, the Big East is a mess right now. It's become a basketball conference. Let me ask you this, though. Maryland, which I never thought felt like a Big Ten team, is now in the Big Ten. But somebody said the ACC is suing Maryland for leaving?
That's right. They want to make Maryland pay. They want to make Maryland pay every cent of that excess of $50 million, which is the conference's exit fee before as they join the Big Ten. And, they're going to sue them in order to do that and set precedent. And all of the athletic directors, with the exception of Maryland, of course, were in favor of that, along with Syracuse, Pitt, and Notre Dame, who can't technically vote, but they voted voiced their support, I should say, in favor of that lawsuit.
All right. Heather Dinich, ESPN.com, ACC blogger. They're making moves. They're do-si-doing with some schools, bringing in Louisville, and UConn take a hike. Good stuff, Heather.
All right, thanks.
New York.
Andy Pettit close to a deal with the Yankees. Andrew Marchand, ESPNNewYork.com. Here's my thing, Andrew, about it. We know Andy can pitch, but during the playoffs, there were empty sections at Yankee Stadium. It kind of feels like been there, done that. Does it not? I mean, is it an exciting move? I mean, we know Andy can pitch, but it feels like they just can't let go of some of these veteran names, does it not?
No, you're right. It's not exciting. I mean, the Yankees are going to be a very good team next year, but are they going to add a Josh Hamilton or a big name that you grew accustomed to in the George Steinbrenner years? Most likely they're not, unless they make a big trade, because Hal Steinbrenner's looking towards 2014, and he wants the payroll cut by 10% under $189 million. So you're going to get they have a solid rotation now with Andy Pettit and Hiroki Kuroda coming back, but it's nothing that's exciting and going to put people in the seats necessarily.
There's that whole payroll goal. The Steinbrenners, listen, both the Yankees and Red Sox owners love soccer teams. They're in that business, and there's rumors that both the Red Sox and Yankee owners will eventually sell their teams. Whether it's true or not, you hear stuff in the Barron's and all these top financial newspapers and publications. In the end, does it feel like to you that this is more of a brand play than a real play to get better? It's the Yankees trying to keep their brand, Pettit, Jeter, Mariano, in place.
No, I don't think so, that totally. I think if you're going to continue the brand, you'd really go out and spend and get Josh Hamilton. I think they're kind of, changing the brand a little bit and being more like a normal team with the more of a, they still have an abnormal payroll. $189 million is a lot of money, but, they're keeping these guys, signing Hiroki Kuroda for 1 year and Andy Pettit for 1 year is good for 2013, and it serves the goal for Hal Steinbrenner to, those are 1 year contracts. You're not adding money for 2014. So I think for their purposes, they're staying solid, but they're just not as sexy as maybe they were when George Steinbrenner was around, when every year you're going to add a big-time free agent. Now they're worried about the payroll, and they want to bring it down. So, they still have the Yankee brand, but it's a different Steinbrenner. The new boss is not the same as the boss.
Good stuff, Andrew. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
Baton Rouge.
Okay, LSU's Les Miles, a really successful coach. Reportedly, Arkansas opened up the bank to have him walk across the street. Jim Feinpeter, New Orleans Times-Picayune. What are we talking about here? How much money, how many years?
Well, it's $27.5 million for 5 years, which would give Les, about 1.8 million more a year than he's making. I just think this is a trial balloon shot up there by his agent, who also represents Gary Patterson, and Gary Patterson recently told Arkansas no. But I guess while we're on the phone, let's what would you give Les Miles? And I think that's probably as far as it's going to get, because Les is kind of dug in Baton Rouge. He's 59, and his kids are all teenagers, and they like it there. And this isn't even a lateral move. This would be a step down. He'd still have to face Nick Saban with much less on facilities and spending power, though Arkansas looks like they're ready to ramp it up.
They've always had some money. I got a question for you here. What do you make of the Gruden, Tennessee rumors? You know this conference, Jim. I don't buy them, but do you buy them?
No. In fact, from everything I've read about John Gruden, I really think the only college job he'd take is Notre Dame. I don't see he's a type A personality. He wakes up at 3 a.m. I think he would grind on college people, and I don't think he'd care too much for the recruiting aspect of it. And why any of these coaches who get paid to go on television would want to leave that is beyond me. And Tennessee has special problems. You've got to recruit nationwide there. Now that he might be able to do, but I just don't know that an NFL coach wants to deal with recruiting that much.
Good stuff, Jim. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
That was Spanning the Globe.
To bring you the constant variety of sport.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
The Herd brought to you by Lowe's. Visit ESPNradio.com for a chance to win a trip for 4 to next year's ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party and Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. Lowe's, never stop improving. We got a good show today. Chris Broussard's coming on in about 25 minutes. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. The Lakers are dying for a 25-year-old kid who can hit a 16-footer, and they can't find him, even with Pau Gasol as trade bait. And I'd never do Pau for Amari Stoudemire. That makes no sense at all. The Knicks are now in a slump. Is it a slump, or is this actually who they are? Chris Broussard. And coming up next, balance in life is overrated.
Spanning the Globe, brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts. Round out your holiday shopping with America's favorite coffee. Get 3 pounds of Dunkin' Donuts smooth, flavorful coffee for just $19.99. Hurry in today. America runs on Dunkin'.
Okay, the Knicks lost an overtime game to the Nets on the Nets court the other night. The Knicks didn't have Jason Kidd, who's been such an important presence for them in the short season they played so far. And they watched Ray Felton shoot 3 for 19 and have his worst game of the season. And had the ball in the hands of Carmelo Anthony at the end of regulation. And all this means that the balance of power has now shifted in New York City basketball. That's all it takes? Seriously?
The Mike Lupica Show, coming up today at noon on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Mike and Mike discuss the love and hate of Golik's Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame's accomplishments have been artificially inflated by the greater public.
Right.
They have had lesser teams that have gotten into bowls they didn't deserve to be in based upon the fact that they have this big national following. They have been treated as though they quote-unquote matter at times when they didn't. Now, stunningly, it is actually working 180 degrees the other way.
Did Notre Dame do any of that? Did Notre Dame invite themselves to a BCS bowl? Well, did they rank themselves? I got one email of one guy that says, I can't get over the fact they signed the TV deal with NBC. I'll always hate them for that. If your school was approached by a network and said, we'll sign you for a X amount of years for X amount of millions of dollars, you're going to tell me you would tell your school not to do it. And I'll call you a liar. I'm sorry. Any school would take the deal.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
If you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Mike Woodson saying yesterday with Stephen A. Smith and me that Jason Kidd remains day-to-day. He didn't make the trip to Milwaukee, will not play tonight. Ronnie Brewer, though, will play after dislocating his finger. Avery Johnson on the Michael Kay Show yesterday, the Nets head coach talking about the developing rivalry with the Knicks.
You know, the last 2 years, like we said,
Since I've been here, they've always dominated the headlines, and they were in the playoffs last year, and we've had really abysmal seasons. So it's turning. I think it's going to grow and grow more and more, especially the games when they're highly contested.
The 9-4 Nets are at 8-6 Boston. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the sixth former Big East school to leave for the conference. This ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. The New Jersey Lottery Powerball jackpot now estimated at $500 million. Play Powerball with Power Play from the New Jersey Lottery. Give your dreams a chance.
In the Herd.
I've had these lousy headset for like a week, and I've been under duress here at ESPN. But today, Vince went and got me a new headset, and so I can actually hear the callers. I'm very excited about that. You can get in touch with us, 1-800-FLOWERS fan feedback. So, we got into this discussion this morning. My staff, mostly, here's the way our staff works. John is broke, always, and young and poor. And I'm seen as the guy that makes them scratch. And the other two guys have, normal, regular family lives, regular lives. But everybody resents me on the staff. That's very clear, honestly. They all hate me. And we all feel sorry for pathetic John. So here's the point, is that this morning we got into this whole work-life balance argument. We were talking about the Powerball and getting all worked up. And I told the staff, and they all rolled their eyes at me. But I said this. I said, I think balance is the most overrated thing in life. Work-life balance. I'm not saying you want to be at work 80 hours a day. I'm not saying that's the be-all, end-all. But if you consider your life, if you sleep 8 hours, the second thing after sleep that you have to do is work. So you better consider your work life as a big part of your life. And if you're 45 years old and on a roof banging on nails, that is not, depending on the weather, a very comfortable life. You got to spend some time thinking about your career. It's going to be a huge part of your waking life. Okay, 8 hours you're asleep. You got 16 left. You're going to be working 8, 9, 10 hours. So you better not drive to work on Monday being miserable. You got to consider it. I'm amazed by how many guys are 50 years old. You never gave it an hour of your thought? What you want to do with 60% of your waking hours? It's amazing to me. Guys in 38 fantasy leagues, well, then why, if you love sports so much, did you not get in and work for a sports team? Nothing wrong with working for sports teams. Just do something. But you don't like what you do. So we get into this argument. The other thing I said was work-life balance is overrated. Seems to me Kobe Bryant's real happy. Is his life balanced? Bill Belichick's the best coach in the NFL. Is his life balanced? If you're going to be super successful, top 1% of any business, you can't be balanced. Bill Belichick is not balanced. The top surgeons in this country are on call 24/7, 365. They're not balanced. They go to work at 6, they're home at 8. The president doesn't have a balanced life. If you're in the top 1% of anything in this country, success means you lack balance. If you can go to every single Little League game of your 4 kids for 8 years, you got balance. You're not top 1% of anything unless you hit the lottery. That's the reality of it. Balance, and you go look online at Psychology Today, the magazine that studies what makes people happy. Sexual intimacy, giving, being loved, balance is never listed. I'm a poet and a ski bum and a data processor. That guy's not happy. You want to know who's happy? Somebody who is great at something, who has spent an inordinate amount of time becoming great at something. A top surgeon is saving lives. His life's not balanced. He's changing lives on a daily basis. He's taking the sick, the ill, the hobbled, and changing their lives. That's rewarding. It's not balanced. And so we were talking about this. Literally the state of Arkansas, certainly not rich, average income $36,000, has offered Les Miles $5 million a year to coach football. Over that. People say, no perspective. That's why the SEC crushes. They'll pay Les Miles more than Big Ten schools pay their entire staffs. No, it's not balanced. But you want to know, in sports in America, who dominates everything? Those who are the most financially unbalanced. You go look in the NFL right now. What region of the country pays their coaches the most and is the most committed? The Northeast. Last 10 years, Giants Super Bowls, Steelers Super Bowls, Ravens Super Bowls, Eagles success. The Redskins are all in. They're not balanced. They're balanced out in San Diego. They don't have any rings. They don't have any playoff wins. You go look in the South, college football. They're not balanced. They're all in emotionally and financially. They're not balanced. You go look anywhere in this country, college basketball, go look at the ACC. They're not balanced. They spend an inordinate amount of their money on college basketball, facilities, getting the best players, recruiting, and they crush. If you want to be balanced, move to Vermont, open up a maple farm. Go for it. Read books, have time. You want to be great in sports, you got to be all in. That's why Colorado's hiring and firing football coaches every few years. They're not all in. They're not committed. Yes, Arkansas lacks perspective. Yes, academically they could step it up. Football they could pull back. The whole conference could. But, I got news for you. Those Ivy League kids, that's the best academic institution in America, the Ivy League. You know all the schools, Princeton, Dartmouth, Yale, Harvard, all those schools. They're probably not balanced. It's probably too much academics. But that's okay. That's what it takes to be the top surgeon, top scientist. If you're looking for work-life balance, you're not going to be great at something. Because unless you were given just Albert Einstein's brain or Wilt Chamberlain or LeBron's body, the only way you're going to get to the top is to spend more time than everybody else whittling down your craft, polishing up your skills, and getting to the next level. So, listen, no, Arkansas and the SEC is totally unbalanced. Okay, that's why they crush. In Pittsburgh, they just care more about the NFL than you do. They're not really balanced. People who make $38,000 a year spend $16,000 on football season tickets. But that commitment it rewards their fans, it rewards the community, and that's why they're terrific. That's why they're terrific. So whenever people get, they're critical, they spend too much, they do too much. Work life, balance in life is overrated. If you really want to be rewarded in something, you got to spend. And it has nothing to do always with money. A great school teacher is putting more time in than an average school teacher. She's not balanced. She thinks about her class all day. A great optometrist, is thinking about his clients all day. An average optometrist, he's balanced. So what do you want to be? You want balance? I say it doesn't mean happiness. There's no proof it means happiness if you read every psychological study. Jason, quickly, you're in the herd, bud. Fire away.
Yeah, Joe Gibbs said with his second run on the Redskins, he regretted not spending more time with his family. I'd say if he wasn't as dogmatic and determined, he never would have had the Super Bowls, which he never would have had his NASCAR team, or another opportunity to come back.
Yeah, Joe Gibbs' first run slept at the stadium, Super Bowls. Second run, more of a family man. Didn't work. Not saying it's right, but I got news for you. Bill Belichick and Nick Saban, as Eric Mangini told me yesterday, when he first worked with him, he was a team runner. He said you knew Belichick and Saban would be the most successful guys. They simply outworked everybody. Outworked everybody. Coming up next, a wanted ad for the Lakers. Anybody around here can shoot? We'll take you. The Knicks in a slump? Or is this who they really are? One of my guys, Chris Broussard, always a good listen next. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. Traffic and parking, especially this time of the year. Packed. Everybody's mailing holiday gifts, packages. Why not use Stamps.com? You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Everything you can do at the post office, you can do from your desk, including buy. People don't believe this. You can buy real U.S. postage. You can print official U.S. postage. All you do is use your own computer. Use your own printer. Do it at home. Print postage for any letter, any package, whenever you want. Mailman comes by the house, picks it up. Easy and convenient. Right now, Stamps.com has a special offer. You got to use my name, Colin, in this no-risk trial to get the $55 of free postage. Also includes a digital scale. Don't wait. Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio mic top of the homepage. Type in Colin, C-O-L-I-N. That's Stamps.com. Enter Colin, C-O-L-I-N. Buy and print official U.S. postage. Own computer, own printer. Chris Broussard next.
If you needed one win to save your team season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Hayden or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
In 3 years as a Benzel-Busch motor car dealership, Audi Meadowlands has risen to a higher level of service and expectation. Audi Meadowlands certified pre-owned selection and pricing is no exception. Audi Meadowlands certified pre-owned vehicles are put through the toughest and most thorough inspection process in the industry. Plus, you get the peace of mind of a factory-backed limited warranty for up to 6 years or 100,000 total miles. Audi Meadowlands, powered by Benzel-Busch, has long been distinguished as a member of the Audi Magna Society of Dealers for their commitment to service, luxury, and value with total transparency. All costs, incentives, and terms of your certified pre-owned Audi. Everything made clear. Nothing hidden. Right now, during the season of Audi, special financing is available on all certified pre-owned Audi models, starting at just 1.9% APR with approved credit through AFS. Audi Meadowlands, Route 3 in Secaucus. Start your journey at AudiMeadowlands.net and define the way you drive.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find the location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to InterstateBatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive whiz Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
It's Mike and Mike and the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
You've made so many changes. You've done so many things to try and make the game safer, some of which have led to my partner here yelling and screaming that you're going too far. And yet, in a given week, you see quarterbacks, Cutler and Smith and Vick and Roethlisberger going down. How do you gauge success with regard to player safety?
Well, Mike, I think the big thing is, what we see is progress. The changes that we're making are effective, but we're not declaring victory. There's still work to be done. We still have to make changes changes in our game, whether it's rules or equipment, but the awareness has never been higher. What we saw this past weekend, as unfortunate as it is having those injuries, they represented progress because those players left the game. They did not return to play. They're getting the proper care. Just maybe a few years ago, that wouldn't have even occurred. And I think that's what we're focusing on. How do we continue to make progress in this area? And there's no simple answer to a complex problem.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
Coming up in the herd, Jason Babin is cut from the Eagles for quitting on the team.
He quit on that Eagles team.
What other moves will be made before the end of the season? Find out from ESPN's Brian Dawkins in studio at 11:15 Eastern, 8:15 Pacific. In the herd.
At Subway, delicious steak, egg, white, and cheese, just made the way you want it. Chris Broussard, one of my guys, the herd on ESPN Radio. Okay, first of all, let me just start with this. I watched the Knicks and the Nets. And it was a very entertaining game, and it's great for the NBA that you have, two boroughs battling. It's a real rivalry, which is great for regulars. We all watch the playoffs, but the regular season sports we don't watch outside of the NFL much, and it's a real rivalry. But as I watched that game, and Carmelo down the stretch looked tired, there's always been, Chris, the argument that unlike LeBron or Kobe, Melo is not the great practice player. He's not a grinder. He's sometimes not in great shape. Did that unveil Carmelo a little bit that he wasn't ready to take that game over late? Or do you say he dropped 35, it was a great night for him?
Yeah, I don't blame Melo. I think he had a very good game, and in a lot of ways kept him in it. Tyson Chandler plays well, but outside of that, nobody else besides Melo had it going. And remember also, he had an excellent defender on him in Gerald Wallace. Nobody shuts down a superstar, but Wallace at the 3 spot is just about as good as you can get. He's tough, he's athletic, he's strong, and he put his weight on Melo throughout that game, and I think that helped wear him down, too. I think Melo played 50 minutes, so I look at it as, he just couldn't get it done at the end that night. It's one game out of 82, no big deal. I still think he's very, as clutch as it gets in the league, and I'd be comfortable putting the ball in his hand late.
All right, fair enough. All right, listen, the Lakers, this drives me nuts, Chris. And I wish you were here because we would laugh about this off the air, is everybody in the world can dunk over a chair on YouTube. Nobody can hit a 17-footer. The Lakers are dying for a 24-year-old kid who's young and athletic, great in transition, who can hit a jumper off a Nash assist. They've got Pau Gasol as trade bait. I love Andre Iguodala as a player, but he's an average shooter, great defender, great finisher, average shooter. Is there a shooter in the league, which is what D'Antoni wants for Gasol? Is there any trade possible? Because that's what they want.
Yeah, and it's a necessity as well because, and this is the thing. I think Mike D'Antoni ideally would adjust to Pau Gasol and Dwight Howard rather than forcing the Lakers to fit into his mold and his system because they don't have the personnel. They've got Jody Meeks, who's really their only knockdown shooter. Look, Atlanta, there's long been links between Josh Smith and Pau Gasol. Now, Josh Smith's obviously not a shooter. He gives you the athleticism.
Yeah.
The thing would be you try to attach. You've got Kyle Korver there in Atlanta. Nothing's been discussed, but that would be your shooter. You try to attach him with the Josh Smith. It's going to have to be something like that. Because there's really no shooter out there that's good enough by himself for Pau Gasol. So it's gonna have to be a couple of players, and maybe one's an athlete and one is a great shooter that you can bring in, to your system and play with Mike D'Antoni. But the Lakers, this is just more evidence of how it was such a colossal mistake to hire Mike D'Antoni for this team, especially when you had Phil Jackson there.
Wow. Yeah, listen, but Gasol's not going to be there at the end of the – do you think Denver's got a deep roster, maybe they could move – do you believe Gasol will be a Laker come playoff time?
I would say no because, again, we're seeing that he doesn't look like he fits in D'Antoni's system.
Right.
You know how he plays. Looks like he's not going to fit. They want to see how it goes with Steve Nash. And he should be back, I'm told, 7 to 10 days. They want to give that a chance before they pull the trigger. At least that's what they're saying right now. But this is the thing. You can't choose Gasol over D'Antoni because you gave D'Antoni a 3-year guaranteed contract.
That's right.
Remember, you're already paying Mike Brown for 2 more years after this. So it's not like you can say, well, let's go in a different direction coaching-wise. So they're going to have to, if it doesn't work, they're going to have to choose D'Antoni over Gasol. This is the issue, too. Gasol makes $19 million this year, $19 million next year, and next year is when the real punitive luxury tax penalties kick in. So, it's very few teams that are going to want to take that on. It has to be a contender because a bad team is not really going to want that, to take on that money just to be decent. Look, Houston is a team that has been interested in Pau Gasol in the past. They clearly need a front court star to pair with James Harden to get themselves to the next level. So that's a team that, I think will eventually be in the discussion. You mentioned Denver. They've got shooters like a Danilo Gallinari. Wilson Chandler's a guy who's versatile and can shoot it, and did play well under Mike D'Antoni. So there are, a few things they could try to do, and they need to really get at. Look, I'm of the opinion you got 2 of the top 5 7-footers offensively in the league. That needs to be the way you try to win, is pound them and just use your size. You see what it's doing for Memphis. Now, they're athletic and they shoot it well as well, but, you see what Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol are leading Memphis to. Why not try to do that with the Lakers? But that's not D'Antoni's style.
Yeah, Chris Broussard, good talking to you, bud.
All right, Tyler.
Brian Dawkins next hour. John Calipari, University of Kentucky head coach. Dwight Freeney, the Colts, will join us today. By the way, Powerball is up to like $500 million. We got into a big argument this morning. It's amazing to me. And listen, I texted my wife, go buy $50 of lottery tickets. It's just a waste of money, a gigantic waste. But I've already paid my cable bill this month, and it would be nice to win it. So I wouldn't change much. I'd still work because I like my job, and I think life's all about passions. And I'll travel the world. Okay, that's 8 months. You got 42 years left to live. I'm going to play golf. All right, 4 or 5 rounds a week, 3 hours a day. You got to do more than that. You got to find passions. I don't care if it's wine or classic cars or widgets, whatever, whittling, whatever. But my staff and I got into this argument that I said, even if you won $1 million, which is probably $630,000 after taxes, it absolutely changes your life to the average American. And outrageously, we'll start with you, Vince. I'll give you 15 seconds here. Vince, regular guy family, says $1 million does not change your life.
You will be spending more on your 6 children going to college than $630,000.
They're going to vocational school. Who said I'm not sending my kids to college? Forget it. It's overrated. Rob Kelly.
You're literally giving Jackson a large book.
Dude, you know what I'm giving Jackson? A loose wire around the house. He's not going to make it till 12 years old. That kid's a walking fire trap. To me, and Rob, by the way, quickly, Rob, 10 seconds, you don't buy it either. It doesn't change your life.
No, it's not going to change your life. $1 million doesn't go as far as it used to.
It still gets you across the bridge to harmony and love.
Yeah, but you can't get back.
All right, we will argue with that. I think you guys are off your rocker. And coming up next, did Colorado not give their football coach more of a chance? And did race play a part? Next.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4, and Jason Kidd will be out again tonight as the Knicks are in Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Will they get back to the win column, or are they hitting a bit of a wall? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play.
Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Mike and Mike can't seem to agree on who should be quarterbacking in San Fran.
I'm not saying Kaepernick's a bad quarterback. I like him as a quarterback, and he's going to be the quarterback next year for this team. I just don't know if I'd be upsetting the apple cart right about now in that situation. Maybe it won't.
I think the apple cart got upset by itself. He wouldn't have upset it.
Who upset
Alex Smith getting hurt. They had to put the other guy out there, and they discovered the other guy is better. We're Mike and Mike. He is better.
Mike and Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
This is SEC football. You don't cheer for your team. You live for your team. Passion is worn like a badge of honor. So everyone knows what side you're on. But also because it looks good. The SEC on ESPN collection. Proud to be SEC. Apparel and hats available at Dick's Sporting Goods or online at dicksportinggoods.com. Every season starts at Dick's.
All right, I've gone through all the tracks. Just move through the beats. Do your thing.
All right, everyone, let's hear it for West High's own Brooke Turner, a.k.a. DJ Hook.
Scratching at my first school dance takes confidence. So we're getting into college. I've got what it takes. So do you.
Visit knowhowtogo.org to learn what you should be doing right now to prepare for college. Start taking the steps at knowhowtogo.org. Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation, and the Ad Council.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play!
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Hi, this is Eric Darnell.
This is David Reagan.
Jamie McMurray. This is Carl Edwards here for RAD, the entertainment industry's voice for road safety.
Want to make a difference? It's simple. Be responsible.
Plan ahead. Designate before you celebrate.
Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
A public service message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
I'm a champion, real-life Shaq's mechanism. That's
Shaquille O'Neal for RAD. It's not your normal PSA. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. If you're going to go out and have a good time, it's fine. But designate a driver to drive home. Let's stop the madness. Don't drink and drive.
A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, RAD, the National Association of Broadcasters, and the Ad Council.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting, so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopregs.org.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
The traditional light bulb, a groundbreaking invention in 1879. It's time we switch to longer-lasting Energy Star light bulbs. They're more efficient than the old bulbs, like a text message is more efficient than a carrier pigeon. And they cut down on our energy costs. Because in our own groundbreaking age, we deserve a light bulb that saves us some cash. Saving energy saves you money. Learn more at EnergySavers.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Energy and the Ad Council.
Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. And hey, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadeSAudi.com. Interesting Eastern Conference battle tonight in Milwaukee. 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Jason Kidd will not play, remains day-to-day with back spasms. Ronnie Brewer will play for the Knicks. Meanwhile, 9-4 Nets travel to 8-6 Boston. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the ACC. And the Yankees are hopeful that they'll have a new deal with Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. That's according to an official with knowledge of negotiations speaking with ESPNNewYork.com. And this ESPN New York Sports Center brought to you by AT&T. The speed of AT&T 4G LTE has you covered. Part of the nation's largest 4G network, AT&T. Rethink possible.
Protect the football. Watch every game at Buffalo Wild Wings. Go to ProtectTheFootball.com to find the location nearest you. Because at Buffalo Wild Wings, it's football the way it should be. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Now, The Herd with Colin Cowherd on ESPN Radio.
And ESPNRadio.com.
Oh, it's The Herd on ESPN Radio. Wherever you may be, however you may be listening, thanks for making us part of your day. Presented by Progressive. All of our guests, including Brian Dawkins, 9-time Pro Bowler, via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline. Simulcast on ESPNU. Brian Dawkins, great dude, will be in studio, right? He's in studio today? Great dude. John Calipari, end of the hour. Dwight Freeney, next hour. So here's the deal, is I love football. You know that. And I love NFL football. I talk NFL football probably 75, 80% of my show. And then I talk college football about 20%. I love both. I'll sit on Saturday night and watch 10 games and on the NFL. I mean, this is my job. So I always tell my wife that. Are you watching football again? Yes, Snookums. Yes, my little pumpkin pie. That's why Daddy got you a new car. Okay? It's very hard to explain when you're a sportscaster to your wife that having a cocktail and watching the Ravens is work. They never get that. You know, because they grow up with their dad had to go to work. My work is HD TV, little vodka cran, and a Steeler game. It's a nice life. I must admit, it is. So I like football, and I watch football. The problem when you watch football, sometimes I've got to watch crappy football because I got to talk about stuff. So there's a story, and this happens about every 2 or 3 years. Football coaches, race. Just happens. Now, let's just lay it out first. The Rooney rule in the NFL, makes NFL teams have to, and they should anyway, but interview minority candidates. I think it's good. I agree with it. Is because we're all creatures of habit. And, you know, I was saying this to the staff this morning, is that if you owned a business, you would hire who you know and who you trust. And if you were Asian, many of your friends would be Asian. You would hire Asian friends. So I think it's important that we look out of our 20-year social circle. We look outside for opportunities. I think that's very important. I like the Rooney Rule. I think it serves a real purpose. And for years, I do believe there was racism everywhere. But I have said this since I took over this show. Football now is such a big business. We're paying college coaches $5 million a year. You get that, right? Joe Pa made $500,000. Guys make 10 times that. Bear Bryant made $150,000, maybe $250,000. Nick Saban calls that April. Okay, there's too much money. Nobody cares. Can you motivate players? You're my coach. Now, I'm not saying racism isn't part of our culture. But football has become so enormously profitable that I think it's all about the green. That's the color that matters in college or pro football. And I would also argue this. In the last 15 years, maybe 10 in the National Football League, there have only been 2 great job openings. Now, what do you mean, Colin? Well, there's a lot of bad open jobs. Kansas City's not a great job. I mean, it's an NFL job, but it's not a great job. San Diego is seen as the best available NFL job. Why? Because they have a quarterback, Phillip Rivers. So the better quarterback you inherit in this league, let's be honest, the better the job it is. There's no getting over that. If you inherit a Pro Bowl quarterback potentially or a B quarterback, that's a better job than inheriting Nick Foles, even if the Eagles historically are better than San Diego. Who's the quarterback? Peter King said that yesterday on our show. San Diego's the best job. They got a quarterback. So in the last 10 years in this league, the two best job openings have been the Steelers inheriting Big Ben and the Colts inheriting Peyton Manning. Both went to African Americans. Tony Dungy had just been fired and got that job. Mike Tomlin never been a head coach and got that job. So in the last 10 years in the National Football League, there have been two Mercedes-Benz job openings. Two. Both went to African American coaches. By the way, both great coaches. Both fantastic. And I applaud both the Steelers and the Colts for hiring those coaches. I'm not saying it was wrong. It was right. But whenever I hear coaches, racism, we never consider the money in football. Green's the number one color of interest. Secondly, African-American coaches are getting opportunities. Let's look at college. Carl Durrell, a position coach, got the UCLA football job. Carl, one of the all-time great guys. Good dude. I think he's a good football coach. Maybe not a head coach, good coach. Lacked any head coaching experience. In fact, the running joke for the first year was he didn't know where to stand on the sidelines. He'd never been the head coach, even in high school. But he got a UCLA job, ultimately fired, good dude. John Embry got fired at Colorado after only 2 years. Must be racism. Let's go back to my opening rant, how I have to watch crappy football. I saw Colorado play 3 times this year. Folks, it is the worst Division I football program in a major conference I've ever seen. The 3 times I watched Colorado play, the other team pulled starters midway through the second quarter. USC Oregon pulled starters second quarter. Oregon scored 70, could have scored 140. USC could have scored 90. Colorado didn't lose games. People felt sorry for them. They lost games by 50 with teams pulling starters. Well, Colin, Dan Hawkins, he got 5 years. I do believe he got 1 year too many. But Dan Hawkins came to Colorado with a 53-11 record and showed growth the first 2 years. Even in the third year when they went from 6 wins to 5, I went and looked up the scores because I remember the year. I think they had a quarterback injury. In that year, they were losing games 24-17, 40-31, 30-17, shootouts. Competitive, but losing. Colorado wasn't even reasonably competitive. They were atrocious. And they were actually worse the second year than the first year. Many would say he played more young players. Okay, I don't know John Embry. But the 3 previous years, he was a tight end coach. And on any coaching staff of 12 coaches, tight end coach is probably 11th in importance. Forget offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, D-line coach, O-line coach, the tight end coach. So it was a roll of the dice to begin with. 2 years in, we're getting worse, not competitive. Yes, Dan Hawkins got an extra year at Colorado that he didn't deserve, but there was momentum at some point. He had a history as a head coach of building an empire. So I am not, would I have given John Embry, and remember, college football is the only sport that makes money on a college campus. Would I have given him a third year? I don't know. I would not have given Dan Hawkins 5. I would have stopped him at 4. But if you want to talk race, David Cutcliffe was at Ole Miss 7 years in the toughest college football conference. 6 of 7, he had a winning record. At Ole Miss, fired after a 7-5 year. At Ole Miss, not a peep. When after 2 years in a sport that you have to bring people into the stadium because it's the only sport on a campus that makes any money, Colorado football at the end of this year is hopeless. Nobody's going to the games. It's also a psychological move. Anytime any of you guys have ever been in a relationship and it went south, the very next relationship, you don't give her as much time. After Hawkins, they were very sensitive to the direction of their program. 2 years in, it was a mess. Now, I think John probably gets another job doing something somewhere, coordinator, whatever. Chris Fowler talked about it. I get it. In this era where you've got to have momentum, where it's the only sport that makes money, if after 2 years you are hopeless and going backwards, I get teams making moves.
I don't think racism had anything to do with John Embry's firing. Zero. There are many other reasons. I know the people involved. Those are ugly charges. I don't believe they're true. 4-21, losing by the margin they've lost, being so completely outclassed on both sides of the ball, sort of speaks for itself.
Chris Fowler on the Ivan Maisel podcast on ESPN's PodCenter. Is Colorado clueless? Is their athletic director incompetent? Make those charges. But the R word is a really, really powerful word. And I think psychology, financial reasons, there's a lot of reasons after 2 years. And I think the R word is too harsh. I think R should stand for reality of college football. You got to get people into games because everything else on your campus hemorrhages money, and they're hopeless. Brian Dawkins, NFL Talk next. The Herd.
If you needed one win to save your team's season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Peyton or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
Come on in.
Is it safe?
Yeah, man. Come on, let's watch the game. Careful when I bring out the snacks, though. No sudden movements.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for 4 to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com. College college football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio, how technology changes the way we watch the NFL.
Just the feeling of kind of information completeness. You know, there's nothing missing.
We eavesdropped on a conversation with a legendary Notre Dame coach, Ara Parsegian.
I was so smart. I've been brilliant in my lifetime in recruiting. With Joe Montana coming up through the ranks, I retired.
E60 brought us a tragic on-field injury that required leg amputation but didn't end Jacob Rainey's football career.
What made you think you could do this?
Kind of want to set a new standard for people with amputations, I guess.
We learned that no matter what the Panthers' struggles are on the field, Greg Olsen knows what truly matters in life.
If you focus on the negative, you'll just drag down. The negative will never change.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
The Lakers hire Mike D'Antoni as their new head coach.
Immediate reaction poured in to Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPNLA.com's Ramona Shelburne.
The Lakers chose Mike D'Antoni over Phil Jackson.
NBA insider Chris Broussard.
If Phil Jackson wants to coach, you have to go with him.
ESPN New York's Stephen A. Smith.
If you're talking about winning championships, there's a reason there is 0 on his resume as an NBA head coach.
Breaking news.
Immediate reaction.
This is Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely 0 due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. 0 down, 0 first month payments, and 0 bank fees. Absolutely 0 due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Coming up in the herd. How can any team build a consistent winner year in and year out? We discuss with Kentucky head coach John Calipari via the Subway Fresh Take Hotline at 11:45 Eastern, 8:45 Pacific. In the herd.
All right, my guy Brian Dawkins stopping by, 9 Pro Bowls, lives out in Colorado. We were just talking John Embry. You made up a great point. You said it's the perfect storm. The Pac-12's getting better. He's rebuilding. And with the new BCS, everybody wants to not just win, but win by a bunch of points. John Embry's a good dude, but in this day and age in college football, you got to blow everybody out.
Yes, and that's the culture right now. The teams that you're supposed to beat, you have to beat by a huge margin in order for you to continue to climb in the rankings.
So he's rebuilding.
Yes.
The Pac-12 had its best year in a decade, and it's the era of the blowout.
Yeah.
All right, you're also in Denver, and you see Peyton Manning, and I'm watching that team. Every week they're better. Now, last week they kind of struggled. What are you hearing from that Bronco locker room about young players? It feels like I'm watching a team like circle Peyton Manning. What are the players saying?
The confidence level. The confidence when you have a quarterback like Peyton doing what he does and has done for so many years, it brings a certain aura about it. Even before the season, the smiles on the guys' faces before the season of the anticipation of what was going to happen was tremendous. And now you're seeing guys stepping up, making play after play on the defensive side of the ball. You're seeing the receivers that a lot of people didn't understand the talent. I said this before the season. You don't understand the talent that the receivers have on this at the Broncos. And so now you having Peyton connecting with the receivers. They're on the same page now. Oh, and by the way, the guy that a lot of people thought was retired and was done in the slot, Stokely, working that slot, he's back now doing his thing. So you have a lot of things working in the right direction and going in the right direction.
Hey, what do you make of this Adderall thing? We got Seattle Seahawks corners. Adderall is basically what college kids use during finals week. People say if you grind it up and snort it, it's got almost an energy quality, a speed quality. Have you heard about it? Do you know about it?
I've heard about it, but I didn't know it was as rampant as it is. And looking at it and looking at some of the articles that have been out of college kids taking it and some of the guys in the NFL probably taking it, I guess it just makes you dial in and be able to focus on another level.
That's right.
And, it's something obviously that the league doesn't want to happen for you to focus in and dial into another level.
Well, people say if you grind it up and snort it, it can be like speed. So it gives you that.
Well, if that's the case, now you definitely don't want to take it.
So I don't know much I don't do drugs. I do Mountain Dew about twice a day. Ramps me up. Okay, the Niners, Jim Harbaugh's kind of screwing with people. Now, I love Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I don't go to the dentist and think I know more about dentistry. I don't argue with Jim Harbaugh about quarterbacks. He was one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he knows them. He recruited Andrew Luck. In the end, is it possible, though? You've been in these locker rooms, Brian. Could it divide the locker room?
I mean, you can always have a case that it could. The thing that I would say in this situation is that because you have two good quarterbacks, not only good quarterbacks, good guys, that it doesn't seem to me that either one of these guys are spiteful. Like they'll try to have a conversation on the side with about 2 or 3 receivers. Man, if I was in, this is what I would do.
And that happens in the league, by the way.
Yes, it does. And it seems to me that neither one of these guys are that way. So that tells me that this thing will continue to work and play itself out in a way that letting Harbaugh make the decisions he's making late and them still winning football.
Let's be honest. Kaepernick looks nice.
Yes, he does.
Listen,
yeah.
My eyeballs tell me Kaepernick's the dude.
Yeah.
Big, strong, runs. You see that audible in the red zone?
Mm-hmm.
What do your eyeballs tell you?
My eyeballs tell me that he has a tremendous upside.
That Alex doesn't.
And Alex is what he is at this point.
Yeah.
He's a solid guy. He's not going to turn the ball over.
That's right.
And so at this point, you have to make a decision for yourself. And this is Harbaugh. He has to make the decision. Do I go with the upside? And I don't know the negative side of things as well. Or do I go with the known commodity? And for me right now, just being honest with you, I'm going to go with the known commodity. I'm going to give Kaepernick more reps and packages with him.
Man, you lack courage.
Yeah. Well, I would rather go with the known that got me to where I got last year.
What kind of conservative mindset is that, Brian Dawkins? Man, look at you. Old school. I'm going Kaepernick, you go Alex Smith. Yeah. We would divide the locker room. All right, Jason Babin, who I know, chatty guy, talker, Andy Reid cuts him. Do you believe, this is my theory on this,
mm-hmm.
And Babin tends to be a talker. He's a guy, and Andy Reid thought he was yapping in the locker room, turning guys against him. You know, coaches hear stuff, and he said, I'm going to get fired? You're on waivers. Hope the Chiefs pick you up. Is it why that guy?
When I look at that, as soon as I heard it, and I thought about it, the first thing that came to my mind is that the last time that the Philadelphia Eagles let a player go in the midst of a losing season, when you need everybody available right now. You need all hands on deck. You need your best players on the football field. And they let somebody go. It was T.O. All right. And so when
there was something going
on in the locker room. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. But all I can say is you don't allow a guy with that much talent to go when you need him on deck right now.
By the way, here's what Jason Babin said when it's a really, really interesting bite. Play the bite of Babin. He got released, and basically Andy Reid called him. And, John, play the cut of that if we could. This is Jason Babin, cut, and he gets a phone call from Andy Reid.
One, anytime you see, Andy Reid come across your caller ID, it's probably not a good thing. But, two, it was all I could do was I laughed. I was like, all right, coach, if that's what you got to do. It was just, I don't know, caught me off guard.
I think it's a locker room thing. Because Jason's very media friendly. I mean, Jason's going to go to the media after he's done, right? I mean, that's what he'll probably, good-looking guy. Guys who talk off the air, they talk in the locker room.
Right. It surprised me, obviously, that he was let go, but it surprised me even more to hear him say that I laughed or I had anything funny to think about when he's talking about the things that were going on. Me being released. If I'm being released from somewhere, that's telling me something, first of all. And it's nothing funny about me leaving my team and they're struggling.
You'd have been ticked off.
And I would have been hot. But obviously different different people, different personality. But for me, in that situation, you let me go in my locker. I mean, the team is losing, we're embarrassed, and I'm trying to help us win. I'm hot about it. I'm coach. What's going on? I need to know more information about that. So
maybe Babbitt. Well, you make a point. Maybe Babbitt already mailed it in. Yeah. Maybe emotionally he checked out.
Could be.
I mean, maybe that's why it didn't bother him.
Could be.
Great seeing you, man.
All right.
Nice. Wearing lavender. That's what players wear. You made me notice, John, what I'm wearing. Lavender. Yeah, thanks. Coming up next, it's a lot better job than anybody is giving it credit for. It's the Herd.
If you needed one win to save your team season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Peyton or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now, the executive who oversaw Apple's new Maps app has been shown the exit ramp. A top Apple executive reported to have fired Richard Williamson after widespread criticism of the app. Apple recently issued a rare apology for mapping problems after the company replaced Google Maps with its own version. The new service had mislabeled streets, misleading driving directions, missing images, and incorrect addresses. Worries about the fiscal cliff appear to be why Wall Street stocks are lower. The market reaction to an apparent lack of progress in Congress aimed at avoiding tax and budget problems. Futures fell before the market opened and stock averages were down yesterday. Interest rates still very low, 1.61% for the 10-year Treasury. It'll almost certainly take several weeks for the retail industry to be sure if it can celebrate a rise in holiday sales. One firm that tracks spending says sales rose during the 4-day holiday Thanksgiving weekend by less than 3%. Richard Davies, ABC News.
Hey, Golick, what if I said the birth of your child is no excuse to miss a game?
Couldn't disagree more. I think it's idiotic, almost bordering on that, to make a statement like that, to say that should overtake any other thing in your life. I think it's a ridiculous statement to make.
Why?
Why? Because it's family. I mean, this is the birth of your kid, birth, death, funeral, whatever. I mean, your family is first. Your family is first.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Sports news happens fast.
Seattle's Richard Sherman facing a 4-game suspension along with fellow corner Brandon Browner for violating the NFL's policy on performance enhancers.
Gene Chizik fired less than 24 hours after the Tigers suffered their second worst Iron Bowl loss ever.
When you need the latest scores, updates, or breaking news, turn to Sports Center on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Rocco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Bobby Van's Steakhouse and Bobby Van's Grill. Two great restaurants located in the heart of the financial district at 25 Broad Street. The smartest investment on Wall Street is Bobby Van's, also online at BobbyVans.com. Interesting Eastern Conference matchup tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip right here on ESPN New York. Mike Woodson joining Stephen A. Smith and me yesterday, updating us on the injuries to Ronnie Brewer and Jason Kidd.
Ronnie will play. Jason is still day-to-day. Ronnie will just tape his. He didn't break anything. He just dislocated it. So he'll tape it up, and he'll be ready to play in Milwaukee. But Jason is day-to-day.
Jason Kidd will miss tonight's game in Milwaukee day-to-day with those back spasms. The 9-4 Nets, meanwhile, are at 8-6 Boston. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the sixth former Big East school to leave for the ACC. Yankees are hopeful that they'll have a new deal with Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. That, according to an official with knowledge of the negotiations, speaking with ESPNNewYork.com. Sources also saying the Yankees and catcher Russell Martin are far apart on a new deal, despite Martin being the Yankees' first choice at catcher. The Herd rolls on ESPN New York.
Nissan Heisman House is a collection of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote. Coming up in the Herd, what has made the Colts the most surprising NFL team this season? We discuss with Colts linebacker Dwight Freeney via the Subway Fresh Take hotline at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 Pacific. In the Herd.
Yeah, we were talking about Powerball today is $500 million plus, so I'm going to go buy some lottery tickets. I don't know why, not a chance in hell, but we were talking about does obviously it changes your life, but even if you were an undisciplined, unfocused, undriven guy with $500 million, I mean, it's you got to find passions in life. If you're an unfocused, unambitious loser, you can have $500 million, you're still a loser. I mean, money makes you rich. It doesn't necessarily make you happy, although a certain level makes you comfortable, which makes you happy. But in the end, you got to find passions in life. So, I'm not going to quit my job because I like radio. I like what I do. I'm one of the lucky guys. I found a career I like, and so I'm going to do it. I don't think if you like acting or you like making wine or whatever it is, if you got to find passions in life, no matter whatever the money is. A lot of guys making $40,000 a year, but they love making widgets or whittles or what do you do? Whittle, knife, wood, whittle. If you love it, you're whittling, then just whittle. I had a little trouble with that word. Hey, is this mic working? So we got into this thing this morning with my greedy staff, and I said, the truth is, guys, even $1 million would change your life. And each one of them's like you're out of your mind. It wouldn't change your life. So first of all, let's just give Vince 10 seconds. Vince, who apparently, doesn't need $1 million. He's rolling in cabbage. So you say $1 million doesn't change your life.
Says the man who makes many $1 million.
No, whoa.
You're improving. You're not changing. You still have to go to work the next day.
Okay, what about you, Rob Kelly?
I agree with Vince. You're not changing your entire life because you get $1 million.
Okay, so let me ask you this. John, what is your opinion?
Well, I agree with them because, like I said, I have a car now. I would buy a better one, obviously, but I still have a car. I would still live in a home. It's not massively life-altering.
See, here's the thing. You guys equate, I don't have to work anymore, with a better life. That's not a better life. We're men. We're made to work. We run into buildings when they're on fire. That's who we are. We're savers. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. That's who we are. We're guys. We put our life at risk to save the citizens of New York. We sway between buildings. You guys are equating your life's better if you don't work. Here, let's go to the numbers right now. Let me ask you this. Okay, you win $1 million. So let's say it's $630,000 after taxes. Okay, $30,000 to pay off your credit card debt. You're down to $600,000. You buy a new car. Probably 30. I'll put 50,000. So now you're down at 550,000. How about 200,000 for a new house? I don't think everybody would buy a new house, but you guys are apparently upscale, greedy mongers, so you would. So 200,000. Now you're down to $350,000. So you have no debt, massive reduction in stress. New car, for a lot of people, reduction in stress. You have a beautiful new house, which you can be proud of. You could have paid cash, depending on the neighborhood. Now you have $350,000. You put $250,000 in investments. You're 39, 49 years old. You don't touch that thing for 30 years when you're retired. It's $1 million. That wouldn't reduce your stress. And you can also have 100 left to start a new business with your wife. You don't have a boss anymore. You start a flower shop.
But then after you start the business, you're broke because you just spent your last $100,000.
No, you have $250,000 in the bank. In fact, we'll make that $200,000 in the bank in investments. $50,000, put it in cash. Cash reserves at your local bank.
And when those investments are gone in 2 years, considering the market.
Yeah, what happens when the market crashes?
You're talking about reducing stress, but by the way, I just bought a new business. That's not stressful. I'm running a store now.
God, do you just want to sit on your couch and eat Doritos? Is that happiness?
You literally just put John in an ownership position. That's such a bad move.
That would be life-changing for his employees.
God. Oh, John, you've got a new business. That means you have to get off the couch.
Yeah, if you're making me own my business, I guess my life would be altered, but I don't want that. I want to sit on my couch, play a round of golf every now and again.
We propose a social experiment where you peel off a few million that you have in your wallet and let us give it a try.
God, give each of us $1 million and see what we do with it.
How in the world do you think no debt, new house, own business, pay your kids' education? For America, that changes your life. You guys equate life changing to
where did this owning business thing come from? I have to buy a business now if I get that money?
Oh, God, I'd hate to have you have to work, John. Hey, everybody.
That's just transferring stress. That's taking this stress and moving it to this stress.
All right. John Gruden doesn't have any stress. He goes on Monday Night Football, makes a fortune. He's a very good broadcaster. There are rumors that he's going to be the next coach of the Tennessee Volunteers. He was on Mike and Mike, asked if there's any truth to those rumors.
No, there isn't. I should probably tell my wife that because it does involve her and my kids. But no, there's no truth to that. I'm just excited about Monday Night Football and getting ready for the Giants and the Redskins. I really don't have time to get into all that stuff. I like what I'm doing. I'm just trying to hang on to the job I have, to be honest with you. So let's leave it at that.
Let me just say this. Some jobs we know are great. Other jobs we're not sure. Tennessee football is a great job. This morning I went down to name the top 10 jobs in college football. Money and commitment's the most important thing. Is your university well-heeled, and are they all in for football? Number 2, does your state or a neighboring state have 40, 50 kids annually, high school football players that can play at the next level? Wisconsin, Oregon, Virginia Tech, West Virginia, good programs, but they do it because of one booster or one great coach. But the top 8 jobs in college football, the way I looked at it, USC, Texas, Florida, Ohio State, Michigan, LSU, Bama, Georgia, I'd put Tennessee 9. Sorry, I would. People say, what about Clemson? You got to battle South Carolina right down the street, and South Carolina doesn't give you a ton of high school football players. Gives you some, but, I mean, to me, Tennessee's the 9th best job, 8th, 9th best job in college football. That's a really good job, if you ask me. 1-888-SAY-ESPN, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Plug Snapshot into your car. Good driving could save you up to 30% with Progressive. Visit progressive.com/snapshot. By the way, what is the best coaching job, the best football coaching job in the country right now? You know what I think it is? I think it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. You have an organization that never fires anybody, gives you total respect, and lets you make all the decisions. You have a great culture. You have a loyal fan base. They're loyal, but they're not ridiculously unhinged. Like Bill Cowher had back-to-back-to-back losing seasons, or at least back-to-back, and, you know, you're still allowed to coach there. It's not crazy Personville. I think Pittsburgh Steelers, I'll tell you another job that even though you got a lot of press and a lot of stress, New York Giants is a really good football job. The media wanted Tom Coughlin out. The New York Giants said, not interested in your opinion. That is a great company. You know, now the Giants do have a press conference in 45 minutes. They may be firing Coughlin because his job is up. Every time he loses 2 of 3 games, he's about to be fired. But to me, Pittsburgh Steelers is about as good a job in America as there is. John Calipari, always entertaining basketball coach at the University of Kentucky. Kentucky Notre Dame, tomorrow, 7 Eastern, ESPN2. Coach Cal joins us next. Meetings are an essential way to work. We need them. You share ideas and problem solve. You know, develop creative solutions to overcome stuff. But if you're spread out all over the country, it makes it tough to get together. Unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. Collaborate online. And it doesn't matter where you're located. I've used this. You share the same screen. HD screen. Say, built-in HD video conferencing. So you're in Albany, I'm in San Diego, you're in Clovis, New Mexico, and I'm in Minneapolis. We're all watching each other. Easy to launch, easy to join, even from an iPad. Yeah, from an iPad. You can go to meeting with HD Faces. If you're traveling to meet clients and colleagues, and you think it's expensive and exhausting, well, that's because it is. Try GoToMeeting. Free for a month, 30 days. Visit GoToMeeting.com. Click the Try It Free button. Use the promo code Colin. Remember, use the promo code Colin, C-O-L-I-N. Go to meeting. Meeting is believing. Coach Cal next.
A lost Sunday to the Cardinals would ensure a second straight non-winning season for the New York Jets. Something that hasn't happened since Rich Kotite was running things. Would that scenario mean Rex's job? Stephen A. and Rucco debated at 1 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
Do you ever want to tell Greeny to just shut up? Or make sure Colin knows that baseball fans aren't all nerds? Or perhaps think SVP and Ryan have Boston sports fans all wrong? Make sure your voice is heard with ESPN Radio's all-new Fan Feedback, brought to you by 1-800-Flowers.com. Fan Feedback allows you to engage with our hosts about whatever's on your mind via email, Twitter, Facebook, and text. Go to ESPNradio.com and look for the 1-800-Flowers.com Fan Feedback link to engage with your favorite hosts. And remember to visit 1-800-Flowers.com/ESPN to discover exclusive offers for ESPN Radio listeners. 1-800-Flowers.com is the preferred floral provider of ESPN Radio.
It's Mike and Bears quarterback Jay Cutler.
My wife is a crazy Bears fan, so I'm speaking for her. If you throw a pick this weekend, get out of the way.
Don't be a ball player.
Get out of the way.
Just fall down is what you're saying.
Yes, don't do it. Run to the sideline. Actually, you realize the sideline.
You got my back in the backlash, and what happened?
Yes, I promise you I will. That was the right thing to do.
That's just what you want, Jay, is Greeny to have your back.
Yeah. By the way.
Exactly.
It's Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Player subject to change.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
Are you tired of commuting to a job that makes someone else rich? Do you hate spending hundreds of dollars every week on daycare with your children being raised by someone else? With our free information, you can lead a less stressful life, work from home, and start earning money as soon as next week.
I
was about to be laid off from a company that was going bankrupt. On top of that, I wanted my kids to have mommy care, not daycare. My first month, I made $1,000 part-time. After 90 days, I was home with my children. And for the past 7 years, I've been here for my 3 little girls. I love this business.
Go to freedom105.com. Get out of the rat race and start earning great money as soon as next week.
I was skeptical. However, I had to get out of corporate America. Both me and my wife were able to quit our jobs and now make over $10,000 a month from home.
Go to freedom105.com right now and change your life today. That's freedom105.com. freedom105.com and start earning great money as soon as next week.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face to face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting.
Getting chewed out by
so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstopwrecks.org.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance.
John Calipari in Kentucky. Those Kentucky All Access shows on ESPN are awesome. 7 o'clock Eastern on ESPN2 tomorrow, Kentucky at Notre Dame. All right, Coach, with most teams in college basketball, I watch the early games to see how they're doing. I want to watch the Maui Invitational. With Kentucky and your team, I'll check in 30 days because it's all freshmen out there. Am I wrong, or do I need to watch, you got one senior starter, these early games at all?
I hate to say this, but you're intelligent, and that's really a stretch for me to say that to you. But, here's what I would tell you. You have a lot of pro scouts coming to watch my team now for one reason. They want to come back in 30 days to see where they are then. So what happens is, I'm starting a senior, but he wasn't here last year. The sophomore that I'm starting played 11 minutes a game last year. So this team now, I will tell you, my team is getting better by the day. Yet, we've got to go to Notre Dame here on a road game, and I have absolutely no idea when we get on the road how they'll respond. None. I mean, I literally we could go and absolutely flop, or we could go and really be challenged by it and play well. I really have no idea.
You know, I find it interesting. I look at your roster. Kentucky, Kansas, Arkansas, Georgia, New Jersey, Mass, Indiana, Tennessee, Oregon. These are all alpha males. They all dominated at their previous high schools. Do you ever have a locker room where they all get along? I mean, obviously last year was very special, but do you really going into a season think, I can take all these personalities and they're going to get along? Is it even possible these days?
Yeah, they got no choice coming here, and they know it through the recruiting process. If you want it to be about you, go somewhere else. When Anthony Davis took the 5th most shots on my team, and Michael Gilchrist took the 4th most shots on my team, and both of them are going in the NBA 1 and 2 and performing like they should have been 1 and 2 in the NBA draft, you can't say anything. So if that's what you're worried about, 30 shots, you don't come here. The second thing, Kyle Wilshire said last year's team was the best team he'd ever played on as far as getting along. And then this year he told me this team may be closer than last year's team. So, I mean, they know. Here's what happens. When you're up against it and you're in the foxhole and the bullets are flying and bazookas are going over your head, you know you can't do it alone, and you need teammates, especially when my freshmen play. Like right now, our 4 freshmen, I don't know if any other freshmen are playing better than any of the 4, my 4. But you got to play, and you got to perform. But I'm not quite good enough. Well, you are if you rely on your teammates. If you try to do this yourself, you're not good enough. But together, you're all good enough. So that's kind of how we do it.
Number 8, Kentucky's at Notre Dame on Thursday, 7 o'clock ESPN2 for the SEC Big East Challenge. I've watched the All Access Kentucky stuff. I love it. I think there's value. I think if I'm an 18-year-old, I watch it and think, I like that whole family thing. He expects a lot. Calipari doesn't sugarcoat stuff. I really enjoy it. Is it ever, though, Coach, tedious? Do you ever weigh, God, do I want cameras around me all the time?
Well, we stopped it. They're not there anymore. But you know what I'm thinking about? I may bring them back later in the year so they could see that I coach a little different later because the team becomes empowered, that it becomes the players' team, but nothing changes. It's a players-first program. So I think I'm going to tell ESPN, because they've said to me, can we come back later? I may tell them, yes, come on back. And you can watch what we're doing and be a part of it. I'm not embarrassed about my players, how they act, how they're here as college students, except they have a genius about them. Now, that genius may not be in the medical field or the engineering field or the computer field. Their genius is in the basketball field. So maybe they leave after a year or two to chase their dreams, a la Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and we can go on and on and on. The others that chase their genius while staying in school 1 or 2 years, Tiger Woods. So that's what they see, but they're college students here. They also see I'm not afraid to coach them, that we don't roll out balls here. That's what people say. And the other thing they're said, well, he only takes guys that are one and done. That's a bunch of crap. It's not true. We develop young people. When the season's over, they have choices to make. They make them. But during the season, we're worried about being a good college basketball team. That's it.
John Calipari, the only thing about your program I'm not sure about, I don't think your senior night is as good as it could be. But, guys don't – your senior night's really weak at Kentucky, John. That's the only shot I'm going to take at you.
Hey, how about this one? Last year, 3.2 grade point average with 9 players over a B average last year. The players that were drafted, 4 of the 6 were B average students. This year, it looks as though we may have a better term this year. So, it's not at the expense of academics. It's genius in certain people who are chasing their dreams, and our goals are to help them foster that. And if after 1, 2, or 3 or 4 years they can go on and chase their dreams. Look, there was a great story out about our players, how they get involved in this community. And a guy like John Wall, even though he was here 1 year, he met with a kid, cystic fibrosis, flew him to Washington to watch him play a game. Nerlens Noel had gotten close to the same kid. This is about connecting, being socially involved, understanding fame is fleeting, use it for others. It's not just a basketball thing here. Now, they say it because it's driving people crazy. Crazy! You can't do it. You're ruining the college. I'm doing right by young people. That's all I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
How can I help these young people?
Yeah, listen, you and I agree on this. I have said this before. I don't understand the criticisms. If you go to Northern California, it's full of young people who dropped out of college to pursue their dreams in technology. Hollywood is filled full of actors and actresses who don't have the degree. They went to college for a year or a ballet school. It's the America we should embrace, not run from. John, good talking to you again. Go get them.
Thanks, Colin.
John Calipari, Notre Dame, Kentucky, Thursday, 7 Eastern, ESPN2. Get your hands on Subway steak melt today, like the tender, juicy steak and bacon melt. It's really funny on Coach Cal. I've said this before, is that, I try to be open-minded, and I wasn't initially a Coach Cal guy. But a couple of years ago, I really sat down and I said, he's getting criticized for being progressive. And we laud Bobby Knight. I don't like the one and done. It's just bad business. Coach Kell, this is a business. He's progressive enough to get it. And, all this one and done negativity stuff, Hollywood is filled with people chasing dreams. So is Northern California. Sports is entertainment. Hollywood's entertainment. You need a law degree to practice law. You don't need a basketball degree. If you have great talent, go pursue it. You don't necessarily need a degree to be at Apple or Google. You do to be a doctor or a lawyer or a pilot. But in those fields that you don't, they don't require degrees to work. If you're talented, exponentially talented early in life, Go chase your dreams. Good for you. You found a skill. Polish it. Get better. Be great. Last hour, Dwight Freeney around the corner.
Here's what's trending now in New York. The Knicks take on the Bucks tonight. Have they come back to earth, or are they just fatigued? And the Mets are trying to lock up David Wright, while the Yankees hope to get another year out of Mariano Rivera and Andy Pettitte. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
Mike and Lowe's want to give you a chance to improve your fantasy team. Visit ESPNradio.com each week to vote which player will earn the most fantasy points. Plus, find out how you could win in the Mike and Mike's Fantasy Team Builder Sweepstakes. One lucky grand prize winner will receive a trip for four to their choice of Chicago or L.A. to join the experts next August at an ESPN Fantasy Football Draft Party. Thanks to Lowe's, never stop improving. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to legal U.S. residents 21 and older. Sweepstakes ends December 30th. Official rules at ESPNradio.com.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive wings Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
It's Mike and the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
You've made so many changes. You've done so many things to try and make the game safer, some of which have led to my partner here yelling and screaming that you're going too far. And yet, in a given week, you see quarterbacks Cutler and Smith and Vick and Roethlisberger going down. How do you gauge success with regard to player safety?
Well, Mike, I think the big thing is, what we see is progress. The changes that we're making are effective, but we're not declaring victory. There's still work to be done. We still have to make changes in our game, whether it's rules or equipment, but the awareness has never been higher. What we saw this past weekend, as unfortunate it is having those injuries, they represented progress because those players left the game. They did not return to play. They're getting the proper care. Just maybe a few years ago, that wouldn't have even occurred. And I think that's what we're focusing on. How do we continue to make progress in this area? And there's no simple answer to a complex problem.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play.
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three. Throws it down.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
Are you ready for kids who eat healthy? Good nutrition can lead to great things. To find out how a healthy lifestyle can help your child succeed, go to mypyramid.gov. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and USDA.
Now time for an ESPN New York Sports Center. The Knicks have dropped 3 of their last 4. They're going to be in Milwaukee tonight to take on the Bucks to try to get off the schneid after their overtime loss to the Nets on Monday. And just like Monday, they will play this game without Jason Kidd. He was out Monday because of back spasms and did not make the trip to Milwaukee. Knicks Bucks right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Coverage will get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see all the action on MSG Television. The Nets also 9-4 to start the season. They'll try to see if they can't win another one tonight. They will take on Boston in Boston. That game will tip off at 7:30. College basketball tonight. Columbia will be at LIU. Brooklyn, Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU will be at St. Peter's. Princeton travels to Wagner, while Cornell will play host to Stony Brook. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
All right, there's no inside information right now on this. Mostly guys are just guessing. But here's what I do know. The Mets need David Wright a whole lot more than he needs them at this stage of the game. But think about this. David Wright, who's one of the smartest and best young guys to ever come through here, has to know he's better off with the Mets probably than somewhere else, and that he's worth way more to the Mets than he's going to be to somebody else. So getting this deal done makes sense for both sides. I think deferred money is a fake issue. I actually don't believe there are any real issues, which is why I believe this is going to get done, whether it happens on our timetable or not.
This is the Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Mike Lupica Show. We come to you each weekday afternoon at noon on ESPN New York 98.7. I am joined, as always, by my pal Don LaGreca. Let's get right to it, Met guy. All right, do you have any real concerns that these two sides are not going to work it out and come to an agreement that keeps David Wright at Citi Field for the rest of his career?
I really no, unless you don't think that David Wright was telling the truth a while back. I mean, he wanted more money than Zimmerman. He's going to get more money than Zimmerman. This is going to make him the highest-paid third baseman outside of Alex Rodriguez. So
I love watching. Go ahead.
If he's true to his word, then I think the Mets have stepped up and given him a contract that he should be able to agree to.
They're going to give him a classic free agent contract because, again, they need him. They want him to be the face of the franchise. If Bobby Valentine once said, if you got your best player is a good guy, it filters down through the rest. Remember, we talked about that a lot, Donnie. It filters down through the rest of the roster. So he's supposed to say, but I love watching. First it was 6 years, then it was 7 years. It was $100 million, then it was $140 million. Then it's going to be a bit. Everybody's guessing here. I think the negotiations are ongoing. And I'll tell you something else. If I'm the Levinson brothers, his agent, coming off what happened to Melky Cabrera, I think I'm going to try to make a deal sooner rather than later.
No, it makes sense, don't you think?
Yeah, and so I really don't believe this is going to be an issue. They need him more than he needs them. But Don, if you think about it logically, how much of a market is there for this kind of money outside of New York for David Wright?
Well, probably not much. Not much at all. Now, if the Yankees had gotten rid of Alex Rodriguez like we thought maybe they would, then it becomes a different story. But no, I think you're right. I think there is very few landing spots for him for that kind of money.
By the way, I know the Yankees say that they're not going to spend and this and that, da-da-da-da-da. I heard that from a Yankee source, Donnie. There's not that many, but I always love to see these stories headlined. Source says Yankees this. I think if we put our heads together most of the time, we can figure out who those sources are. Don't you think so, Don?
Yeah, I would think so.
I believe, and I could be dead wrong about this, I will not be shocked, depending on what happens to the market, to see the Yankees at some point in play for Josh Hamilton. I have no inside knowledge of this. I know that it's not supposed to make economic sense, but if Josh Hamilton is out there, because Josh Hamilton, as everybody knows, has baggage, and I think anybody who gives him more than 3 years is insane. even though the guy has a world of talent, I think that there might be a slightly depressed market for Josh Hamilton before this winter's over, and there's a part of me that always expects the Yankees to get him play for a guy like that.
Well, the only way you think that can happen is if you don't believe the 189. Because I don't think even at a discount they can afford him with the 189 cap that they put on themselves for 2014.
Oh, they're going to sell the team eventually anyway. Don't you think so, Don? Isn't that what you...
Well, it's definitely a new era. I mean, I don't think that this Steinbrenner group is like their dad, and I don't think that they're going to do everything possible to win games, and if it ever becomes lucrative for them, I could see it happening.
We got a really fun show today. Guess who I or else today to get on the show? Take a guess. Who did I or else today to get on the show?
Mike Greenberg?
I did. He will tell you this, but I sent him an email this morning. I said we'd like to have some informed whining on the Jets from you today or else. And he agreed to come on the show. How about that?
That's the wave of the hand you're talking about.
And yesterday, we had we tried to have the reverse wave of the hand. I have not been able to bring the two warring sides together, Harvey Weinstein and Roger Goodell, but that is ongoing. Let's talk about the Knicks for a second, Donnie, because I think we're on the same page on this. Because this is in New York, and we have to feed the beast every news cycle, every day, every hour of every day. This game between the Nets and the Knicks was made out to be so much more than it actually was in the whole grand scheme of things. It's actually kind of funny. Now, let's review what happened the other night in Brooklyn, shall we?
Yeah.
The Knicks lose in overtime. They lose without Jason Kidd. They lose on a day when Raymond Felton has his worst game of the season, a 3-for-19 shooting performance. With all that, they have the ball in their best player's hands in the last 10 seconds with a chance to win. Do they not?
They do.
And they finally lose in overtime, and all of that is supposed to be some seismic shift in basketball in New York City? Is that what I'm supposed to be understanding here?
I mean, some people might have that opinion. I don't share it, but it was still a cool night. It was still something relevant.
Right. It's a cool night, but how much more can we make out of that? Jason Kidd, who even in 20 or 25 minutes has become a huge presence, he doesn't play.
Well, see, that's what makes the conversation interesting. Because in one side, I'm with you. Well, wait a minute. You can't say the Nets are clearly better because of that game because Jason Kidd didn't play. I think if Jason Kidd plays, the Knicks win that game in regulation. But you also have to factor in that Jason Kidd is 39 years old, so part of the evaluation of the team is, will Jason Kidd be ready every night? He's not going to play again tonight. So can you grade the Knicks on what they are based on one of their best players being 39?
No, I think they might lose again tonight in Milwaukee. The Bucks don't stink. By the way, but before we move on to football, let's just take a second here to talk about a pressing concern on the Mike Lupica show. It's nationwide. And that's fantasy football. Would you like to talk about fantasy football for a second?
Not really, no.
Because you're a fantasy football loser, aren't you?
That's right. Well, we're all winners because we tried, but we do have a system in which there's a playoff, I didn't make it.
No. This isn't T-ball. You don't get a trophy for trying.
Oh, no?
You don't. You're not like one of my old little league teams that you get a trophy for good attendance. And so you're a fantasy football loser, are you not?
That's right.
And the commissioner of the league, the producer of this program, Ryan Hurley, he's a fantasy football loser, isn't he?
Yeah, in this league, because I don't even look at the site half the time.
You don't try. So that's your defense is I don't try.
That's my defense. It's my reality. I'm sorry. I did a bad job.
And then, Donnie, did you hear him before the show today saying that he was thinking about changing the rules at this stage of the season to try to shoehorn his pathetic Hurley K team into the playoffs?
After we needed his guidance like 3 weeks ago, and he refused to get involved.
And where was he? He wasn't on that wall, was he?
No, he was under a table.
He was hiding in the locker going, oh, Michael's going to be so mad at me. Okay, so the big matchup, who's the big matchup? Me and Tennis Boy in the first round. But it's not really. But really, it's Zach. It's Zach against Gunling.
And if you do win this thing, and the DVD comes out,
yeah, sure.
There's going to be a chapter about how early in the season You threatened Zach's job, and that was maybe the turning point in winning that championship.
And as late as Sunday night, when I'm at MetLife Stadium with the Lupica boys, I'm sweating it out because who did I play, Andrew? I played Mike and Mike last weekend, did I not?
I believe so. I'd have to look at
it. And they've got Aaron Rodgers, so I need for Rodgers to have that kind of game to beat them. But the fact is, Gunling and I are still standing. And where are Hurley and LaGreca? They're nowhere. They're fantasy football losers.
This makes you feel real good, doesn't it?
It kind of does. Yeah, it does. All right, now let's talk about real football. Or wait. Before we get to real football, let's talk about Jets football. What?
I just love the digs you get in. This little jab.
No. If they do well this weekend, then they can move. All right. How do you think the Jets would do in the BCS?
Not well.
Do you think they could beat Georgia or Alabama?
Oh yeah, they could.
Okay. Donnie, give me your gut reaction after all of the drama of the past week. After the Tebow crack ribs drama, after everything, Rex must go. Even though, as we pointed out yesterday, he's coached in 33% of the AFC Championship games that the Jets have in their glorious history. What is your gut reaction for this Sunday's game at home against the Arizona Cardinals?
I think they win. And
go to 5-7. And by the way, when you put that for all of the drama that we're talking about, Donnie, you look at that 5-7, and you look at how the bottom's falling out of the wild card standings. They're back in play.
I know. That's why I don't think it's going to happen, just because I can't believe they're going to play that consistently. But who's the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals? What do they decide to do? I mean, they threw a kid in there that wasn't clearly ready against St. Louis.
Right.
But Jacksonville's still not, even though their record is awful, they've scored a ton of points. I don't see it happening, but you're right. It has become the NCAA tournament for the Jets. Survive in advance. So that's all it is coming up against Arizona. Win the game, and then you're alive going to Jacksonville, and that's the way it is.
That is it. They're like Rasputin, the Jets sometimes. You can't kill them. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca. Our phone number, 1-800-919-3776. We got our pal Mike Greenberg coming up in about 5 minutes, and at 12:30 today, the quarterback guru of ESPN, Ron Jaworski, to talk about everything going on in this amazing time for quarterbacks in the National Football League.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4, and Jason Kidd will be out again tonight as the Knicks are in Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Will they get back to the win column, or are they hitting a bit of a wall? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
29. I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Who's your high school MVP? Melrose Credit Union and ESPN New York want to honor and reward senior athletes that excel on and off the field. We want to know who you think is the best, the brightest, and most giving high school senior athlete from your community. Between now and December, nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Each month, one MVP finalist is selected and featured on the Stephen A. Smith Show and Ryan Rucco Show. The top MVP wins a $5,000 college scholarship, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Nominate your MVP at ESPNNewYork.com/MVP.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
You gotta wake him up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up. Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning.
On ESPN Radio.
Jamal Charles, about an hour after his Kansas City Chiefs lost again, they're 1-10. After they lost to the Denver Broncos, about an hour afterwards, he approached Peyton Manning, the icon. They saw each other in a hallway somewhere, and he asked Peyton Manning for his autograph. Rich Baldinger, who is one of the Baldinger brothers, all who played football. I think of those, Brad is the best known. But Rich was a former Kansas City Chief, and he was on a television show in Kansas City, and he said he had a real problem with that. He did not like that idea. He wouldn't have done it, and he thought it was unbecoming. And Mike and I went back and forth on this a little bit earlier this morning. I know, CC, you heard part of that conversation, but I want to just give you the floor flat. So, do you have any issue with Jamal Charles asking Peyton Manning for his autograph?
No. I mean, I don't see what people... This is what the problem with fans. Fans always say, well, if I was you... Well, like, it's hard. They don't give the athlete a chance to just be a normal human being. Like, we're just normal. At the end of the day, we're normal. We have great athletic ability, but at the end of the day, we're pretty normal. He's probably a huge fan of Peyton Manning, a lot like myself. I stopped Peyton Manning after a game, and not only, I stopped him right on the field. Got a jersey and everything. Talked to the clubhouse guy, got his jersey, and I still have that today. I cherish that. And I made it a point for me because someone taught me in the NFL, Chris, this is a hard job. You need to enjoy yourself. You need to take advantage of who you are and the access that you have. I have a Brett Favre signed jersey from after the game. I have a Joe Montana. I have a Troy Aikman. I have a Michael Irvin. I have a Warren Sapp helmet. I stopped after the game at a certain point in my career, and I got autographs and I got jerseys.
And people ask you for stuff too, right?
Oh my God, I signed stuff, especially on the road. Or if I went to New York or a place that I didn't travel to a lot, for all the people in the locker room, I would leave, not necessarily my jersey, but I would leave my shoes, my gloves, and that was something I always did when I go to Tampa.
Who are you giving that to in the locker room? Just so I'm curious.
The locker room attendants, I don't, what we call them, like...
the clubhouse kids, whatever they are.
No, they're grown. They're men. They're not kids, though, in the NFL. Yeah,
excuse me, I get my point, but not opposing players.
But no, you would give them...
Yeah, and opposing players have come over, or they made arrangements with their equipment guy to get something from me that they wanted it for a golf tournament, or they personally want.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, the Mike Lupica Show, 1-800-919-3776. Now, Donnie, everybody knows I'm a big fan of Mike Greenberg. He is one of the hosts of the popular Mike and Mike show on radio and television on this network. But sometimes, Donnie, people reinforce negative stereotypes about themselves. So I told you the email, the sweet as you please email that I sent to Mr. Greenberg this morning saying I needed some informed whining about the Jets and to come on my show today or else. The response I get from Mr. Greenberg is what time I need to reschedule my yoga.
Yoga? Was it hot yoga or just regular yoga?
It's just the regular yoga. Believe it or not, Golick does the hot yoga, which is called Bikram yoga, and my wife and I just do the regular yoga. I'm not even sure exactly what the first word in before yoga is. Yeah, we do the yoga, and I must say it does wonders for your flexibility. Don, you might want to consider it.
You know, Mike,
all right.
I would think that if Golick was doing yoga, it would be the word before it would be like Denny's yoga, wouldn't it?
Or Dannon, or something, like frozen yoga, or something like that, with a lot of stuff on it. Well, let me just say it is a pleasure finally to get to be one of the cool kids at the table at lunch, sit with the cool kids with all of you guys, because I'm always listening. My favorite part of the entire day on ESPN New York is whatever it is you say right before the Coldplay music begins, and so it is very exciting finally to get to be one of the cool kids at the table.
Michael, thank you for coming on today, and it really is unfortunate that I had to or else someone that I like as much as you. All right, let's talk about your team, because I know that I don't want to accuse you of overreacting, but you want to blow up the entire Jets organization after what you saw on Thanksgiving night. Isn't that right, Mike?
Well, yes, and not because of what happened on Thursday night. I thought Thursday night just felt like the end of something. And, I read what you wrote on Sunday about Rex.
Yeah.
And up until the last couple of weeks, I have been firmly in the camp of this is a personnel issue, and Rex rises above it. And I do ultimately think that Rex will be back. And I don't even know that I could make a compelling argument that Rex, based upon the full body of now almost 4 seasons of work, deserves to be fired. But I will say, I see things that have gone wrong here that are not just personnel. Now, their single biggest problem is their total lack of personnel on the offensive side of the ball and no depth and really no playmaking. But I don't think it was Mike Tannenbaum's decision, and I don't think it was Woody Johnson's decision to bring Tony Sparano here. And that has been a total disaster.
Yes, I agree.
And regardless of whose decision it was to bring Tim Tebow here, I don't think this would be the first or last time that a coach has been given a player that he didn't necessarily want. You can't do a worse job coming up with a creative way to use Tim Tebow than the New York Jets have done. And not all of that goes on Tony Sparano. Some of it goes on Rex Ryan. In fact, I would say the total lack of attention or understanding of offense that Rex has exhibited the last couple of years has been alarming. And then finally, I just think that we have seen serious cracks in the armor. It's every once in a while it seems to me Rex says, well, why is everyone around here acting so crazy? And the reality is you can't be John Belushi and then wonder why everyone else acts like it's Animal House. So there are quite a few things that I do think go at Rex's doorstep as much as anyone else's. Now, does that mean he deserves to be fired? It probably does not. But for the first time I thought to myself, I'm not 100% sure he should be back.
We're talking to Mike Greenberg, obviously the Mike and Mike Show. Michael, I'm wrong all the time at sports, but one thing I was right about, Sparano, and which I thought was a boneheaded decision for the start, and I was right about Tebow, which made no sense on any level, including the football level. And by the way, Mike, how about this one? This is what we heard at the time. It'll push Mark Sanchez. Well, what it's done is it's pushed him on. Forget about the fiscal cliff. It's pushed him to the Jets cliff. And you're right about Tebow. Yes, what are they going to do when they bring him in on 3rd and 1 in the Wildcat? What Wildcat? What do we think they're going to run on that play? They do everything except hire a skywriter. That's the thing that they had to, Mike. That's the thing they had to keep secret all summer long in Cortland.
No, I agree. You might as well have invited Bill Belichick with a notepad to come watch what they were doing. It's been so totally unimaginative. And I would also say this, that when you trade up and draft a quarterback like Mark Sanchez, and you decide that you are going to now build your franchise around him, you are making a commitment to him. That's another thing that I think ultimately goes on Rex more than anyone else. Can you do a worse job of developing a quarterback than they have done? Now, whether Mark Sanchez was ever destined to be a great player or not, I don't know. But I do know that if you want to develop a young quarterback, you cannot change his receivers every single year, multiple times during the season. You can't change around the offensive line constantly. You can't let the running game consistently deteriorate. You can't get rid of every good running back you have. You have to keep some of them. And you cannot constantly send him mixed messages about his place in the organization and exactly what you want it to be. So while I think the Jets think they have coddled Mark Sanchez. I actually don't know that it hasn't been more the other way. I think they have practically destroyed Mark Sanchez, and I think some of that has to go to the coach as well.
Greeny, let's talk about this philosophy of ground and pound. When they were evaluating this team going into the season, did they overrate their ability to run the football, or do you think they overrated their ability to defend? Because I'm starting to think that he believed it doesn't matter what we do offensively. We're going to have the best defense in football. We're going to shut you down, so the rest doesn't matter. Or did they think that, hey, we're going to run the ball so effectively that Tebow is going to come in here and he's going to do damage? So where do you think they misread it?
Well, both. I think that they thought their defense would be better than it is, and obviously the Revis injury, and that's not an excuse, that's a reason why their defense, one of the reasons why their defense hasn't been as good as they thought it would be, but their defense isn't their problem. If they overrated their running game, then they're the only people on the planet who didn't see this coming. When you don't have good running backs, the only decent running back that you have on your roster is injury-prone and not among the top 15 or 20. I mean, there isn't a team in the NFL that doesn't have a better running back on it than Sean Green. So you have no running backs. You have a mediocre offensive line. You have a passing game that has no legitimate weapons, so teams are going to play 8 men in the box every single time. If they didn't see the fact that they were going to struggle running the ball coming, I don't know who did. I think they wanted to be. I mean, the game against the 49ers, and I know it feels like 10 years ago, is the ultimate humiliation because that was exactly what the Jets thought they were going to be. It's Alex Smith playing a very conservative game manager kind of offense with a great running game, with a quarterback, a change-of-pace quarterback in Colin Kaepernick who's going to come in and make some big plays every now and again, and a big physical smash-you-in-the-face defense. I think that's what Rex Ryan thinks his team is. But if you look at what that team is and you look at what the Jets team is, no two teams could look less alike.
All right, let's shift to college football. What has it been like to sit next to a man who not only is a Notre Dame graduate, but has, and not one son, but 2 sons on the team. And I preface this by saying, even as a BC man, Greeny, you know this, I was on Notre Dame. People kept dismissing them, and I kept watching them play defense every week, and I watched this quarterback get better by the half hour. What's it been like to be with Golic during this run?
In all candor, it has been great. I like giving him the business, and I always say I can't wait till his sons graduate so I can go back to rooting against Notre Dame again, which I have generally done all of my life.
Right.
But, I have sat next to Mike Golic for 13 years, and the truth of the matter, as much as I like to give him a hard time, is that I don't know a more committed. I remember one time you came down, Mike, to do our show in person, and I was saying you had just written a column about taking one of your sons away to college and that it never gets any easier.
God, yeah.
And I lived through that with Mike also, with both of his kids. And Mike is an extremely devoted father, and as a result, I've known both of his boys since they were 10 and 9 years old. So to see them as a family getting this opportunity genuinely is thrilling. Now, the level to which he has taken the already obnoxious "we're Notre Dame and we're better than everyone" thing, the level to which that has gone now is next to impossible. And I don't know that I'll ever make it 41 more days of having to live with this. I'm very happy for them personally and as a family, but my happiness definitely ends right there.
All right, we're under a minute now.
Yeah.
And I know that a guy who does yoga, you can use a reference like Amadeus. And you remember in Amadeus, they just couldn't kill Salieri. Okay?
Yeah.
Everything you said about the Jets, have you completely abandoned hope for the last 5 games?
Well, I mean, hope is yes. I have abandoned hope, which is to suggest that I don't in any way think that they're going to win their last 5 games and make a playoff run, nor do I necessarily think that big picture that would be the best thing for the franchise. Sometimes an owner needs to be forced to do something that he is reluctant to do. And that's in some ways why I thought that total humiliation on national TV on Thanksgiving could wind up being a good thing. Because I don't think the owner wants to make huge changes, and I want him to feel like he has no choice. So if the only way for that to happen is for the thing to continue to implode the last 5 weeks, I'll live with that.
Mike Greenberg, we love having you on. We'll try not to go too long without me having to threaten you to get you back, but thank you for taking a few minutes today, pal.
Namaste.
Mike Greenberg of the Mike and Mike Show. You know what? He says, Donnie, that he doesn't want Rex to go, but I think in his heart he kind of does. Don't you think so?
Well, I think he looks at that Patriot game and the way Giant fans looked at that Herm Edwards game in '78 as an opportunity to just move on. But I don't think he can quite do it just yet, and changes have to come. But scorched earth, I'm just not sure that you can do that now.
Mike Lubick and Don LeGreg of the Mike Lubick Show. Ron Jaworski coming up in about 4 minutes.
A lost Sunday to the Cardinals would ensure a second straight non-winning season for the New York Jets, something that hasn't happened since Rich Kotite was running things. Would that scenario mean Rex's job? Stephen A. and Rucco debated at 1 on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable dealer.
Hi, it's the Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial. Plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com, enter Colin.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Huntington Honda, where the clearance continues. Every vehicle on their lot is clearance price, 0% financing or zero down on every new Honda. Visit HuntingtonHondaCars.com. Well, the Knicks have dropped 3 of their last 4. They hit the road tonight to take on the Milwaukee Bucks, and as they did on Monday, they will play this game without Jason Kidd. He did not make the trip because of back spasms. Coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see the game on MSG Television. The Nets are in action. They'll be in Boston to take on the Celtics for a 7:30 tip. For the first time in a while, the NHL players and owners will get together in New York City at 1 o'clock today to get back to work on trying to find a CBA. This time, however, there's a twist. A mediator is going to sit in on the negotiations as the NHL tries to end the lockout that's been going on since September 15th. College basketball tonight, Columbia at LIU. Brooklyn, Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU at St. Peter's. Princeton on the road versus Wagner, and Cornell plays host to Stony Brook. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, The Mike Lupica Show, 1-800-919-3776. I think it is fair to say that no one who talks about football on television studies the position of quarterback more passionately or intently than our next guest, Ron Jaworski, a Super Bowl quarterback with the Philadelphia Eagles, known far and wide as Jaws. And I'd like to apologize if there was any unfortunate language used in your direction in the parking lot at Bristol on Sunday morning as I tried to threaten you into appearing on this program.
Well, first of all, Mike, Don, great to be with you guys. Yeah, I like threatening language. I played in Philadelphia for 10 years. I know what that means.
I might have called you an expression that begins with the letter S. But anyway, the good news is that you're here. I've got so many questions. We just had Mike Greenberg on, and he was talking, Jaws, about everything he feels that the Jets have done, whether intentionally or unintentionally, to sabotage their young quarterback. Where do you weigh in on that?
Well, I don't think it's been the ideal situation for Mark Sanchez, but, Mike, the one thing, it is never one thing. When you look at the quarterback position, you're affected by everything that happens within your football team, the special teams, the defense, as well as the players you line up and play with. So clearly, we look at the quarterback position, we evaluate that position. That being said, there are so many extraneous elements that affect how you play. And I think Mark has been negatively impacted by so many things that have happened with this Jets team. Poor special teams play, poor defensive play, not getting great field position every time you want to start a drive or where you get the football, inconsistent offensive line play, poor receiver play, down year for Dustin Keller, poor running game. All these things have affected the performance of Mark Sanchez. And clearly, he's not playing as well as he's played in the past. But I look at all those things that have impacted him. Then you throw in the Tim Tebow element, which everyone loves to talk about, and that's just another distraction. But a lot of these things have impacted how Mark Sanchez is playing right now.
Jaws, how about philosophy? It's supposed to be ground and pound, a coach that's more defense than offense, probably all defense and no offense. When you look at their philosophy and what they're doing, is it philosophy or is it out of necessity because of the talent that Rex has?
Guys, that's an antiquated philosophy, and I'm going to give you a real-life example of it. Why? And it's out in San Francisco. Do you know why Colin Kaepernick is playing quarterback and not Alex Smith? Well, we can all speculate. I'm going to tell you why. Because the vertical game is now a part of their offense when Kaepernick is on the field. It is literally impossible in today's NFL to go 12, 13 plays, 80-yard drives. Those days are gone. The defenses are too good. They just don't allow that to happen. So what you have to do, you got to run the football. I know that. That's the tough physical element of the game. But if you cannot generate explosive plays, either by your quarterback's arm, by great design by your offensive coordinator, or simply individual great plays, you cannot win consistently in the NFL. The days of ground and pound are gone. You've got to have an explosive element to your offense.
Talking to our buddy Ron Jaworski, and I got so many questions. Ron, I know this sounds crazy. I was at the Giants-Packers game on Sunday night, and I know that Eli broke Phil's record and all that stuff. He threw 3 touchdown passes. He still didn't look to me like he was throwing the ball the way he was early in the season. What did you see?
Yeah, it's funny. I went through that game yesterday, Mike, and I thought he threw the ball very well. But I think what was really important, what I saw in Eli, was a confidence to make some of those tough stick throws down the field. And I wasn't seeing those in the last few games where I thought he was struggling. I made the statement. I thought he lost some steam on some of his throws deeper down the field and deeper down the sideline. He lost some energy at the end of those throws. I clearly thought he was fresher. I thought there was a little giddy up in his step. And you got to remember, their bye week came very late in the season. And I think overall the team looked a lot fresher from an overall quickness perspective. That quick twitch look back, particularly on the defensive line, I thought as well. And Tom Coughlin has a way to get his team ready to go down the stretch. But I thought Eli was very sharp in the game.
All right, Jaws, I've got a bunch of quick lightning round questions for you.
Lightning round, I like that.
Okay, who do you see coming out of the AFC? Peyton, Brady, Matt Schaub, who?
Oh, man. Yeah, that is about the hardest question I've gotten all week. But you know what? I'm going to go with my guy up in New England. And I got a lot of guys that I really love, but you're starting to see Tom Brady, and not only Tom Brady, the offense, but their defense starting to come together. The Patriots look very strong as this season moves forward.
All right, I'm going to make you. I'm going to give you. I'm going to get you a chance to redraft a couple of young quarterbacks. RG3 or Cam Newton? Which one do you want?
RG3.
Why?
I just think there's a certain element to his game when we look at attributes that are so important as far as not just throwing the football or being able to move with your legs, that mobility we talk about, but how you can command an offense and how you can command a football team. What I see in RG3, some of those attributes are Peyton Manning-like, Drew Brees-like, Tom Brady-like. Wow. He just knows how to handle every situation.
RG3 or Andrew Luck?
Right now, I'm going to go with Andrew Luck. I watch his performance. They're winning. They're winning because of him. I'm a big Andrew Luck guy right now. He is the next Peyton Manning.
All right, here's one for you, because I just heard the love in your voice and in your heart for Tom Brady. Can the San Francisco 49ers go to the Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick kind of becoming the Tom Brady and getting his first real shot like Brady did his first Super Bowl year?
You said it's going to be a lightning round. I'll answer that with an emphatic yes.
All right, last question for Ron Jaworski. I've been saying this. I wrote this the other day. I want to know where you weigh in on this. I still say the Giants' best game is the best game there is in the league right now. Agree or disagree?
The Giants game Monday night?
Their best game when they play their best.
Oh, when they play their best game.
Yes.
Are they the best team?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
Oh, who is it?
It's not the Giants now. I look at that defense, and they clearly have some holes in that linebacking core and in the secondary. So even if they play their best, I don't think they're the best. I would probably have to say the team, if they do play their very best, might be the Denver Broncos.
Wow. Ron, we got to get you on more often. You're the best, and I thank you for taking a few minutes with me and Don today.
I'm available, Mike. Don, great to be with you guys.
Donnie, is he great? He is great.
Well, Denver, the best when they're at their best.
Isn't that amazing? Well, he shot me right down. It was like skeet shooting. He shot that theory right out of the sky, didn't he?
Well, but that's an interesting answer. Okay, he didn't think the Giants were, but Denver? That's pretty interesting.
Guess what? That's why we like having guys like Jaws and Sal Pal on. Sal Pal, when he said he thought Luck was the MVP a couple weeks ago. Ronnie Jaworski, the best game right now we see in the Denver Broncos. Mike Lupica, Don LaGreca, 1-800-919-3776.
Look out, Knicks, writes Stephen A. Smith. The Nets' win on Monday was no fluke. The Knicks would be wise to recognize. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
Wow,
is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
As a small business owner, you've probably heard how Constant Contact helps small businesses grow with email marketing. And you may be asking, could it really work for me? Well, consider this. Every $1 small business owners spend on email marketing puts $40 back in their pockets. So it's no surprise that 2 out of 3 of them plan to invest more in email this year. Now you may be asking, how can I get a piece of that action? Simple. Just visit ConstantContact.com to start your free email marketing trial today.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control, so you know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long, see when files are opened, and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com, type in my name, Colin, C-O-L-I-N.
Last week on The Sporting Life on ESPN Radio. How technology changes the way we watch the NFL.
Just a feeling of kind of information completeness. You know, there's nothing missing.
We eavesdropped on a conversation with a legendary Notre Dame coach, Ara Parsegian.
I was so smart. I've been brilliant in my lifetime in recruiting. With Joe Montana coming up through the ranks, I retired.
E60 brought us a tragic on-field injury that required leg amputation but didn't end Jacob Rainey's football career.
What made you think you could do this?
Kind of want to set a new standard for people with amputations, I guess.
We learned that no matter what the Panthers' struggles are on the field, Greg Olsen knows what truly matters in life.
If you focus on the negative, you'll just drag down. The negative will never change.
Download this and every edition of The Sporting Life on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
Mike Golick was pleased that Ed Reed's suspension was overturned, but he still had suggestions for the NFL.
They need to go more on intent, but they don't. And the refs have said it. And the refs have been told this. So really, I can't blame the refs. The refs have been nerved and scared into this thing. Throw the flag. How many late flags have we seen? A hit where no flag is thrown, and all of a sudden the receiver stays on the ground an extra 2 seconds, and the flag comes out. That's what they're doing. So I don't blame the refs. The refs have been absolutely told, mandated by Roger Goodell in this league, safety first, throw the flag. And it is a joke, a complete and utter joke of the game of football, a joke of the men who play the game of football, that they're now doing this. And it's all because of the head injuries. I get it. Sorry, they're still going to happen, and you have to pick out more and intent on what's going on.
Mike and Mike in the Morning. ESPN Radio. ESPNRadio.com.
Get your daily dose of NFL insight all week long on ESPN. Tune in to NFL Live weekdays at 4 Eastern for real-time coverage from Trey Wingo and the best analysts in the business.
With the receivers that he has, he can make a lot of plays in the passing game.
Then at 6 on ESPN2, Susie and Mort break down every story from around the league on NFL 32.
This is the team in the AFC to beat.
NFL Live and NFL 32 on ESPN, where fans go for football.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
You remember that ball game we went to a couple years ago?
Sure.
And how you didn't have enough cash for 2 hot dogs, so you walked with me on your shoulders until we found an ATM? And then when we got back to our seats, we never saw the hot dog guy again.
Well, I don't remember all that.
Yeah, that was an awesome game.
You never know which moments will be the ones they'll remember forever. So take time to be a dad today. Learn more at 1-877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Mike Lupica Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
My name is Mike Lupica. His is Don LaGreca. Our phone number is 1-800-919-3776. The Hall of Fame ballot's coming up. And I've explained this to people time and again over the years, certainly since what is called the steroid era. And by the way, it happened on my watch, too. I wish I knew everything then that I know now. I wasn't willfully blind to what was happening. I was just blinded by it. And that's on me and will always be on me. It's not just on the commissioner of baseball. It's not just on the Players Association. It's not just on the agents. It's on me, too. The start of this, I totally missed. But my vote on the Hall of Fame, it's not like I'm a Supreme Court justice that I have to give you a written explanation of why I voted the way I do. I don't. This isn't a jury room at a murder trial where I have to explain to the 11 other jurors in the room why I'm going to do it. Here's my deal, and it's not changed over years. If I think you took steroids, I'm not voting for you. If I think you took steroids and you lied about it, I'm definitely not voting for you. If I think you took steroids and you beat the rap in court, I'm not going to vote for you. And that's it. I've thought about giving up my vote because I just don't want to deal with this drama every year now that the Bonds and the Clemenses and all these other things, Sosa, are coming up. But every time I think about doing that, no, I don't want to give that vote up so somebody else who doesn't care about this stuff gets the vote. I'm not one who wants history to sort this out. I'm not one of those people who doesn't want to declare, so they say, well, everybody was doing it, or most everybody was doing it, or some of them were doing it. We can't tell who was doing it, and so just elect the best players. No. Character is supposed to be an issue in the voting process. And so after I fill out my ballot and I send it in, I'm not going to explain it to anybody. And if somebody calls and wants to interview me about it, they're going to get voicemail from me. I don't have to explain it. I have done this a long time. I love this sport. It's my favorite sport. I love baseball. I agree with my dear friend Bob Ryan. It's the greatest game ever invented by mortal minds. I was talking with Bob Costas about this yesterday and Marvin Miller. Marvin Miller was a beacon of integrity, and he's one of the most honest people I ever met. But that doesn't mean he was right about everything. So I might not be right about my position on the Hall of Fame, but I take my vote. It's the only thing, Donnie, it's the only thing I vote on in sports. I don't get to vote for MVPs. They took away my Heisman Trophy vote because I made fun of them for too long a time. But I take this vote. As long as I have this vote, if I think you use steroids, I am not going to vote for you.
And you're entitled to do that as a voter, but I do think it's okay to say that. I mean, if somebody asked you why you didn't vote for player X, you should be able to say, because I think he took steroids.
But I don't want to talk to the press.
Because I don't think it should be led to speculation, maybe because he didn't like the team he played for, or maybe he didn't like him as a person.
I don't care.
You should be able to explain it.
No, if I think you took steroids, I'm not voting for you. So I don't have any evidence on Sammy Sosa. But you think I'm going to vote for Sammy Sosa who hit, 60 home runs 3 times in 4 years? No. No, I was a dope about what was going on. Talking about dope, I was a dope in 1998. I freely admit that. I got swept away by the home run chase. I got swept away by the excitement it created with my sons. That's on me. But that doesn't mean I'm going to vote for Sammy Sosa. I didn't vote for McGuire. If you can look at the ballot and figure out who's going to get my vote. But that's it. That's it. Now, I've said it. Do you have any other questions?
No. But I do think I have a statement.
Go ahead.
That I'm kind of in between it because I think you're entitled to your opinion and I think everybody else is because they definitely throw other opinions in. He played on AstroTurf. He played in a small building. He played in this era or that era. So everything gets factored in and everybody's using their opinion. But I don't think
Barry Bonds was the best all-around player in baseball. But that wasn't enough for him. I don't care what he says. He got hacked off by McGuire and Sosa, and he was going to show that not only was he the best all-around player, he could hit home runs better than and he did what he did, and now he has to live with the consequence of that. And as I told you during the break, when Ken Griffey's name comes up, I'd like to check his name twice. on the Hall of Fame ballot because it should have been Junior. It should have been Junior who broke the all-time home run record.
But here's the dangerous thing about what you're saying. I don't think anybody's going to have a problem if you don't vote Bonds in or McGuire because there's a lot of evidence that can support you believing that they did it illegally and they cheated. But then another voter can just say, you know what, I don't want to vote for this player because it just doesn't look right. I think you need some evidence, don't you? You just can't say it's that era or that guy all of a sudden got big out of nowhere or it was an aberration, he was drafted low and look what he accomplished. There's got to be more evidence than just that, don't you think?
All right, let me ask you this. Say Brady Anderson up and hit 52 home runs one year and then continued to hit at a high level, and there was never a shred of evidence. What do you think I think about Brady Anderson's 50 home run year?
Well, based on what you said, you think that he probably was on steroids.
Yes, sir.
But is that enough?
Yeah. No, but again, this isn't a court of law.
No, I get it. But I'm just saying if I had a vote, my own feeling is I think there's enough evidence for Bonds and McGuire and even Sosa. But just to take a Brady Anderson or any player and just say, because I hate to use players' names because then it's just like you're accusing them. But if a player came out of nowhere, worked really hard, finally got his act together and hit a bunch of home runs, and that's all the evidence that we have that something's up, then I think it would be foolish to just say, well, he must have been on steroids. Let's forget about what he accomplished.
This is my protest about there's one thing that links one year to another in baseball. There's one thing that links one generation to another. And I you know what? I don't and here's the other thing on this, Don. Everybody else is allowed to have their opinion. I don't care what somebody else thinks. They gave me my vote to find out what I think. And it's just one vote. But what they've done to the record book, the one thing that always could link generations in baseball, that link Walter Johnson to Warren Spahn to Bob Gibson, that has been polluted beyond all recognition because of this particular era in baseball. This is my protest against this.
Okay.
Dan in Long Island, you're on ESPN New York. Mike Lubiga, Don LaGreca.
Cap. Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up with you, Dan?
I'm really tired of people who write for baseball being so hypocritical. When I was a young child during the Bay Area World Series, I knew guys on both teams were doing steroids. And I was 9, 10, 11 years old. So 10 years later, you're still ignorant to it? I blame you guys, the writers, as much as everybody else. You're as culpable. If I knew as a young kid, why didn't you guys know?
Hey, Dan. Thank you for the phone call, but I actually believe that if you knew that at 10, 11, and that's your story, you stick to that, because I actually believe you're full of beans. Frankie in Forest Hills, yeah, that's right, and he was ready for college then, too. Frankie in Forest Hills, you're on ESPN. You can blame me all you want.
Thanks for taking my call.
Frankie, what's up, baby?
Not much, Mikey boy. Just listening here to you talk about, steroids, no way, no go. You mentioned a couple of, different scenarios. One where, they might have taken steroids. You think they took it, no go. Yeah. What about the guys who got caught and decided to say, hey, this isn't something that I want to do anymore? It was a mistake, and they right their ship. Would you?
Frankie. Who?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about, baby?
I mean, for instance, I could say A-Rod, and then that's going to that's going to start a whole discussion. But, from
Frankie, wait a minute. Frankie, yeah. Hold on. Don't hang up. Frankie, do you actually believe Alex's version of things?
No.
Because his version of things is that he only took it for those 3 years in Texas. Not only did he take it, he says he doesn't know what it did for him. He doesn't even know exactly what he was taking, but he let cousin Yuri shoot him up every month for 3 years. Do you believe that version of things?
I don't, but I do believe that there are guys out there who do take it because they want to remain competitive, they get caught, and then they make up their mind not to do it again.
All right, that's fine. Frankie, that's fine. I'm not voting for it for the Hall of Fame. Thank you for the phone call. Thank you, Mr. LaGreca. I will talk to you tomorrow, everybody.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Mike and Mike discuss the love and hate of Golik's Fighting Irish.
Notre Dame's accomplishments have been artificially inflated by the greater public.
Right.
They have had lesser teams that have gotten into bowls they didn't deserve to be in based upon the fact that they have this big national following. They have been treated as though they quote-unquote matter at times when they didn't. Now, stunningly, it is actually working 180 degrees the other way.
Did Notre Dame do any of that? Did Notre Dame invite themselves to a BCS Bowl? Well, did they rank themselves? I got one email of one guy that says, I can't get over the fact they signed the TV deal with NBC. I'll always hate them for that. If your school was approached by a network and said, we'll sign you for a X amount of years for X amount of millions of dollars, you're going to tell me you would tell your school not to do it, and I'll call you a liar. I'm sorry. Any school would take the deal.
It's Mike and Mike in the Morning on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
For more than 75 years, one award has been synonymous with excellence. December 8th, a new name will be forever linked to college football's highest honor. Will it be Kansas State's Colin Klein, Notre Dame's Manti Te'o, USC's Marquise Lee, Ohio State's Braxton Miller, or Texas A&M's Johnny Manziel? The Heisman Trophy presentation presented by Nissan. Saturday, December 8th at 8 Eastern on ESPN. Players subject to change.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM with this ESPN New York Sports Center. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks, who have lost 3 of their last 4, visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Mike Woodson, Knicks head coach, joining Stephen A. Smith and I yesterday, giving an update on Ronnie Brewer and Jason Kidd, both battling a little injury.
Ronnie will play. Jason is still day-to-day. Ronnie will just tape it. Didn't break anything. Just dislocated it. So he'll tape it up, and he'll be ready to play in Milwaukee. But Jason is day-to-day.
And Jason will miss tonight's contest. The 9-4 Nets, meanwhile, winners of 3 straight, are at 8-6 Boston. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the ACC. Rex Ryan saying today he does believe Tim Tebow will be able to be active on Sunday against the Cardinals. Tebow dealing with those 2 broken ribs. The Yankees are hopeful they'll have a new deal for Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. An official telling ESPNNewYork.com that, an official with knowledge of the negotiations going on with Rivera. And if you're looking for the best value of an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com.
After an undefeated start, they have lost 3 of their last 4 games. So who are the New York Knicks actually? We're about to talk about it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco in the house, coming at you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Holla at your boys.
Now, here's Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Oh, you better believe it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. How are you on this fine Wednesday, Stephen?
I'm doing all right, big time. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Doing well. You got a couple, actually, after the Knicks and Nets met the other night, you have 2 good Eastern Conference battles tonight again. Knicks in Milwaukee, Nets at Boston. You just bring up, I think, the question that you would start to really ask yourself tonight about the Knicks if they lost. And it's, No, who are these New York Knicks? They start 8-1, Stephen. They've now lost 3 of 4, and so you wonder, okay, just a little bit of a rut, or did we, not you, but some of us, myself included, get a little more excited than we should have with the first 9 games?
Well, listen, this is a respectable basketball team, and they've got a star who's a superstar scorer with the ability to close in Carmelo Anthony. What you have to question about them is their durability, age and attrition, obviously, for the most part, and as a result of that, how much help does Carmelo Anthony really have on the offensive end of the floor? You know that the New York Knicks have the body to play solid defense on a night-in, night-out basis at the very least. But what do you have offensively? Do you have people who can put the ball in the hole? That's really what it comes down to, somebody to help out Carmelo Anthony. We don't know that yet. That's what we're trying to find out, and we hope that we'll be able to do some of it tonight because Milwaukee is not a joke. No. They acquired Samuel Dalembert in the offseason. We know who they have in their backcourt, and so the combination of those two things are going to lead you to say, hey, all right, who are they and what are they made of, particularly since they always have a tough time in Milwaukee.
You know what, Stephen, you bring up finding somebody else who can put the ball in the hoop, and that's so important. You know, having those guys who, if the game slows down, and look, the Knicks play the 3rd slowest pace in the league. Do you have people who can create, can get to the hoop, get their own shot, and efficient shots as well? And I think, you know, obviously we know Carmelo Anthony can do that, but if you don't have Jason Kidd there and that great ball movement, you think about who else can get that done for you. And I think what's interesting, Stephen, is J.R. Smith. If you look at what's happened early on this season, the Knicks' wins and losses have sort of swung with J.R. Smith's performance, and I'll illustrate it for you right here. J.R. Smith, when he scores 15 or more points, Knicks are 7-0. When he scores fewer than 15, they're only 2-4. When he shoots over 40%, Knicks are 7-0. When he shoots 40% or under, the Knicks are only 2-4. And it's a small sample size, no doubt, but you can kind of see where he is essential to them having the requisite offense necessary in order to win games on a nightly basis, because he's that other guy who can create offensively outside of Melo for this Knicks team.
There's no doubt about that. We all know what J.R. Smith is capable of doing, but at the same time, we also know him to be incredibly erratic. And if we reach a point to where we're dependent on J.R. Smith, as opposed to being just hopeful, then the problem does not lie with J.R. Smith. It lies with us. Because he's a model of inconsistency. He's incredibly erratic, but explosive yet at the same time. The same J.R. Smith that can drop 25 to 30 on you, okay, that can hit 5 to 7 3-pointers in one given night, is the same dude that can come out and shoot 1 for 13 the next. That's who he is. That's who he has always been. And we also need to put things in its proper perspective from this standpoint, Ryan. One of the things that we love about J.R. Smith, if we're really being honest, is that he's not Landry Fields.
Yeah.
He's not somebody that's going to be MIA come playoff time. He's not somebody that's allergic to producing in the month of April.
Right.
He's somebody that it doesn't matter. He'll shoot you in a game, or he could potentially shoot you out of a game. But that's who he is. You can rely on his aggression. Even though it didn't seem that way in Brooklyn, you can rely on his aggression. And that's all we wanted, because Landry Field wouldn't even attempt shots in the postseason. So it's good that J.R. Smith is around to make sure he does at least that.
Yeah, and he's been very important, swinging the pendulum one way or another in their wins and losses early on in this season here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts. Stop in at their newest New York location, now open in Woodside on 57th Street off Northern Boulevard. The other thing that is apparent, Stephen, is Jason Kidd's importance. And look, I know he is important. I think the chorus of Knicks fans who are assuming that they would have won on Monday night had Kidd been on the floor, to me that's laughable. Now, maybe they would have won. They very well, that may have been the difference. But you cannot just assume they absolutely would have won. You have same Knicks fans saying, oh, the Knicks are going to trounce the Nets, and then Kidd doesn't play, and it's, oh, they just didn't trounce them because Kidd wasn't on the floor. What? He's the difference of 25 points? No, but he is important to this team, no doubt. I mean, early on, Stephen, they are scoring 14 more points per 100 possessions with Kidd on the floor as opposed to off the floor. And I guess what I would wonder is, should Knicks fans feel comfortable with that? You'd assume he's on the floor in the postseason, but the back spasm's acting up right now. You can't say for certain whether or not that's attributed to age, but I think it's reasonable to think that age doesn't help that. Is it going to be that much more difficult to lock in one of those top 4 seeds throughout the course of the season if you are, as you just said, relying on a guy like J.R. Smith, who's a bit mercurial, and relying on somebody of Jason Kidd's age? How much more difficult does it make it for this team to get the requisite wins to be a top 4 seed?
That's a fair point. Here's my retort to that.
Let's hear it.
If you have a guy like Jason Kidd and you're relying upon his scoring and assist prowess, that would be one thing. But having an experienced veteran who is incredible at facilitating, at making sure other guys are doing their jobs is not beyond the pale. That's the role of a veteran. The fact that Jason Kidd is an individual that you can pencil in as somebody that's going to make sure the basketball is moving and is being shared and unselfish play is being displayed and exhibited is not a bad thing. You just need him out on the floor at pivotal moments. You need to be able to know that he's somebody you could throw into the lineup. Because Jason Kidd, and people don't look at it this way, but this is the truth. Jason Kidd on the floor for 10 minutes can affect how this team plays for 20 minutes.
Explain that to me, Stephen.
Because of how he is and who he is. You ever see a guy that comes on the court and just instills a tempo?
Yeah.
It's almost like you're playing in the park. Ryan Ruocco, you're missing shots. You can't get open or whatever. You can't find your rhythm. Then you get on the court with a dude that knows how to play the point guard. And all of a sudden, he's out on the court with you. The basketball is moving. He's hitting you at the right spots. He's hitting you in rhythm. You're pulling up, and all of a sudden, your shot falls. Even when he comes out of that game, you're still in there. He's already got you in the right flow. So you don't necessarily lose it because he left.
Good point.
You see my point?
I do,
Jason Kidd has that kind of impact on dudes. And that's why he's one of the great ones.
Now we know
that has ever played this game.
Yeah,
that's what makes him special.
When we talked about Rick Carlisle, we heard him just glow about it. And if you look at his impact on franchises, it is no doubt remarkable. So for all you out there, 1-800-919-3776. We know Melo is the Knicks' best player, but are you willing to say Jason Kidd is their next most important player? 1-800-919-3776. You know, Carmelo Anthony is actually dramatically affected by Jason Kidd. We will detail why next. Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Ruocco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
What's up, this is Raymond Felton.
Hey, it's Tyson Chandler.
What's up, this is Ronnie Brewer.
Hey, this is J.R. Smith.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4. Is a matchup against Milwaukee just what they need? Knicks-Bucks coverage gets underway tonight at 7:30 on ESPN New York.
98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive whiz Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The the ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
It's Mike and Mike and the commissioner of the NFL, Roger Goodell.
You've made so many changes. You've done so many things to try and make the game safer, some of which have led to my partner here yelling and screaming that you're going too far. And yet, in a given week, you see quarterbacks, Cutler and Smith and Vick and Roethlisberger going down. How do you gauge success with regard to player safety?
Well, Mike, I think the big thing is, what we see is progress. The changes that we're making are effective, but we're not declaring victory. There's still work to be done. We still have to make changes in our game, whether it's rules or equipment, but the awareness has never been higher. What we saw this past weekend, as unfortunate as it is having those injuries, they represented progress because those players left the game. They did not return to play. They're getting the proper care. Just maybe a few years ago, that wouldn't have even occurred. And I think that's what we're focusing on. How do we continue to make progress in this area? And there's no simple answer to a complex problem.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play.
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three. Throws it down.
The marquee matchups.
The Miami Heat NBA champions.
The NBA, Wednesdays and Fridays on ESPN. Also live on Watch ESPN. Presented by State Farm.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting, so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstoprex.org.
My recovery, my comeback kid.
Yeah! Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. So Mello dramatically affected by Jason Kidd as well. Stephen A., you hear this song right here?
It's all right. Beat's not bad.
Right? This is the new single from 50 Cent, which includes my man Eminem and Adam Levine from Maroon 5. How about that for a trio?
I feel you. I love me some Eminem. And I love 50 Cent. I love 50 Cent as well.
Me too.
I don't want him. I hope it's an act. I hope he's not really fighting with my man Floyd Mayweather Jr., but at the same time, I love his music.
Yes.
Some of it.
That's
Some
right.
the PG version.
Right. I tell you what, have you ever seen that when Oprah does those long form sit downs on her network now? I forget what the name of the show is called.
The OWN network, and I forgot the name of the show, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
She did a great one with 50 Cent. It was like you see a totally different side of him, but it's like, they're basically like two different hour-long episodes.
Oprah will get that. Oprah will get that out of you.
Yeah, she will.
Oprah will get that out of you. She's special. She's one of the greatest ever. We love Oprah on this show.
We do.
But at the same, I don't know if I'd ever let her interview me.
That's right.
We might find out stuff about me we don't need to find out.
So, Stephen, here's...
Or I'd have to tell her to mind the business.
Well, right.
In some respects.
Either way.
I ain't telling everything.
All of a sudden, Stephen A. crying, handkerchief out, admitting everything.
No, that wouldn't happen.
No?
That wouldn't happen.
All right.
That wouldn't happen.
I got you.
I'm not willing to reveal my Clinton-esque past. Past, long time ago. Long time ago.
Oh, I love it. Well, Stephen, here's, we were just talking about Jason Kidd's impact on, this Knicks team, and it's early. And especially shooting percentage numbers at this point in the season, they can be very deceiving. Because, shooters are going to go through streaks and rolls where you rattle off 5 games where you're shooting 60%. It makes up for that stretch of 5 where you shot 30, whatever. But right now, sort of interesting, Carmelo Anthony shooting 10 percentage points better when Jason Kidd is on the floor than when he is off the floor.
Well, what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me Jason Kidd's getting him in spots where he can score easily.
It tells you what I just told you. if you were playing in the game, when I use the analogy of you being in the park, if I get you into a rhythm, you're going to start flowing. You're going to do the things that you do. Jason Kidd is a specialist, man. That time when Rick Carlisle came on our show a little over a week ago, I mean, that's an evergreen soundbite. You can use that on Jason Kidd until he retires because it's been said about him wherever he's gone, and it's the absolute unequivocal truth.
You're right. The impact he has on wins from place to place. We'll pull that up for you guys in a second here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Alex in Brooklyn. All right, Alex, what do you think? At this point, outside of Melo, you taking Jason Kidd as the most important player to this Knicks team?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And first of all, guys, I just want to say thank you for taking my call. I'm a big time listener. I'm listening every day. But
you're a good man and a smart man, Alex.
Thank you. So I was at the game on Sunday versus the Pistons, and the biggest thing I took away from that game is you just alluded to that Rick Carlisle quote when he was on your show a couple weeks ago. Jason Kidd is the best. Forget Jerry Stackhouse. He is the best player coach in the NBA right now. This guy is at all times yelling, waving his arms, making sure the guys on the team are doing what they have to do, moving to their correct spots, and he's getting Melo the ball. And it's not stagnant isolation offense. He's doing good things out there, and it can't be overstated.
No, I agree with you. His impact is huge. But here's my thing, Alex. Do you agree that it's also not fair to definitively say, oh, if he would have played, the Knicks absolutely would have won that game on Monday?
No. I agree with you there. You can't say that for sure. You never can, because that's just playing the what-if game. You know, he didn't play, and they lost. And he would have had an impact for sure. But you can't definitively say that he would have gotten people their spots and Ray Felton would have shot better because he was on the floor.
Right, exactly. That's the thing. But his impact, no doubt, and thanks for the call, Alex. His impact is there, no question about it. And Stephen was just talking about Rick Carlisle talking about Kidd's influence, and it's worth playing again in case you missed it when the Mavericks head coach joined us.
Well, I got two words for you that have nothing to do with Amari Stoudemire.
Uh-oh.
Jason Kidd, okay? And, you know, watching these guys play on film, it is very clear to me how he has ratcheted up their level of focus, their competitiveness. The ball movement is way better than we've ever seen, you know, with this team. And you're talking about, you know, one of the few guys in NBA history that has this kind of influence on a team in a situation.
You know, and that was something that was lost on Monday night, the ball movement, Stephen. But I want to ask you this, Stephen, because I know early on in the year I was more buffering up what the Knicks were doing, and you were putting some cold water on it. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Of course it is.
Okay. So my question is, do you feel like – I don't want to say Knicks fans are delusional. That's going too strong. But maybe because of the years of losing – they don't have a skeptical enough eye of their team. Like right now, I don't know exactly what they are. They could be a 2 seed in the East, or maybe they're a 6 seed. I'm not totally convinced.
Well, first of all, let's stop acting like you came up with that. That's what I was telling you at the beginning. We have suffered enough. We have suffered for far too long. It has been since 1973 that we have won a world championship and had a parade on Broadway because of the basketball team. That is a fact. They've gone to 2 NBA finals since that time in almost 40 years. The San Antonio Spurs wasn't even in existence then. And they got 5 rings. Okay? This is the reality. This is what is going on. New York Knicks fans have suffered. Of course some of us are delusional. I don't blame them. I blame the Knicks. And that's why it's very, very important. Like I keep telling you, they have my full, unwavering support. Of course, I want them to win. But see, I want Brooklyn to be successful too.
Mm-hmm.
Because the combination of the two makes basketball in this city big time. It makes the games matter more on both ends. The fact that you got the option of going to Barclays Center just 7.5 miles away from the Garden. Everybody's got to be on their game if you want our interest to be sustained. And I love that. That matters to me. It's valuable to me. That stuff is special to me. That's what I like. And so for me, that's the way that I look at it. Ain't changing. You want them to step up. You want them to handle their business. It's just the way that it is. And that's what I love about it.
And you know what?
It makes me feel good.
Steven, totally agree. Here's the thing with these two teams at this point, too. Like, I don't think you can honestly sit here definitively and say with conviction, one way or another, which team is going to be better at the end of the year. I think we're lying to ourselves.
Not at all. You can't do that, but at the same time, it's okay for people to believe that.
Sure, of course.
It's okay for people to believe that and to support their team. The difference is, don't get mad at Knicks fans who, like Knicks fans are not one monolithic group, is all I'm trying to say. There are some Knicks fans that are delusional. Think they're going to the Eastern Conference Finals no matter what, and that some people think they could beat Miami. There are others who are like, let's see, I'm rooting for you, but you ain't getting me to believe just yet.
Like you.
You ain't breaking my heart again. And I'm the latter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the latter. I am the latter. I look at the Brooklyn Nets. I think they are a better team. They don't have Melo. So because of that, it may not matter. Just like there were some teams that were better than the Chicago Bulls, but they didn't have Jordan. They didn't have a lockdown defender like Pippen. Period. But collectively, 1-12, they were better than the Bulls in some people's eyes. I look at the Brooklyn Nets. I see Darren Williams and Joe Johnson, even though Joe Johnson's got to get on his game because he's been subpar, to be kind, thus far. I think that Joe Johnson with Darren Williams makes up one of the top 3 backcourts in the game of basketball when they're on their game. I think that Brook Lopez is no scrub, and he can easily average 15 for 20 to 20 for you a night. I think Chris Humphrey's only crime was that he only lasted 72 days with Kim Kardashian. I look at Gerald Wallace. He's a blue-collar workhorse that any team in the NBA will want on their roster. A legitimate argument could be made. He might be underpaid at $40 million in today's NBA market with what he does on the floor. Reggie Evans is scary when it comes to rebounding and defending. I just don't want him near me. He scares the living hell out of me if I was an opponent. And you have other parts that just match better. Plus, they're younger, like I wrote in my column right today on ESPNNewYork.com. Go check it out. I wrote in my column that was posted yesterday. The Brooklyn Nets are faster, younger, deeper, and arguably more athletic. The difference is they don't have Melo. You need Amari and Amon Shumpert for these New York Knicks to be what we hope they will be. Without them, Knicks going home in the first round.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you. This portion of the show brought to you by Teddy Nissan, New York's most huggable dealer. You know, it is. I do think it's fascinating. Knicks fans are amazing. I mean, they still packed the Garden for a decade while the team was absolute trash. But it's interesting because you think they would be on their guard more collectively because of how bad things have been in recent days. But there's a big faction that have already totally bought in. I think tonight's game's interesting because if they lose, it's like, whoa, are they 8-1 or are they the team that's 1-4? They win, then they could go on a little run because they have Washington, Phoenix after that, Charlotte. We'll see. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. And, hey, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. We get to talk with the happiest man on earth right now because of Notre Dame football. Mike Golick joins us next on ESPN New York.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4, and Jason Kidd will be out again tonight as the Knicks are in Milwaukee to face the Bucks. Will they get back to the win column, or are they hitting a bit of a wall? Michael and Don are talking about it today on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles. Glances up. Sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails. Parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs. You in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps. Launches ESPN NBA. Opens video. Pulls an email. Replies to wife. Working late. IMs Derek. I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds. Don't worry. I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Don't miss the action on AuctionTime.com, where every Wednesday is auction day. AuctionTime.com features farm and construction equipment, trucks, trailers, and parts auctions ending every Wednesday. To bid on a machine, register for free on the AuctionTime.com website or from anywhere using an iPhone or an Android with the free AuctionTime.com apps. Auction Time charges no buyer's fees and has no hidden reserves. Save time and money for your operation and visit AuctionTime.com today.
The Herd on ESPN Radio.
Say what you want about Notre Dame. I don't think they're the best team in the field, but they deserve and earn their place. There is a skill to winning close football games.
If you win one a year, it's luck.
If you win 6 a year, there's a skill to it. If you give me the best pass rush in college football, and they certainly are in the argument, you are worthy of playing in a national championship game.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio.
Mike Golick was pleased that Ed Reed's suspension was overturned, but he still had suggestions for the NFL.
They need to go more on intent, but they don't. And the refs have said it. And the refs have been told this. So really, I can't blame the refs. The refs have been nerved and scared into this thing. Throw the flag. How many late flags have we seen? A hit where no flag is thrown, and all of a sudden the receiver stays on the ground an extra 2 seconds, and the flag comes out. That's what they're doing. So I don't blame the refs. The refs have been absolutely told, mandated by Roger Goodell in this league, safety first, throw the flag. And it is a joke. A complete and utter joke of the game of football, a joke of the men who play the game of football, that they're now doing this. And it's all because of the head injuries. I get it. Sorry, they're still going to happen, and you have to pick out more and intent on what's going on.
Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio. ESPNradio.com.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by Johnny Walker. Put your skills to the test. Log on to ESPNNewYork.com right now and play New York Rankum, presented by Johnny Walker. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. Must be 21 and over. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Mike Woodson yesterday, when he joined Stephen A. Smith and me, had thought Ronnie Brewer would definitely be okay to go after dislocating a couple of fingers. But earlier today saying not quite sure yet if Ronnie will be able to play in tonight's tilt. Jason Kidd is out dealing with back spasms. Meanwhile, in Boston, the Celtics at 8-6 hosting the 9-4 Nets. Brooklyn looking for its 4th straight win. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave for the ACC. Yankees are hopeful they'll have a new deal for Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. That's according to an official with knowledge of the negotiations who spoke with ESPNNewYork.com. Sources also say the Yankees and catcher Russell Martin are far apart on a new deal, although he is the Yanks' first choice at catcher. And Rex Ryan says today that he believes Tim Tebow will be active despite the broken ribs for Sunday's contest against the Cardinals.
Party in the city, I'm in the thong. Stuff hanging out even though it's wrong.
Golic's in Miami.
Oh, my Lord.
Miami.
Things bounce around as I walk along. People looking at me like I don't belong. I'm going to Miami.
Oh, yes. Golic.
This was hilarious when I saw this. Hilarious.
Oh, I love it. Mike Golic joins us every Wednesday at 1:30, and he's going to Miami, aren't you, Golic?
Oh, I certainly am, and I figured, you know what, why not have a little bit of fun along the way?
You know, you have to tell us, you have to educate all of us, Golic, on where this whole thong thing started, because I've heard you and Greeny engage in many deep discussions over the last couple of days about this.
Well, this started a few years ago when we always, you know, go to the Super Bowl and do the whole week from a Super Bowl, and when the Super Bowl was last in Miami, we started this whole, you know, I'm going to get, you know, my body thong ready for the beaches of Miami, and it kind of hung on from there. I mean, truly, it's a disgusting thought, and most people throw up in their mouth when I bring it up. But why not? I'm going to have some fun.
So let me get this straight, because I'm not sure I'm incredibly familiar with this. Are you trying to say that you're going to wear a thong?
Well, I've intimated that, Stephen, and it all depends on. I've worn one once, my 30th birthday. I was still playing for the Eagles then, and my wife and some of the other guys on the team, they had a party, and we were at a party, and one of the gifts somebody gave me was a kind of a joke gift, was a thong. So I didn't put it on there, but later when I got home, you know, from the party, you know, the wife and I, you know, I went into the bathroom and I came out with just the thong on, and it didn't inspire a whole lot. Let me just say that.
Oh, man. So, hey, you know what, Golic, first things first, congratulations to you, your sons, I mean, the family. This has got to be an absolutely unbelievable time as a dad.
Special.
Oh, I mean, what is this like as a dad right now?
You know, it was pretty. The interesting thing, well, we went to Oklahoma when nobody thought we had a chance to win in Oklahoma, so we were all down there sitting in the parent section, and we won, and we were like, yeah, we knew we could do it. You know, I was tweeting out to everybody who said we were underdogs by 12 points, talking smack to them. And then this win to get us to the title game against USC, we were all sitting there in the parent section in the Coliseum just kind of looking at one another like dazed, like, oh, my God, we're really going to the national championship game. It was really kind of wild. We weren't subdued, but we weren't going nuts like the Oklahoma game, because it was now reality that we were going to the national championship game, and we just almost couldn't believe it.
But, Golic, when did you reach that point, knowing, not just as a father, but knowing football the way that you do, watching your son and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish play this year? When did you really, really feel like we got a shot? We may be playing for the national title.
I'll be honest. After the Michigan State game, now normally Michigan State and Notre Dame always play very hard-fought physical games. So we went to their place, and that's when I really, really looked at our defense and thought, wow, this is as good as defense as there is in the country. The front seven, they're just fantastic. And Notre Dame just absolutely shut down Michigan State. And I thought, you know what? If we get the running game going, because we have a young quarterback, so get the running game going while he matures, and we play with great defense, you can play in a parking lot and win a game. So that one really kind of opened my eyes, and then I said, okay, we need to get by Oklahoma down there. And once we did that, I thought, we got a really, really, really good chance at this, because the running game is really clicking and the defense is great.
Mike Golic with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. I've heard you and Greeny talk about this angle of this Notre Dame game, and I feel similarly, like the way people are assuming that Notre Dame will be an underdog and should be, no matter what team wins the SEC championship. It does remind me of the way people were talking about Notre Dame for much of this season. I mean, especially going into that Oklahoma game, like, oh, well, it's been nice so far, but no, they're not going to win at Oklahoma. So it kind of makes me think, you know what? Yeah, Notre Dame is going to end up winning because for whatever reason, people still think that they are not going to be up to the task. What do you think about that line of thinking?
Oh, I spent the entire year, Michigan State was ranked number 10, then we'd destroy them. Michigan State wasn't that good. Michigan's ranked whatever they are, we beat them. Michigan wasn't really that good. Oklahoma, you guys are going to get killed. We kill them. Well, Oklahoma's kind of overrated. I mean, it was just 1 week after the next of people saying why Notre Dame wasn't this, why Notre Dame wasn't that, when in fact Notre Dame's schedule rank was still one of the toughest in the country. And people think I'm making these rankings up, and like, their schedule wasn't that tough. I'm like, I'm not making them up. I'm not pulling the numbers out of thin air. I'm not making it up that Notre Dame's beaten 4 top 25 teams. I said, these are just facts. So it gets a little bit like, you know what the pro team is like that now? It's the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta's are 10-1, and when anybody says, is Atlanta the top team in the league, everyone's like, I'm not really sure about that. That's kind of where Notre Dame is. They're the only undefeated eligible team because Ohio State is undefeated. But everybody's like, so they're going to lose by 2 and 3 touchdowns to Georgia or Alabama. When people email that to me, I say, okay, you know what? We'll just show up and we'll try our best and take our butt whooping like men because we just can't live up to that. When it's like, people, come on, just shut up. Let them play ball. Let them go on the field.
Well, I'm not going to be quiet. I'm not going to shut up. I'm going to put you on the spot, Golick, and ask you this tough question here. Knowing that Notre Dame is about to play for the national championship, their opponent will be determined by the SEC championship game, Alabama or Georgia. Knowing football the way that you do, who would you rather the Notre Dame Fighting Irish go up against?
Well, it's one of those where, the initial answer is, it doesn't matter. You want to play either one. You don't care because you're in the game. But then there's let's look at the matchups. It seems that Georgia has it seems like they have had a better passing offense. And if there is a way that we could possibly get beat, our front seven is very strong. There's some issues at times in the secondary, though they've been getting better. So the thought of a really good passing team, is a thought that could be a problem. Alabama, I think, is more like Notre Dame, really stout, strong defense, really strong running game as well. So I think those are the two more similar teams as far as that matchup is concerned, where Georgia would probably have the better passing game out of Alabama and Georgia and might present a problem to an area that is considered the weakness of the defense, if it is a weakness, but the lesser of the defense, and that's the secondary.
Well, Golick, we are all so happy for you and your sons, man. Very cool stuff. I know we had a while before this game is actually played now, but continue to enjoy this ride and enjoy your thong in Miami, too. I know we're going to talk to you.
I want to say enjoy. Don't enjoy the thong. Don't put on the thong, but go and enjoy Miami.
I certainly will, and I know I'm losing track of the days. I think no, actually I haven't. It's 41 days, my friends.
There you go. Beautiful stuff. Thank you, Golick.
See you guys.
That's Mike Golick. You hear him every morning at 6 a.m. on Mike and Mike here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM, and Stephen A. and I get a chance to speak with him Wednesdays at 1:30. You think about that, Stephen. You're a dad, and both of your kids in the two of your sons in the national championship game.
That's phenomenal. That really, really is. That's something special. That's a moment. And well, not just that. It's not just that two of your sons are there. It's that you used to play the same sport that they're now playing. It's not like Golick was just, not to say just a father, because all fathers are obviously phenomenally important. But what I'm saying is that you played football. It's not like you played tennis or you played basketball or you didn't play anything at all, but they're playing for the national championship. That's exciting in and of itself. But to be a former football player and to have your children now doing what you did and playing for a national championship is just out of this world. And then, last but not least, to be a guy like Golick, who's in the world of sports. Mm-hmm. You're hosting a morning show on sports with Mike Greenberg every morning. You're like a national. You're a national presence on the sports scene in the media. Man, I just can it get any better than that?
I don't think it can.
I don't think it can. I don't think it can.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Why this weekend could pit Rex Ryan in a class with Rich Kotite? We will explain in a moment on ESPN New York.
Hey, it's Greeny. Did you miss Wednesday's show? If so, you missed college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit telling us the edge in the SEC championship game goes to Alabama because of their experience. Download the Mike and Mike podcast free on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations plus tax.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Hi, it's the Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial, plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com. Enter Colin.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Email marketing works great for small business, and Constant Contact email marketing works best of all. How do we know? Because we have something the other guys don't have. Proof. According to an independent study, small businesses that use Constant Contact get 36% more of their emails opened and 60% more responses. The result? A whopping 29% more revenue. Put Constant Contact email marketing to work for your small business. Go to ConstantContact.com to sign up for a free trial today.
You gotta wake them up.
Every weekday morning.
Wake me up. Wake up to Mike and Mike in the morning. On ESPN Radio.
The Eagles, in their time of desperation, cutting Jason Babin, which a move that surprised so many people around the league. Teams showing desperation in these desperate times, and I just wonder, you've been in situations like that. What's it like on the inside? All of us on the outside look at it as though it must be like, oh my goodness, they're flailing, they're falling apart in there. There's panic and hysteria like the scene in Animal House where Kevin Bacon is yelling all as well.
No,
is it like that inside?
No, because what coaches try to do is coaches try to have everything remain calm and just try and take care of the task at hand. Which is, the game that week. Remember, they got to play games. So today is Wednesday. They're getting a game plan for this week. That's what they're trying to prepare for. And that's what, when we have other head coaches that now work in the media that say the head coach isn't thinking about getting fired. I don't completely believe that. I mean, it's human nature to think about that your job could be over. But still, they're professional enough to get ready for the next game because that's what their job is. And that's what everybody's job is starting, again, today when you get the game plan is you get ready for the next opponent that's out there. So from the coaching spot, especially the head coach, you do try and remain calm and say, this is the task at hand. All we can control right now is Sunday and what happens in the game on Sunday. And for players, that's why I've always said in this type of situation, players, they can control what's going to happen to their future. How are they playing? How hard are they playing? If you get guys that are going through the motions or not hustling, that's going to be seen. Some guys may feel fat and happy, comfortable, thinking my job is secure. I'm making too much money or I'm too good a player so I can, kick back a little bit. While others really, need to make sure they show what they need to show. If it's not going to be for this team, you think of it as an audition. And if I'm not going to be, even for the team you're on, because you're going to have a new head coach. So that means you're going to have a new assistant coach. So now you're in audition mode. I should be playing hard anyway, but now maybe you're playing hard for a different reason. I don't have the playoffs to look forward to. Our team goal of making the playoffs and possibly winning the Super Bowl, that's long gone. So now I need to continue to play hard for different reasons.
And I tell you, I read some comments. Now, the one person who comes out of this, many do. Certainly Andy Reid is getting fired.
Yeah.
But Todd Bowles comes out of this looking very bad. Bowles is the guy who came in with a very good reputation around the league as a defensive coach to replace Juan Castillo, who was controversially fired at the beginning of the bye week. And the irony at the time, what everyone pointed out was the truth. The defense had been playing pretty well.
Have been playing, except then they've been giving up leads in the fourth quarter.
But from that moment till now, they've been atrocious.
Yeah.
I mean, their defense has taken huge steps backward.
Right.
It's Mike and Mike in the morning, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. So, yeah, this weekend could put Rex Ryan in a class with Rich Cote. I'll tell you why in a moment. But, Stephen, you know what? I forgot to ask you this, and I wanted to.
I'm listening.
Lottery. It's now $500 million, right?
Yes.
Have you thought about what you would do if you'd win? What you're going to do with that money? You win this lottery? Have you thought about what you're going to do?
I'd invest it. I'd give 10% of it to my church, give my tithes. I'd invest most of it, and I would take care of my loved ones. And you said $500 million?
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're taking it in a lump sum, you only clear like $150 or something like that.
So if I got $150, I would tell you I would invest about the 10%. That's $12.5 million. I'd give my tithes. Outside of the 12.5, I'd say outside of the 125, after the 12.5, that leaves me with about 112.5. I'd invest at least 90 to 100 million. I mean, savings, stocks, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'd spend the rest taking care. I'm sorry, I wouldn't say that much because I would definitely take care of family, and I would definitely give at least $10 million to the United about $5 million actually, $5 to $10 million to the United Negro College Front, and outside of that, I'd take care of my family. I'd say I'd invest about $75 million.
What about
save invest?
Is there one thing that you definitely buy? Is there one thing you're like, this is going to be a me moment right here, a me present?
A me present?
Yeah, like, you know what? I just cleared after the huge chop off they take in the lump sum and then taxes. I did just clear $150 million. There's one thing that I'm going to buy for me.
I would say I would buy some property in the islands.
All right, very good.
That would be either in the islands or in Italy. I would
Italy,
buy. Yeah. I just need to get away. I need to have an escape. Someplace that I need to go. I say the islands because I'm familiar with that. I'd have to go to Italy to see for myself, but the islands would be a definite because I know exactly where I'd be, but I would definitely look into something in Italy as well.
You know what? We're going to have to touch on this with Colin Cowherd when he joins us at 2 because they had an interesting discussion kind of as an offshoot of this on how much would change your life, how much money would change your life. It was hilarious.
Can I tell you this?
Yeah.
I tell you one thing I would not do.
You would not quit.
I would not quit my job.
I agree with you. I wouldn't either.
I think, people, it's like, listen, I don't have a job. I have a career. I tell with my speeches, I tell kids all the time, a job is doing what you have to do to put money in your pocket to pay the bills and maintain your quality of life or build it. A career is doing what you want to do, and that happens to do all the things a job does.
Totally agree. Why, we're both blessed, my man.
Yes, we are.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. So, yeah, it is true that if the Jets were to lose this weekend, it would put Rex Ryan in a class with Rich Kotite, at least in a sense. And we mentioned this yesterday, but you may not have heard it. If the Jets, whenever they lose their next game, their 8th game, it will be the first time since 1996 that they had back-to-back years in which they did not have a winning record. So they've had 9 wins in at least one of 2 years since 1996. Since the Parcells days, like we've said before, they've been a good team. And so you have to kind of think about what that means about as a reflection on Rex Ryan. And then one other number that kind of plays into maybe part of the perception about Rex and his role with this team and his time here. They have 3 losses this year by 21 points or more. First time they've had that since 1962. So they are getting blown out in a way that has not been commonplace in this franchise's history. Now, I've been of the opinion, Stephen, that I still don't think Rex should be losing his job at the end of this year, because if you look at the personnel, as we've talked about many a time, I don't think it falls directly on Rex. But those numbers don't help his case. And one other thing that doesn't help his case either, we have been told that he has a lot of input and a lot of say in the defensive personnel that has been drafted under him, even if the rest of the personnel is more Mike T or the rest of the Jets scouting department.
Well, I believe that. I don't hold Mike Tannenbaum as responsible as I hold Mike Tannenbaum for a lot of things. I don't hold him primarily responsible to things on the defensive side of the ball, because that's where Rex Ryan made his bones, and there's no doubt that he knows what he's doing when it comes to that. So if Tannenbaum decided to defer to Rex Ryan on the defensive side of the ball, that does not bother me at all. But everything else to me is on Tannenbaum.
See, and I agree with you, but my problem is I think one of the demerits against Rex would be, if we want to attribute the defensive personnel decisions to Rex at least a little bit more, then we also have to give him some of the blame for those defensive draft picks not turning into players with more of an impact, right?
That's right. Yes, we do.
I mean, look at Kyle Wilson. That was a first-round pick. Kyle Wilson is further along in his career than Prince Amukamara, and Prince is already a far better corner than Kyle Wilson is. No question about it.
Do we really know that? And
I think so.
Because I'm not sure. And the reason why I'm not sure is because I'm trying to decide whether we favorably or fairly, rather, measure Kyle Wilson against what we expect a person playing his position to be, or do we measure him a bit more with a bit more scrutiny because he is the guy replacing Darrelle Revis?
Fair question. Interesting question. Well, John Winthrop, our producer, he's a season ticket holder.
There's nothing fair about Jonathan Winthrop.
Well, John,
that's a bad person to ask.
Let's see.
I don't know.
John, Kyle,
Lord, I gotta brace myself. Let me fasten my seatbelt for this one.
Kyle Wilson. Now, Steven's asking the question, which is a reasonable question. Are we unfair to him because of seeing him play around Darrelle Revis, or is he just not good?
I'd say he's just not good.
That's how I feel as well. And that's another demerit against Rex Ryan, right? I mean, he drafted him. Drafts the defensive personnel. That's one of the arguments against him. Now,
can I clarify? He's not a first-rounder.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, what is he?
Serviceable.
Serviceable.
All right.
At best?
Give me examples of what has happened with him this year that make y'all say that.
Kyle Wilson?
Yes.
Well, I mean, for one, I love how he loves to celebrate after he's beat, but the receiver just happens to be overthrown. That's enough to make me want to kick a guy off my team.
He was beat like 4 times in San Francisco. Alex Smith just overthrew him.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's right. Alex Smith kept overthrowing the targets that were.
Are we sure that it's not Namde Asamoah revisited in Philadelphia, where you're constantly looking for safeties to be back there covering for you, and missed assignments are all over the place? Are we sure that's not a cause for receivers covered by Kyle Wilson to be open?
I'm pretty sure. I know this, Steven. I've watched every one of his games, Kyle Wilson's games, thus far being a Jet, and I can't.
As
you view, I can't ever remember in my life saying, oh, that guy's a good player. I can't remember saying that once, not once, in 3 years. And it's not supposed to be a slam Kyle Wilson day. It's just, it's another example of what's gone wrong with Rex, along with this team about to do some things that show a level of futility we haven't seen since either 1962 or 1996. Now, I still think Rex should be safe, but you can understand why maybe there's a little bit more evidence than we thought, Steven, to things that Rex hasn't done well this year.
Maybe so. I don't know. I really don't know the answer to this question. I just think for me, again, what it comes down to is you're Rex Ryan, and after 2 trips to the AFC Championship game, you are on the verge of being measured against Rich Kotite. What else needs to be said?
No, it's not a good thing.
Not a good thing.
And for all the Jets fans, I see a lot of Jets fans who are like, oh, it's time to abandon ship. Well, I don't think that's right either. This is when your team needs you. It's not like they haven't been trying to win. They've been active. Now, they didn't make the right moves this past offseason, but this is a team that for a long time now has turned over every stone. They've tried to do everything. Yeah, okay, you may think that some of the times their moves are motivated by publicity, but they still have been doing everything they can to try and improve your roster, like trading for Holmes, like trading for Braylon Edwards, like trading for Brett Favre. It's not like they haven't been active as a team.
I don't believe that the Jets should be indicted because of bad moves. I believe they should be indicted because of their inactivity this offseason. They completely, basically ignored their offense. Their answer to their offensive woes was to let go of Plexico Burress and bring in Tony Sperano and Tim Tebow. That is just a disgraceful thing to do. And I think heads need to roll because of that decision alone.
The Jets Focus brought to you by All-American Ford. Everyone can afford an All-American Ford with locations in Old Bridge, Hackensack, Paramus, and Kingston. Visit them at allamericanford.net. We always love our chats with Colin Cowherd, and he had, I thought, a very interesting discussion on his show that he'll recreate for us in a moment. Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
The Jimmy V Classic returns to the world's most famous arena as 4 of the nation's elite college teams square off at Madison Square Garden to celebrate the courage of one of basketball's greatest legends. The Jimmy V Classic, Tuesday, December 4th. Texas and Georgetown at 7, followed by NC State and Connecticut. Get your tickets now by calling Ticketmaster at 866-858-0008 or logging on to thegarden.com. Don't miss the Jimmy V Classic.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Hey, if you're looking for the best value on an Audi, visit PalisadesAudi.com. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. After yesterday, Mike Woodson shared confidence with us that Ronnie Brewer would be able to play with his dislocated fingers. Today, he said he's not quite sure if Brewer will be able to go. We'll decide around tip. Meanwhile, Jason Kidd is out dealing with back spasms. In Boston, the 8-6 Celtics hosting the 9-4 Nets. Brooklyn is looking for its fourth straight win. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the sixth former Big East school to leave for the ACC. The Yankees are hopeful they'll have a new deal for Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. An official with knowledge of the negotiations telling ESPNNewYork.com that. Sources also saying the Yankees and catcher Russell Martin are far apart on a new deal, although he is the Yanks' first choice at catcher. And Rex Ryan saying today he thinks Tim Tebow will be active on Sunday despite the broken ribs.
This is the Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Top of the 2 o'clock hour here with you. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco, ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. As always, every week around this time,
How
we
come
have
I
on
don't
our
get,
friend.
I don't get that kind of music in my show.
Yeah, well, I got love for you, man. But
got to talk to Goulet
that doesn't
about
mean
that.
you don't. That doesn't mean we don't have to work on your rhythm, Colin. Colin Cowherd from the Herd, right here with Stephen A. Ryan Rucco. You don't mind the rhythm, do you?
No, I love the rhythm.
Okay.
I love the rhythm.
That's our man Ray on the mic.
I got Journey on my show. You get rhythm. I'm complaining.
Oh, I love it. You know what, Colin? I had the honor of getting to sit in for you on the Herd on Thursday and Friday. Dude, I was trying to hold up your standard on the Blazing 5. I didn't do it, though, man. I just didn't do it. I didn't do it.
First of all, Vegas guys always say, wise guys always say, take Thanksgiving off. 3 days, 3 games, 60% of the time home team wins. They're trap games. The other teams in the league have their schedule disrupted. You don't get the normal injury reports you would on the time you get them. It's a trap weekend. Stay away. And then in college, you have all these goofy rivalries where underdogs play way over their skis. I thought the most bettable game of the weekend was Notre Dame -6. That's the only game I thought. Notre Dame's going to win that game. And for the record, I'm not sure if they played again. USC kind of botched the goal line stuff. So that's a weekend you take it off. But it returns this week.
Before we even get into the Knicks and the Jets, you brought up Notre Dame, and I'm glad that you did because everybody knows how big you are on college football. They are in the national championship game. Did you see this happening, and who would you rather see them go up against?
Doesn't really matter to me. I'd like to see them play, Oregon, Alabama, whoever. I think they have a shot against anybody. Here's something about college football. ESPN has put up $500 million a year for the playoff, right? So ESPN is vested. Fellas, you got to have Notre Dame because the South, the Midwest, and the West love college football. The Northeast is the last island that doesn't love college football. Wow. But when Rutgers becomes a top 15 program, and they will quickly, because New Jersey is probably the 7th to 8th best state in the country for high school football, they just leave the state. They won't anymore.
Why not?
Because now you can play Michigan and Ohio State and be close to mom and go home for dinner. So the kid in New Jersey now, I don't have to go to Wisconsin. I don't have to go to Miami. I can go see mom on the weekends, dad on the weekends, my girlfriend from high school on the weekends. So that kid's going to stay at Rutgers. So New Yorkers are too smart. College football's fun. It's not as good as the NFL. NFL's got better quarterbacks, better play. I'm actually more of an NFL guy, but because I give college football some love, people think, oh, you love the sport. No, I just think it deserves attention. With Rutgers becoming a top 15 program, if it works out in the next 2 to 3 years, with a combination of Notre Dame, and they're going to stay up near the top with Brian Kelly, you watch the numbers in New York. I went and looked at the Notre Dame USC number. It was 8 in New York. That beats the Stanley Cup final, and I thought New York was a great hockey city. Wow. The World Series in New York outside of the Yankees will get like a 9. People will watch the right product. They're not going to watch random schools. You put Notre Dame, Rutgers, Ohio State. The New York audience is too smart not to realize the quality of college football today is so much better than 10 years ago. It's like all the NFL guys, they're going to college. Right. They take the systems with them. You watch major college football now. Everybody says they love college basketball. You can watch a college basketball game, 0 NBA players on the floor. You can watch the Maui Invitational. It's got 3. You watch Alabama play Ohio State, there's 13 NFL guys that could be Giants or Jets the next year.
Ryan, hold on for a second because I'm starving to ask this question. A lot of college news right now. Les Miles, even though he denies it, his agent denies it, it being offered, the job for Arkansas. Here's my issue. You've got a situation where college kids have no representation whatsoever, none. A coach is Les Miles just signed a 7-year extension a little over a year ago. But you still can go to him. You don't need to ask for permission from LSU, and you can still go to him and offer him a multi-million-dollar deal, and he can just up and leave those kids whose homes he went into and ask them to come and play for LSU. Something's wrong with that.
Well, I've said this for years. Choose the school, not the coach. If you're an 18-year-old...
But kids don't do that. You know that.
Well, okay. But they should. Choose the school. You can't choose the coach. Come on. I love John Calipari. You think he's staying in Kentucky 8 years? You think Nick Saban's staying in Alabama 10 years? Saban's going to get an NFL offer in the next 2 to 3 years, and it's going to be one of those that has like a legitimate quarterback. Boom, gone. Calipari's going to get an NBA job here in about... Mike Woodson doesn't work out Nick's call. You don't think Calipari would go to the Knicks? Are you... After that New Jersey mess, guys want to prove it. They want to prove it. So to me, choose the university.
Colin,
go ahead.
No. I think that's a really good point. You might have to be the advisor to these kids, though. You realize that, Colin.
That's right. I'm glad you said that, Ryan.
Because they don't make that choice too often.
Here's what's amazing, guys. Mm-hmm. Both the Yankees. Can we discuss this for a second?
Yeah.
So I'm watching NESN this morning, and they're talking about. There's a lot of rumors the Red Sox owners who own a European soccer franchise are aiming to sell the Red Sox. We know the Steinbrenners, who like soccer, vested there, there are whispers, more than whispers, they'd sell off chunks of the Yankees. Think about that. Is baseball in trouble when the Red Sox and Yankee owners are moving away from baseball? You see the ratings. You're in this game. By the way, Yankee playoff games this year, empty sections, not seats. Sections. They re-signed Andy Pettitte. Doesn't that seem like, let's just keep those brand names around?
Yep.
I mean, seriously.
But not, to me, not with Pettitte, because I think I think he can get it done for you.
He'll start 9 games, go on the DL, show up in September.
That's all that matters to me.
Yeah. But to me, that feels like I'm going to keep him around. He's a big brand name. I'm telling you something. You look at the Yankee fans are getting bored. It's like Tony Romo fatigue in Dallas. Mm-hmm. It's the same old.
Yankees are turning into the Atlanta Braves.
Yes,
they are.
They
are.
Yeah,
exactly.
But you know what's
There's
interesting about that, Colin? No doubt, that's absolutely true. I mean, but the Pettitte move. No, in all fairness, full disclosure, he's my favorite athlete of all time, so I'll defend him. But it's a smart baseball move and financial move for them because he produces, he comes through in the big moment. It's only a 1-year commitment, and they're trying to get under the luxury tax by 2014. But you're right. There aren't those young players who have grown up with this team who you're excited to watch. That's not what they have right now.
Players with the Yankees are too old or don't relate. Robinson Cano's great. Who relates to a guy making that money that won't jog to first? I mean, seriously. It's an incredibly unlikable roster.
Yeah.
It's either too old. If you're trying to get 24-year-old Yankee kid in the Bronx, Jeter's yesterday. Mm-hmm. A-Rod's yesterday.
Let me ask you this. Who's more unlikable, the Yankees that you mentioned or the Jets?
I would say this. The Yankees do want to win. And I do believe winning, with George, winning was everything. Mm-hmm. I think winning now is really, really important. My problem with the Jets is, sometimes it's disingenuous. Like in the media or fans, if you even intimate that Tebow was about tickets more than winning, they're outraged. Mm-hmm. That is a ridiculous... Really?
Yeah.
Really? Like you didn't think a faith-based, handsome quarterback who blew up Denver in the middle of nowhere,
right?
Rocky Mountains, was going to come to the media capital of North America and not create, with Sanchez struggling, a 3-ring circus. And if you even intimate that, the Jets ownership is sort of, they look at you, you're ridiculous. That's a clownish.
They insult our
really, exactly.
Yes.
We're not idiots. Fans aren't idiots. People can see the truth. He was for tickets. A faith-based following backup who turned little old Denver out in the neighbors with Kansas City. Their other neighbors, the mountains, turned that into a 3-ring national circus.
Right. Go ahead, Ryan.
You know what?
I know you're itching.
I have to ask Colin because, I love Colin's opinions, and I haven't got a chance to ask you, man. What do you think about No More Fireman Ed? I I mean, Fireman Ed hanging it up. Yeah.
World's most annoying fan. I said this. He reminds me of the guy that puts up 10,000 lights at Christmas, and that guy thinks his neighbors love him. And that guy thinks, oh, everybody's jealous of my house. I got reindeer. I got the themed yard. Everybody loves me. But his neighbors' driveways now, 24/7. They have to close their blinds. People driving into their driveway, throwing stuff in their driveway. The neighbors hate that guy. Right. The neighbors are like, hey, jerk, for 6 weeks, you just turned my driveway into a Burger King drive-thru. Fireman Ed thinks everybody loves him. Everybody just wants to sit next to him. He's the best fan. You go to a game, and really, that's the guy that I got to sit next to? I mean, I'm sure some fans like him.
Yeah, but, at the same time, he's a diehard Jets fan. And does he really deserve to be harassed by a bunch of Jet fans disgusted with Sanchez?
Does he care about the Jets more than the other 62,000 in there?
I don't know.
That stadium is full of people who have put up with mediocrity. The Jet fans are loyal.
Yeah. But should they be bothering him?
By the way, he brings it on himself. He's the guy that gave himself the nickname. He's standing up in his seat, and now he's outraged. Dude, you love Fireman Ed. You put up that 10,000 lights in your house. Oh, look at the reindeer. Everybody's stopping by my house.
Right.
You put the lights up, fella.
Right.
And neighbors don't like it. So Fireman Ed elevated himself as if he's better than fans. Excuse me. Every other guy pays the same money for that ticket. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
You bring it on yourself. It's like I always say about you're not a hero if you put out a fire you start. Fireman Ed creates this. And now, I feel terrible.
But these are very valid points. The problem is that based on what you're saying, why even look at Rex Ryan and Mike Tannenbaum and the job they've done? I mean, based on what you're saying, it's almost like this. It's almost a distractive measure to get us away from the ineptitude that they have been putting before us.
Fireman Ed or Tebow?
All of it. All of it.
Well, it's
with Tebow, you got Woody Johnson. With Fireman Ed, you got himself. What about Tannenbaum? What about Rex Ryan?
No, listen. Rex, to his credit, got a team to the AFC Championship back-to-back. That's pretty hard to do with Sanchez as your quarterback.
Yeah.
In hindsight, pretty impressive, right?
Very.
Tannenbaum, look at that offensive personnel. I want everybody that listens to this radio show, a lot of people, go look at the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive depth chart. They have 8 playmakers. They have 4 running backs.
Yeah.
It's called drafting, paying attention to Saturdays, so you're better on Sundays.
That's right.
I mean, go look at the Patriots, the Packers, the Houston Texans. Look at the Jets' offensive personnel.
Yeah, it's horrid.
It's awful. It's Cleveland. I
think Cleveland's better.
Right now with Trent Richardson, they are.
Yes.
You can legitimately say, Colin, 4 of the Steelers receivers would be the best receiver on the Jets right now.
Who's their 5th? Jericho Cotchery?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So 5 of the Steelers receivers then, I guess.
So Rainey, Dwyer, Redmond, Mendenhall.
Yes. All 4. All 4 would start for the Jets.
It's true.
All 4 of them.
It's actually true. It really is.
So would Heath Miller.
Antonio Brown, Mike Wallace, Emmanuel Sanders, Heath Miller, all would start for the Jets.
Okay. You got to pay attention to Saturdays to be great on Sundays. Mike Tannenbaum, I'm sorry. Offensively?
Horrible.
Awful.
That's been my thing with him. I haven't even gotten to the defense. That's what I've been telling Ryan. Ryan, I shouldn't say I've been telling him because he knows. But I've been saying
discussing
that
with me.
It is the offensive personnel. The offensive personnel of the New York Jets is offensive.
Thank you.
Is offensive.
It's just not good enough.
And I'm putting that on Tannenbaum because I know Rex doesn't care about offense. Rex thinks his defense we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
Remember when Sanchez would come on your radio show and on this radio station?
On this radio station. He wouldn't come on with me. He came on once, scared today, still scared. But go ahead.
Remember when Sanchez would come on and we play Rex Bites. And do you remember how Sanchez would react? He almost laughed at Rex, not with him, as if to say, he says what he wants to say. They've never gotten along. Rex is a tough East Coast, heavy-set, kind of foul-mouthed. Sanchez, a good-looking, abs, West Coast, chill bra.
Yes.
They never connected.
Don't forget sitting by the fans in South Beach looking like the second coming of Fabio. Don't forget that stuff.
They're not the same cat. There's no connection. There isn't. And I do think Rex can coach. Is he an elite coach? I don't know. Is he Tomlin? Is he Coughlin? Is he Belichick?
I think he's elite on the defensive side.
Yeah, so do I. I do. And he got him to the AFC Championship. But this is a cultural issue. Offensively, and for the record, here's the good news if you're the Jets. Doesn't take but a draft.
Yeah.
Remember, you can turn a third of your roster over. You go find one elite slot playmaker. They're out there.
You know what I suggest?
T.Y. Hilton to the Colts. You guys seen him?
Right.
They're Florida International. They're all Victor Cruz.
You take Woody Johnson. You take Mike Tannenbaum. You return him to his role as the capologist. Let him play with the numbers. Have nothing to do with football decisions. You hire somebody like Bill Polian. Bring him on board.
I'd take him in a second.
In a heartbeat.
Yeah. By the way, have you ever sat down with Polian and just talked 10 minutes?
Yes, I have.
Oh, geez.
On several occasions. Why do you think I'm saying that?
Fantastic.
He's the best.
Fantastic.
He just, when you rebuild 3 franchises the way he did, it's a good guy to pick the brain of.
By the way, your partner here, the other night I turned on the Brooklyn Nets.
Yes.
And over the last couple of weeks, I've been watching the Brooklyn Nets.
He does a hell of a job. Ryan Ruocco does a hell of a job calling games for the Nets, man.
Can you give me a little up-the-court 15-footer pow? Can you give me something right here?
You want just on the spot like that?
Hey, I stopped by your show. You're a taker, not a giver. That's fine.
What do you just want like Darren Williams from 15? He got it. That's what you want.
That's all I want. I'm happy. I don't ask for much.
You got it. You know what, Colin? Thank you for watching, man. We appreciate that, dude.
I watched an hour of the Nets, Knicks.
I
watched an hour of it. By the way, Lakers last night and the Knicks the other night.
Don't
be afraid to hit a fourth quarter free throw.
Don't bring up the Lakers. Just get ready for them to trade Pau Gasol, ridiculously listening to Mike D'Antoni, who's going to basically ruin the team because the system does not work for the personnel that they have, and you're going to let go of Pau Gasol so you can make Mike D'Antoni happy. Good luck with that.
For Gerald Wallace?
How
much does he make?
Joe Wallace makes $40 million, but Pau Gasol is paid $19 million, but he's owed $38.2 million over the next 2 years going into the season. So he makes almost double what Gerald Wallace makes. The problem is that Gerald Wallace ain't 7 feet, man, and Dwight Howard isn't either. And he doesn't hit free throws. You don't let Pau Gasol go. You don't do it.
It's interesting, too. A lot of people want to know, we're talking with Colin Cowherd here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. A lot of people keep bringing up that Amari Powell rumor, too, Stephen. Hey, Colin, it's amazing how real people think that is. It's incredible.
Okay, if I get Amari, whose knees do I get instead of his?
Right, exactly.
Seriously.
It's true.
Not to mention an additional $22 million.
Yeah, that's not it.
An additional $22 million on your books for anybody who takes Amari.
Oof. You know what, Colin? I have to have you because I alluded to this conversation before, and I thought you had a very funny discussion today with Goulet and Rob and all the boys there at your show about how much money would change your life in light of the $550 million Powerball that's out there right now, right?
$1 million changes 99% of the world's life. My staff... Literally, they must have grown up as oil barons in sheiks in Saudi Arabia. $1 million after taxes is $650,000. You buy a new car for $50. You pay off your debt for $50. You start a business for $100. You put $250,000 away and invest, and $200,000 for a home. That doesn't change the average guy's life. Of course it does.
Yeah. No question.
But first of all, it takes away stress. You pay for your kid's education. Every parent's dying to do that.
There you go.
Now, if you work on Wall Street, it doesn't change your life. But what, 4% of New York? What's the percent of New York? How many people work on Wall Street? Even in New York, it's not that many people.
Well, no, apparently, though, in that control room of your show, it's Wall Street, according to your point.
Unbelievable. My guys are like, yeah, let's say I make $12 million, I'm coming to work tomorrow. Are you kidding me? $12 million.
Well, hey, Colin, you don't have to worry about buying them anything too nice come Christmas now.
That's right.
They're fine.
A card and a muffin, that's it.
Oh, Colin, we always love chatting with you, man. We'll do it again next week.
All right, guys.
Thanks a lot, buddy.
That's Colin Cowherd. This portion of the Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Ruocco Show is presented by the Melrose MVP Scholarship Program. Nominate your high school senior athlete for a chance to win $5,000 for college, courtesy of Melrose Credit Union. Go to ESPNNewYork.com/MVP. Earl the Pearl Monroe will be stepping into the program. Coming up next on ESPN New York.
Here's what's trending now in New York. The Knicks take on the Bucks tonight. Have they come back to earth, or are they just fatigued? And the Mets are trying to lock up David Wright, while the Yankees hope to get another year out of Mariano Rivera and Andy Pettitte. We're talking about it. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we got to watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Looking for a safe, sound alternative to a bank? Look no further than Melrose Credit Union. At Melrose Credit Union, they don't play games with your money because Melrose Credit Union is a financial cooperative owned by you, the member. So their number one concern is your bottom line. And your deposit account is federally insured to at least $250,000 by the NCUA. Whether you're buying a home, need a business loan, or saving for a rainy day, let Melrose Credit Union help you get there. Please visit them at melrosecu.org. Melrose Credit Union. You can get there from here. Affirmative action. Employer.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Hi, it's the Herd. Everybody in business has to deal with either emailing a file that's too big to attach, or sending a confidential file without a secure way to do it, or needing to access a document while on the go. How about an answer for all three? ShareFile by Citrix, the all-in-one business solution for sending, sharing, and receiving files of almost any size. ShareFile was designed for businesses and can be customized to meet your company's specific needs. Every file stays under your control. You know it's secure. You can manage who has access and for how long. See when files are opened and by whom. Plus, ShareFile allows you to access files from any computer or, even better, any mobile device. Try ShareFile today. Sign up for my special offer. 30-day full free trial. Go to ShareFile.com, click on the radio mic, enter my name, Colin. ShareFile.com. Type in my name, Colin. C-O-L-I-N.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive wings Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
Hey, it's Greeny. Did you miss Wednesday's show? If so, you missed college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit telling us the edge in the SEC championship game goes to Alabama because of their experience. Download the Mike and Mike podcast free on iTunes and on ESPNradio.com.
ESPNradio.com. Right now.
Hi, I'm Christine Lisi. On Wednesday's edition of Mike and Mike in the Morning, Mike Greenberg and Mike Golick discuss the Eagles' decision to release Jason Babin, the latest coaching rumors from around the NFL, the SEC title game, and more with John Gruden, Adam Schefter, Mark Schlereth, Jerry Rice, Kirk Herbstreit, Mike Mayock, and Rich Baldinger. It's all yours on the Mike and Mike page at ESPNRadio.com. Meanwhile, over on the Pod Center page,
Ivan Maisel here on the ESPNU College Football Podcast Wednesday. Chris Fowler, the host of College Game Day, joins us. We'll talk his alma mater, Colorado. We'll talk the Heisman.
Hey, it's Matthew Barrett from the Fantasy Focus Football Podcast. Today on the show, Nate Ravitz returns, and we talk about Jonathan Dwyer's status, what you do with the Carolina running backs, all sorts of news.
You can hear this and more on the Pod Center page at ESPNRadio.com. Log on to the ESPNRadio.com stream, the most listened to stream in the world.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. The giant oil company BP is temporarily suspended from contracts with the U.S. government. The word coming from the Environmental Protection Agency, which says the decision stems from what it calls the company's lack of business integrity in its response to the Gulf oil spill in 2010. 2 weeks ago, BP agreed to plead guilty to charges in connection with the explosion aboard the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. 11 workers died. The stock market opened down but turned positive later after remarks by House Speaker John Boehner. He sounded hopeful an agreement to avert the fiscal cliff would be reached. Billionaire investor Warren Buffett says he's confident Congress will eventually pass a plan, but it might not happen until early next year. The Berkshire Hathaway CEO says the debate won't affect any of his investment decisions. U.S. new home sales fell slightly last month. The Commerce Department says the number dipped less than 0.5%. Typically, buying slows in the fall. Sales of new homes were more than 20% up on a year ago. Richard Davies, ABC News.
College football on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. While Stanford just beat UCLA on Saturday, the Bruins had already clinched a spot in the Pac-12 title game, but the Cardinal needed the win to advance. Now they go head-to-head again, this time with a trip to the Rose Bowl on the line. The 16th-ranked UCLA Bruins at the 8th-ranked Stanford Cardinal, Friday at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
ESPN, your NBA destination.
Oh, what a move! Beautiful play.
Wednesdays and Fridays, all season long.
That's smooth.
The can't-miss plays.
Oh, nice play.
The brightest stars.
A three.
The marquee matchups. Friday, it's Nuggets-Lakers at 10:30 Eastern on ESPN, presented by State Farm.
Store now open on Route 17 in Paramus, New Jersey. The PGA Tour Superstore. There's nothing else like it. Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here with this ESPN New York Sports Center, brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. The New Jersey Lottery Powerball jackpot is now estimated at over $500 million. That's right, over $500 million. The next winner could be you. Play Powerball with Power Play from the New Jersey Lottery. Give your dreams a chance. Interesting Eastern Conference tilt tonight in Milwaukee. The 9-4 Knicks visiting the 7-5 Bucks. 7:30 pregame, 8 o'clock tip right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Jason Kidd out day-to-day with back spasms. Meanwhile, Ronnie Brewer may not play after initially it looked like he would as he deals with dislocated fingers. 9-4 Nets are at the 8-6 Celtics. Nets seeking their 4th straight win. According to sources, Louisville will join the ACC, becoming the 6th former Big East school to leave the ACC. An official with knowledge of negotiations tells ESPNNewYork.com that the Yankees are hopeful they'll have a new deal for Mariano Rivera before the winter meetings next week. And Rex Ryan saying today that he believes Tim Tebow will be active on Sunday despite his broken ribs.
Y'all having a good time out there.
Yes, Ray Deanahan killing it today on the beats. With Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco, our show presented by Napa Auto Parts. Stop in at their newest New York location, now open in Woodside on 57th Street off Northern Boulevard. So, Stephen, we'll get to Earl the Pearl Monroe in a minute, but I want to address this again real quick because so many people have been tweeting at us, even calling in just wondering, asking John about the Gasol for Amari rumors and whether or not there's any possibility of that happening, man.
Listen, I can't see it. Now, I can't rule anything out because this is sucker born every minute. But the reality of the situation is that Amari Stoudemire's knees, nobody knows how that is. We know that they're not insured because that microfracture surgery that took place in 2005 isn't considered reliable over the long haul. Plus, he's owed an additional $22 million in a third year, entering this season. 3 years, about $61.5 million. Whereas Pau Gasol was at 2 years, $38 million owed to him over the next 2 years. So if you're trading Pau Gasol and you're taking on Amari Stoudemire, you're taking on more money, which I can't see the Lakers doing, and you're taking on an additional year, which I can't see the Lakers doing. That's where I am at with it. But we are talking about Jim Buss here, and, as far as I'm concerned, idiocy can never be ruled out.
Right now, Stephen, we have the honor of talking to one of the greats to ever put on a New York Knicks uniform, Earl the Pearl Monroe, who's doing some cool stuff trying to make people aware of diabetes with National Diabetes Month. And obviously, he has a ring from a team that does not have many of them in their history.
Right. That's right. Say it loud, say it proud. What's up, big boy? How are you, big girl? What's up, baby?
Hey, baby. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing wonderful, man. Always appreciate you coming on with us. Thank you so much. First of all, how are you feeling these days? How's your health and everything? How things going?
Well, health is not that great right now, but, the good thing about it is that I'm here. And so many other of my guys that are not here, I can only feel thankful to be here, man.
Well, no question about that. Now, have you been up on the Knicks and the way they've been playing, Earl? What do you think of the way they've started this season?
Well, I really loved it. I mean, you start off the season, 6-0 or whatever. You got to love it. And I think the way they were playing is, pretty indicative of how they should be playing and hopefully how they continue to play.
Big Earl, I mean, as you watch the Knicks at the beginning of this season, there's a lot of euphoria that surrounded them because people looked at them and the expectations were heightened significantly. I'm of the mindset that I don't care what you see from the New York Knicks. You need Amari Stoudemire and Iman Shumpert back for this team to be a legitimate threat in the Eastern Conference. Outside of that, I don't know if they're getting out of the first round. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, when I looked at the team at the beginning of the season, with them in mind, I thought that they were very, very formidable. I thought that because of Stoudemire, of course, he's going down there with Olajuwon and getting his inside game a little bit kept it together. I thought that would be a big help. But on the other end of the spectrum, I thought Shumpert, is a great big, part of this puzzle. I mean, here's a guy that really was coming into his own when he got hurt last year. And I was looking forward to seeing what he would be able to do this year. And I'm quite sure once he gets back, there'll be a marked difference in how they play.
Talking with Earl the Pearl Monroe here, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. If healthy, Earl, if they have all the pieces, do you think the Knicks have a championship squad?
I think they've got the makings of having a championship club. Of course, when you get down to the championship, there are all kinds of things that, falls into the category of what you have to do. But I think they've addressed a lot of those things. I mean, when you think in terms of, bringing in kids, Felton's playing great, and the big guys that they brought in. I mean, Camby, I thought was a no-brainer. I mean, he is a guy that could, was basically the same type of player as Chandler, but at the same time, when you get the big fella from Philadelphia to come in and shooting the threes and banging the boards and whatnot, and his mentality is, I thought they really did a great job.
Talking to Earl Pearl Monroe right here with Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Earl, as I look at this team, as you look at this team, all the parts that they've got, assuming everybody's healthy, what do you think they're missing, if anything at all? I'm talking about assuming Amari's back, assuming Shumpert comes back, assuming Kidd is going to be healthy enough for the playoffs. How do you view this team then?
You know, I think that they're right up there with the top teams. I think that they could play big, and then they could play small as well. And when you have the versatility, I mean, with their lineup right now, especially with this kid Brewer coming in, I mean, you got a lot of guys that can guard guys at this point. So now you've got a team that could go small, they could go big, and they could run up and down the floor with you, and they could play half-court ball as well. So that not too many teams in this league, have that flexibility.
You know, Earl, we the other night had a lot of fun. Stephen A. and I were both in Brooklyn for that Knicks-Nets matchup, and the energy was fantastic, both on the court and in the stands. Is that something that you're looking forward to, this rivalry developing and continuing to, bring more attention to basketball in our city?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it myself. We're in basketball heaven if you think in terms of, what other cities have. I mean, you have two teams with two, really good coaches. You've got two really good teams, and you've got guys that really want to go out and bang on each other. So, I mean, this rivalry can't help but, energize basketball in this area. And both of these teams, I mean, I can't say as much for the Nets because I'm not that sold on Joe Johnson at this point. But
right.
But I think that they've got to figure out a way to get him to play like he played in Phoenix as opposed to how he played in Atlanta.
I guess what I'm wondering about, assuming you're able to pull that off, Earl, I'm of the mindset that the parts in Brooklyn fit better than the parts in New York. It's just that New York has Carmelo and Brooklyn does not.
Well, it's amazing. When you do have somebody that you can go to, it makes a big difference. And that's the whole thing in a nutshell. Right now, the Nets are playing great ball. The ball's being distributed. They're moving it around. But they don't have that go-to guy. And you need that in order to win in this game.
Earl, you were known for, your flamboyant dribbling, passing, the way you could make plays. I'm wondering if there is, somebody right now in this league, because it's become a guards league, no question about that. Is there somebody who you watch the way they handle the basketball, and knowing you and your expertise at that, you just totally admire?
Well, I look at LeBron. I mean, people get on me every time I say this, but LeBron does it all. I mean, he is a guy that, first of all, it wasn't about scoring for him. I mean, he was a pass-first type of guy. He could get guys involved in the game and then be able to take over games. I think this year, with the addition of his jump shot getting to be so much better than it has been in previous years, it's really made him a tough package to hold. And, as he goes along with this season, they'll get better as they go along because now that they've got Allen there and he can hit some shots from the outside, it makes that team a little bit more versatile.
Do you think there's any legitimate threat to the Miami Heat in the NBA?
I think they got a lot of legitimate threats because even the games they're winning, they're not blowing guys out. But at the same time, I think when it comes down to the last 2 minutes of the game, when you have somebody to go to and you got guys who are used to winning, that's the determining factor in most of the winning teams.
Earl, tell us about what you are doing to help with awareness when it comes to diabetes. I know you were diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in 1998, and it is National Diabetes Month in November.
Absolutely. I've been working on a program with Merck called Diabetes Restaurant Month Program. And over the last 3 years, we've gone to over 20 cities. And what we try and do is get people who have type 2 diabetes to understand that when they do go out to eat, they have choices to make. And they can ask for those choices when they ask their servers, how a meal is prepared. Could I substitute this for that? And they really have a diabetes-friendly type of a meal. One of the things that I found out when I found out I had diabetes is that people with type 2 diabetes are 2 to 4 times more likely to suffer from heart disease or stroke. So, for me, that was a big wake-up call, and it made me, change my lifestyle to a degree. It helped me to focus with my doctor to set my goals for what we call the ABCs of diabetes, which is the A1C, or the blood sugar, blood pressure, and cholesterol control. And, for people out there looking or listening to us, they could go to our website at merckdiabetes.com, and they can access information about all the restaurants across the country that are participating. And it's a lot of information about healthy eating. I even have 100 diabetes-friendly and heart-healthy recipes on that website. So even you, Stephen A., you could go and get some of this good food. Even
listen, Earl. Listen, Earl, I need it. Listen, I tell people this all the time. Ain't nothing worse than a slim dude with a pot belly. And when you
but right down in Winston-Salem, there's not too many slim people down there. We've been there.
I do know that. See, I went. Ryan, you may not know this, but I went to school and he played basketball. He was the star of the same school that I played for and the same coach that I played for. The difference is he was a star who played. I was a scrub who tried to play. That's the only difference. But outside of that, we're straight. But I'm telling you, you gotta listen. Tell people about the importance of monitoring their sugar, because when you got the sugar in your body, that could be a problem, Earl.
That's absolutely true. And back in the day, it wasn't called diabetes. It was called the sugars. And it's important that we, monitor this. And one of the most important things that I found out even is that the importance of low blood sugar, being aware of that, because a lot of times when you're not eating at a right schedule or exercising on the right schedule or take your medication on the right schedule, you can get low blood sugar, which can be even more devastating than high blood sugar. And you could be dizzy, you could faint, and, it's not a good thing. So just go to our website at merckdiabetes.com, check it out, and you'll have a lot of information that's going to be useful.
You know what? Everybody should definitely heed your advice, Earl. We appreciate the time today, and I'm glad you were able to let Stephen A. put himself in your class when it comes to college basketball, all right?
Hey, that's my alumni, man.
Good stuff. That is Earl the Pearl Monroe joining Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. You know what, Stephen? You remember when this happened, right?
Don, Andy Pettit has suffered a left ankle fracture.
What?
He will not need surgery, Stephen A., but he'll be out 6 weeks.
Oh,
no, and the boot.
Yeah, we remember that. Well,
yes.
Andy came back this year, and he is officially back again. 1 year, $12 million. The hot stove starting to burn. Absolutely.
Works for me. I believe in him. He'll be there. As long as he's there in September and October, I'm good.
I'm good with it, too. We will get into a couple of the hot stove issues that are starting to burn, plus whether or not we should be concerned or confident with the Knicks starting 8-1 and now losing 3 of 4. Here with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
What's up, this is Raymond Felton. Hey, it's Tyson Chandler. What's up, this is Ronnie Brewer. Hey, this is J.R. Smith. What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4. Is a matchup against Milwaukee just what they need? Knicks-Bucks coverage gets underway tonight at 7:30 on ESPN New York
98.7 FM.
MVPs, Cy Young's, the Heisman on this station. We spend a lot of time talking about awards. But the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of their own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipients of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everyone is talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts, open till midnight Monday through Friday, and Saturdays from 9 till 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com.
I didn't always watch football here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Ready for the big game?
You know it.
Susan's shopping, so we gotta watch Josh for a while.
Oh.
Josh's new toy, sorry.
Can't you remove the battery?
Nah, he'll start screaming.
Protect the football. Watch every game here. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. Celebrate more often by getting to Buffalo Wild Wings for Boneless Thursdays, where the weekend starts early with delicious, specially priced boneless wings all day. Find a location at BuffaloWildWings.com.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
42, 43, $2.43.
My girls are trying to break into the lemonade biz. It's rough out there. I told them to use email marketing from Constant Contact. It was the right choice for growing my small business, Go Time Fitness. Email really works because you know people are checking their inbox every day. Here comes the competition.
With email marketing from Constant Contact, you'll have the tools to easily create custom emails that will work for your business. Plans start as low as $15 per month at ConstantContact.com.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny, Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear. Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
All right, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco with you on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. This portion of the show presented by Napa Auto Parts, stopping at their newest New York location, now open in Woodside on 57th Street off Northern Boulevard. And, you know, we do have 2 passes to our Lunch with a Legend with Bob Knight for Tuesday, December 4th at the New York Athletic Club to give away to our best tweeter of the day. You guys tweet at us, at Stephen A. Smith, at Ryan Rucco. And ESPN New York's Lunch with a Legend is presented by Brooklyn Brewery, Maker's Mark, Insperity, and Sandstone Auto Network. You all right there, Stephen? You just fall off the chair or something, man?
I'm all right.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Drop something, that's all.
Okay, good. You always like, too, how if something like that happens, I bring it to the air instead of letting it go, don't you?
You're always publicizing people's business. Can't keep secrets with you.
No, that's not my job. Your job is to not drop anything or spill anything. My job is to make it public.
All right.
You know what, Stephen? Speaking of that, you did go to the movies yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And?
I went to see Bond.
Oh, good. Wasn't it good, man?
It was good.
Yeah.
I was very pleased.
Good. You never did tell me what you thought of the Twilight movie either. You never filled me in.
I never went.
No, stop that. I mean, why are you going to lie to our audience like that?
I'm not lying.
No.
I'm not lying. Why the hell would I go see Twilight?
Dude, you were there opening night. I remember because you had the DVR of the Knick game.
That is ridiculous. That is such a flagrant lie. Don't lie to our listeners like that. Me? Go see Twilight?
No, here was the deal.
I mean, you got family. I might watch it at home or something. I'm going to go to a movie to see Twilight?
Well, I look, it's not me.
The only thing, listen, if I want to watch soap operas, I watch them every day when I TiVo General Hospital. I'm not ashamed about that, but that's it. All that other soap opera type of stuff, I don't do.
I do specifically remember you having to DVR a Knicks Spurs game to go to the premiere of Twilight. But maybe I'm mistaken here.
You're such a liar.
Maybe I'm
You're
mistaken.
such a liar. That's ridiculous. And say it with a straight face, trying to lie to the public. You can't be trusted, man. You can't be trusted.
One of those sneaky liars. Now,
yeah,
Steven, I do have to say, now, as I said with Colin, Andy Pettitte, that's my favorite athlete of all time, full disclosure. But yes. it's not a sexy move, but I still think it's a good move. It's 1 year commitment, $12 million, Buster Olney and a few others just having it. That's what Andy comes back for, $12 million plus awards bonuses potentially, or performance bonuses. But here's the deal. I mean, you're trying to get under a certain number by 2014. You know Pettitte, I mean, he clearly can still pitch. Yeah, he was hurt last year, but it was a freak thing where he broke his leg, and he pitched to a sub-3 ERA when he was in there, and it's only a 1 year commitment. It's definitely a good fit for the Yankees. Of course, we'll take Andy as long as he wants to pitch.
Well, listen, we won't go that far. Okay, you can want to pitch, just don't have it left. He still has enough left to warrant a 1 year deal. But I'm worried about the Yankees because I'm worried about the sport of baseball. I mean, it just doesn't seem to be anything that's really elevating the level of popularity that we would like them to have. And the reason why I'm concerned about that is because the more the sport sinks in popularity, the more monetarily franchises become in danger, the more they start curbing their spending to some degree, and then the Yankees will be just like anybody else. And that's not good. I'm concerned about that, and I hope it doesn't get to that point. But the Yankees used to be able to carry the sport to some degree. It's not the case right now, Ryan. Have you noticed?
Oh, no, you're right. I mean, and clearly there's a shift in their philosophy, no question about that, because we've seen that with Hal Steinbrenner. I mean, if George is here, I don't think he's insistent upon getting under the luxury tax in 2014, which, by the way, as a fan, I'm okay with that. I'm all right with the playing field being even somewhat.
Yeah, you better improve your coaching staff or your scouting staff so we can get the kind of talent, for minimal cost the way the Baltimore Orioles and the Oakland A's did last season.
Well, that's the one thing. You have all these short-term deals, and in part you'd say, okay, this is a good thing, not just because you are building towards getting under that number in 2 years, but also because you don't have long-term commitments that would then suffocate the possibility of young players replacing those guys. But the problem is you don't necessarily know who that next wave of young players is, if they're coming at all, to eventually replace these older guys who are on short-term deals. So we were Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Here's the question. We talked about Jason Kidd earlier and how vital he is to the Knicks' success. But here's my thing, Stephen. If the Knicks lose tonight and they've then lost 4 of 5, will you be more concerned than you were excited with their 8-1 start?
It's a tough one. I'm not going to be overly concerned because Kidd's not healthy.
Okay.
But at the same time, I don't like the fact that you have to rely on Kidd. I think I'm going to be just where I am. I wasn't overly excited when they started out 6-0 and 8-1. I was not, completely despondent when they lost 3 of the last 4. I'm right in that middle range, but I will tell you, I would lean more towards being concerned than being excited because most of their victories, 2 against Philadelphia without Andrew Bynum, 1 against Dallas without Dirk Nowitzki, 1 against Indiana without Danny Granger. That's what I look at. That's what I see. So that resonates with me. Just does.
Sam in Uniondale. Sam, you're on with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Sam?
Good. Guys, I like Jason Kidd a lot. I think he's definitely very vital to the success to the Knicks. But I think if you look at, the first few games that they've played, Raymond Felton as well as J.R. Smith were playing on both ends of the ball. And I think, during this losing streak, both guys have kind of regressed. And I think if J.R. Smith can refine that focus, on the defensive side, because he did help to make what's his name? Vince Carter, as well as the guard off Jersey, looked like a star. Stackhouse.
Richard Jefferson?
No, Stackhouse, Jerry Stackhouse. I think
it wasn't looking like a star. He just hit some open jump shots and dropped in 14 points, which was more than the New York Knicks' entire bench. But he was left open. That's
right. Missed assignments by J.R. Smith on a lot of those occasions. And my thing is, if J.R. Smith as well as Raymond Felton can, find their niche again on both ends of the ball, those two had allowed the Knicks to forget about Amari Stoudemire as well as Shumpert for those 8 games.
Well, here's you know what? Here's the thing, and Sam, here's the thing about J.R. Smith where you're on the money, and thanks for the call, man, and his impact on this team. And I gave you the numbers before, and I read them to Steven. The Knicks are 7-0 in games in which J.R. Smith has scored 15 or more points. They are 2-4 in games in which he's under 15. They're 7-0 when he shoots over 40%. They're 2-4 in games in which he shoots 40% or less. And Steven brought up the point, well, hey, do you really want to be reliant upon J.R. Smith? And right now, they are relying upon J.R. Smith, and they are relying upon Jason Kidd. Now, Jason Kidd's as steady as they come as long as he's healthy. J.R. Smith is not steady, but he is so supremely talented. It's a difficult balancing act for the Knicks, no question about it. The one thing I'd be worried about, Steven, when it comes to Jason Kidd, and I saw some of the Knicks beat writers tweeting out about this too, I saw Al on his own tweet out about it, is they said day-to-day with a lot of their other players, with Amari Stoudemire, they said, with Marcus Camby, with a lot of guys, Jeremy Lin, and then it turned into a longer thing. Is Kidd really day-to-day, or does this turn into a longer thing?
You cannot rely on accurate reports from the New York Knicks about injuries to their players. People have known that for decades. That's always been the case.
Yep. Totally agree.
They're going to do everything they can to hide the injuries. They don't want people knowing the status, and it's no crime in that. A lot of teams do that.
But that's why right now, if you're a Knicks fan, you can't just assume, oh, Kidd will be back this game or that game. We need to see it first. Well, Steven, good stuff as always, my man. We'll do it again in 22 hours.
No problem.
Great job by Ray Dinahan, John Winthrop. I'm Ryan Rucco. You can hit us all up on Twitter. The Michael K. Show coming up next.
If you needed one win to save your team season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Peyton or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Hi, it's the Herd. With the holidays almost here, you don't have time to go to the post office. There's traffic, there's parking. It'll be packed with everybody mailing holiday gifts and packages. What a headache. That's why I recommend Stamps.com. You can avoid all the hassle of going to the post office during the busy holiday season. Don't even try it. I have. You'll regret it. Everything you do at the post office, you can do right from your desk. Like buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or any package the instant you need it. Then the mailman picks it up. So easy, so convenient. Right now, special offer. When you use my name, Colin, it's a no-risk trial plus a $110 bonus offer, which includes a digital scale and up to $55 of free postage. Don't wait. Go to Stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio mic, top of the home page, and type in Colin. Stamps.com. Enter Colin.
Leslie French was hunkered down for a fight.
I was just at the dealership looking for a car.
Lured in by the enemy.
No, it was pretty cordial, but I did need a car loan fast.
There was no time.
I called Navy Federal Credit Union. A really nice guy approved me for a loan on the spot. Great rate, too.
Victory was hers.
Well, a convertible was mine.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Time for
in ESPN New York Sports Center. Well, it's done. It's official. It's been announced. The New York Yankees and Andy Pettitte have come to an agreement on a one-year contract, $12 million with $2.5 million in award bonuses. Big news in baseball today. This is the first Hall of Fame ballot that will go out with suspected steroid users on the ballot. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa are on the 37-player ballot that was announced today.
Basketball tonight. The New York Knicks will be in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks, and for the second consecutive game, they will play without Jason Kidd. He did not make the trip because of back spasms. Our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM will get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see the game on MSG television. At 7:30, the Brooklyn Nets will travel to Boston to take on the Celtics. For the first time in a while, the NHL and the NHLPA getting together to try to work out a new CBA. The twist this time, a mediator has joined to try to see if they can't get the two sides to end the lockout that's been going on since September 15th. But franchises are still very valuable, as it's been ruled that the Toronto Maple Leafs are worth $1 billion. The New York Rangers worth $750 million. College basketball, 7 o'clock tonight. Columbia will be at LIU Brooklyn. Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU at St. Peter's. Wagner welcomes in Princeton, while Stony Brook will be on the road versus Cornell. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Now, here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
Statue of Liberty, long live the World Trade, long live the King, yo. I'm from the Empire State.
And a good afternoon, everybody. This is the Michael K. Show. That means Michael K. and Don LaGreca are with you. It's Wednesday, November 28th, 2012. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about today, a lot of good guests as well. We'll get you ready for the Knicks and the Bucks later on. The big story starting off, Andy Pettitte. It's official, has signed a one-year deal with the New York Yankees. $12 million, which is a lot. Remember, he only made about $2 million last year and was hurt for about 3 months of the year. Now, he pitched very well when he did pitch, but he didn't pitch that much. So they gave him $12 million and $2.5 million in awards bonuses. This is after giving Hiroki Kuroda $15 million. And if you thought that you were going to get a bargain on Mariano Rivera, who made $15 or $16 million last year and was hurt for all of the season except for April, and you think you're going to get a bonus or a discount there, I don't know if that's going to happen. But it is interesting to see that Andy Pettitte signs today. Andy Pettitte, when you look at his numbers, you'd say when he retires, he's going to be a Hall of Famer, right? He's got Hall of Fame numbers. His numbers are about what Whitey Ford's numbers are. He's been an unbelievable postseason pitcher. But when he retires, he'll probably retire after the 2013 season, 5 years after that, you'd really have to wonder if this guy is going to get the Hall of Fame votes, because he has admitted to using performance-enhancing drugs. But the thing that's in his favor is we might be looking at that decision through a different prism 6 years from now. But the guys on the ballot today, Don, they are going to be judged in a very, very harsh light. There are 37 people on the Hall of Fame ballot that came out today. Amongst those on the ballot, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa for the first time. Craig Biggio.
3,000 hits.
Mike Piazza.
One of the greatest offensive catchers in the history of the game.
And there's always been whispers about Piazza. Nothing ever has been proven. No stick to the stink. None of it. Is he going to be voted in? Because if you just look totally on numbers, he's a Hall of Famer.
Right.
Curt Schilling's in there. Curt Schilling there's never been any kind of rumor about Curt Schilling.
And take a look at the numbers. Maybe the greatest postseason pitcher ever. Right up there with Bob Gibson. Take a look at the numbers.
You got Jack Morris on there again.
I don't know why he isn't in already. But
I think he might get in this year. Jeff Bagwell, who's been on before, and Tim Raines. But we start the conversation about the guys that are connected with roid use. Roger Clemens. Let's start with him. In actuality, Don, never proven anything. Never failed the test. Never failed the test. He was in the Mitchell report, but never failed the test, never failed the baseline test, ever. Then when he went to trial for lying in front of Congress, he was found not guilty.
Not innocent, but not guilty.
not
And
guilty.
it sounds like semantics, but it just says that the evidence that they had could not prove that he lied. But there was enough evidence to put him on trial.
Right. But, okay, was that evidence to put him to trial, but he did not go to jail. So if you want to connect the dots, you can say, well, he didn't lie then.
Right.
So when he said he didn't do steroids, maybe he didn't do it. Barry Bonds. He's admitted to taking the clear, but didn't know that he was taking the clear. Never really failed the test. Everybody, it's almost a sure thing. They think that he's a roid guy. And then Sammy Sosa, we know that he corked the bat. That was proven. The bat broke.
Right.
There are rumors about him being a roid guy, but do we know that because of his numbers, how they spiked? What's going to be the decision here, Don? What are people going to do?
And the scary thing about it is there are no rules. As Mike Lupica said on his show earlier today, he's got to vote for the Hall of Fame, and he's going to vote the way he wants to vote. He doesn't have to tell anybody what he feels, but he came out and said that he's not going to vote for a steroid guy. If he believes you took steroids, based on Mike Lupica's opinion, he's not going to vote you in. And that's what it comes down to. If a voter believes that guy was on steroids, whether he tested positive or not, whether he was on the Mitchell report or not, there are going to be guys that aren't going to vote them in.
Now, did Michael say anything when you guys were talking on the show from 12 to 1? Did he say anything about Piazza?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because I think Piazza is the biggest test case.
Well,
we've always talked around it, and that's always been the rumor out there, which is unfair because he's never been connected to anything. Supposedly, Radomski was doing stuff out of the Met Clubhouse. No one ever connected Piazza to anything. But the big belief in baseball is that he was a guy who was helped. So what's the decision going to be on Piazza?
So I guess a voter is going to say, I think Mike Piazza was on steroids, so I'm not going to vote him in. And I don't think it's right that you could just, that's my gut feeling. If he's never tested positive, if he's not on the Mitchell report, then you're just going to go on the speculation of how big he was and how great he was and the fact that he was drafted as a favor by Tommy Lasorda and ended up having a Hall of Fame career. Is that enough evidence?
Now, if what about Biggio? What's going to happen with him?
Right, but if you tell me that I'm not going to vote Roger Clemens in or Barry Bonds, I think you can make more of an educated guess on those guys taking steroids than maybe somebody else. So, but is it just left to just someone who happened to cover baseball for 10 years to just arbitrarily decide
Play God.
That guy to me looks like a steroid guy? Never tested positive, never was on the Mitchell report, but because he grew in size or because he was drafted low and overachieved or his numbers didn't seem to match what you perceive to be legitimate, then that's enough? That just doesn't seem right to me. Now, if you tell me Clemens and Bonds, then I could say, well, maybe there's enough evidence for you to make that kind of an educated guess. And if you want to take a guy like that did test positive, then I can understand you not voting for him. Like anybody that tested positive.
Rafael Palmeiro.
If you want to tell me, you know what, he tested positive, he's not in. Alex Rodriguez, Andy Pettit, who admitted it, then I'm not going to put those guys in. But to just arbitrarily say, those numbers don't look right to me, that doesn't sit well with me. You got to give me more than just, I have a feeling he took steroids. That doesn't seem fair, because then anybody could say, we all universally agree that Ken Griffey Jr. was legit, right? He never grew in size. He was a consistent player. He had over 600 home runs. But what's to stop a guy saying, you know what, but he did do it primarily in the steroid era, so I'm not going to vote for him. He's within his right to do it, but does that sit well with you if somebody decided not to vote for a guy because all of his home runs came in the quote-unquote steroid era?
Now, the thing that gets me, okay, it's so uncertain, as Don said, there's no rule book on how to do this. It's everybody's individual decision. Okay, cool. And here's how you get a vote for the Hall of Fame, which, by the way, I think should be changed. The only people that vote for the Hall of Fame are baseball writers that have covered baseball on a full-time basis for 10 years.
Right.
I don't have a vote because I only covered for the newspaper for 7 years. And it's one of my great regrets. I'm glad that I moved on to the radio and eventually the TV, but I'd like to have a vote. So everybody asked me, well, if you had a vote, what would you do? I think that what I would do is I would keep people out that failed the test during a time when it was explicitly stated in the basic agreement that it was illegal to do roids. Then everybody else, I'm not going to play judge and jury with my eyes. And I would vote everybody else in that deserves to be in on the numbers. And let the people that are reading the plaques 400 years from now know, well, that was a steroid era. I wonder if there's an asterisk on this. But I'm going to just vote on the numbers unless you fail the test.
But all baseball can do is what they're doing now. Those guys are on the ballot.
Right.
See, this is the confusion between the steroid guys and Pete Rose. Pete Rose is not on the ballot, so you can't vote for him because baseball threw him out, made him ineligible for the Hall of Fame. Baseball,
which I think was a crock.
But the whole
you have no respect for the writers. Let them vote on whether Pete Rose should be in.
But that's why there's the difference. That's the line of demarcation. You can't vote for a guy that's not on the ballot.
Right.
But the Hall of Fame is saying, Sosa's on the ballot, Bonds is on the ballot. You're entitled to vote for him. So how do you make a guy vote for someone? How do you get into his mind? Are you going to regulate what's right to vote for? If that's the case, then pull him off the ballot. If you're going to say steroid guys not allowed on the ballot, don't put him on. But once they're on, now it's up to the voters to decide what they're going to do. And there's old school guys out there that are just so upset about steroids, they're not going to vote for any of these guys under any circumstances. Now, over time, I think the younger generation may be a little bit more accepting to it, and then they may vote differently. But I think some of the old school guys are just so tainted by what happened, so disgusted by it, that they're going to punish those individuals for even being included in steroids.
Now, the reason that we even talk about this is, to me, this whole discussion is so rife with hypocrisy. It's unbelievable how hypocritical some of the old-time players are as well. And there's one other thing that you have to know. When you trust your eyes, you can really be fooled. Because one guy who looks like a Popeye steroid guy might be a Popeye steroid guy. And then the lean guy that you don't think did anything wrong, he might have been doing something wrong, but he's going to skate in like the guy that was speeding on the Taconic Parkway, but didn't get caught by the radar gun. What are your thoughts on these guys on a historic ballot that was handed out today by the Hall of Fame? 1-800-919-3776. Kay LaGreca will have Buster Only on in the 4 o'clock hour. Give us his take on how he's going to attack this right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Let's go! Let's go! For the Jets to have any shot at making the playoffs, they must win out. Can this Jets team handle the challenge?
I know the commitment of our players, and that's why I'm confident that we can improve and will improve.
Jets-Cardinals coverage gets underway Sunday at 11. Brought to you by MasterCard's Priceless New York, a collection of amazing sports, culinary, and entertainment experiences. Check them out at PricelessNewYork.com.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt Drill Driver Set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda, because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive night owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Almost done with the hors d'oeuvres. Souffles are ready. Hey, Flo, how are those cupcakes coming?
Putting sprinkles on the last one now.
Great. Hey, I thought we had another tray of the red velvet. Have you seen it?
Me? What? Why would you... There's frosting on my face, isn't there? Yep.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. 24/7 live support, online bill pay, and expert claims. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Hi, it's Colin. 1-800-Flowers.com knows that Thanksgiving is a special time to spend with family and friends. That's why they've created beautiful centerpieces that bring smiles to your Thanksgiving celebration. They're amazing. 1-800-Flowers.com Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece was created just for this holiday. It's a handcrafted autumn centerpiece. Has a bounty of roses, sunflowers, lilies, and more. Sending this gift brings warmth to any room and color to any Thanksgiving celebration, even if you can't be there in person. For a limited time, when you order the Thanksgiving Harvest Centerpiece from 1-800-Flowers.com. Use my name and you'll receive a free upgrade to a larger centerpiece for just $29.99, a $10 savings. That means more beautiful flowers and a larger centerpiece for free. Plus, it's available for same-day delivery. How sweet is that? Don't wait. Order it now. A Thanksgiving arrangement nobody will soon forget. Go to 1-800-Flowers.com from your desktop or mobile device. Click on the radio mic upper right side, enter Colin. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, enter Colin, or call 1-800-Flowers and mention my name.
Stuck in a car this holiday season? Make your time stuck in gridlock traffic more manageable by downloading the ESPN Radio iPhone app. With the app, you can listen to nearly a dozen college bowl games as well as almost 40 podcasts, including the BS Report with Bill Simmons, the NBA Today, and many, many more. So what are you waiting for? Grab your GPS, buckle in your screaming kids, and download the ESPN Radio iPhone app today.
All right, so let me talk about the hypocrisy before we get to your calls. There are guys that are in the Hall of Fame that go, well, if this guy got in the Hall of Fame, I wouldn't even show up.
Right.
I mean, really, relax, everybody. You were popping amphetamines like they were M&Ms. I mean, every single era had something that could be looked down upon. There are a lot of guys that are in the Hall of Fame that never had to play against black players or Latin players because they weren't allowed in the league. Then, believe me, I'm not making this up. I've talked to people during that time, that played during that time. You would walk into a clubhouse in the 50s and the 60s, Don, and there were bowls of greenies and amphetamines. Right. Those are performance enhancers. Now, if you test positive for that, like Carlos Ruiz did, you get suspended. But all of a sudden, they stand on their high horse. If this guy ever got in, I wouldn't go. Really? Well, look in the mirror, everybody. And one other thing about judging with your eyes, and that's why I would be really, really tough to judge with my eyes. There are guys that do roids. There are guys that do performance-enhancing drugs that don't look like they do, that aren't looking to bulk up. They're looking to just recover. Here's the perfect example, everybody. I want you to pull this up on your computer. Take a look. Please, take a look at Melky Cabrera last year. Did he look roided up? Did he look muscular? Did he look like a Popeye guy? No. You would have never thought it. The only thing that sent up a red flag with Melky, all of a sudden his numbers spiked, but his body didn't change, Don.
Right.
So how are we going to use these smell tests and say, well, this guy did and this guy didn't? I just think you open up a Pandora's box.
Well, what exactly irritates people about steroids? It bothers me, but I think we need to break that down. Are we leaving them out because they cheated? That seems to be the general vibe. They cheated the game. They cheated. Well, did Gaylord Perry cheat?
Yeah.
Doctor the baseball.
And how about guys that cork their bats and put nails in their bat? They cheated, too.
Gaylord Perry's in the Hall of Fame. So if it's about cheating, well, then you let Gaylord Perry in, so why don't you let a steroid guy in? Now, the other argument is because it was illegal. I mean, there's gamesmanship type stuff. There's cheating that kind of falls under the category of gamesmanship, and then there's out-and-out cheating like steroids, and it does bother me, and I hate to see these guys get rewarded because I do think it has to stop. And if guys are allowed to get the big-name contracts like Melky ended up getting this year at $16 million a year, and they eventually get into the Hall of Fame, then what punishment are you giving these guys for taking the steroids in the first place? But if it's cheating, then let all the cheaters out of the Hall of Fame. They didn't do that. So Where exactly are you drawing the line? The final tally is that it's up to the voter, and every voter is going to look at it differently. And I just have a feeling this steroid stuff rubbed people so the wrong way, they're not going to let any of these guys in.
I do not think that Bonds will get in. I do not think that Clemens will get in. I don't think that Sosa will get in. Andy Pettitte, you can debate on his numbers or not. He's not going to get in. Alex Rodriguez is not going to get in. They're not going to get in. They're just not. Now, Alex and Andy, they admitted it. Alex said he took it to 3 years in Texas. Andy said he took it for those 2 years to recover. So, boom, they said they took it. That's like a failed test. They're not going to get in unless all of a sudden there's a seismic change. I think the dangerous thing is when you're judging a guy like Clemens. What did Clemens have to do to clear his name? He did everything he had to do. Now, do I believe he did it? Yeah. If you put a gun to my head, yeah, I believe he did it. But is there any proof that this guy did it? He did everything. He went to the top of the mountain and screamed, I did not do it. He went to court to defend himself and was found not guilty. What does he have to do to prove that he's innocent? So everybody's going to say, well, you know what? He was 40 years old and he was throwing 95 miles an hour. Well, so was Nolan Ryan. Does anybody ever think that Nolan Ryan did anything wrong?
There are people that probably think that. But what scares me about the Clemens argument from the baseball standpoint, his career was over in Boston. The Red Sox get rid of him. He goes to Toronto, and all of a sudden he wins back-to-back Cy Young Awards. He had to have been on steroids, all right? And I understand that side of the argument. But what about the guy that just worked extra hard?
Right.
The guy that went to the weight room, the guy that went to other coaches and just improved himself, changed his game. Then that guy is always going to be forever looked upon as, he must have taken steroids. So we've taken hard work out of it. I don't want to see a guy get labeled as a steroid guy because he, in the middle of his career, decided to dedicate himself more to the game and then he improved himself. Or the guy that did have that. We've lived our whole lives watching guys that come out of nowhere and have fantastic seasons. Nobody can explain why. They weren't steroid guys. It just happened. It all come together at once for them. But now because of steroids in baseball, every time somebody has an aberration year or turns their career around, instead of saying good job, it's, he must be on something.
And you know who I blame for that, though? I blame the Major League Baseball Players Association.
Yep.
Because God rest his soul, Marvin Miller died yesterday. We had him on this show many times, and he said it's ridiculous that steroids are illegal. They don't do anything, right?
Yep.
They don't do anything to enhance your performance. And by keeping quiet and by not allowing testing, you have painted everybody with the broad brush. Well, however many people there were that didn't do steroids, and if they had a good year, they were looked at through jaundiced eyes because, well, they must have done something wrong. And that's the player's fault for not fighting sooner and standing up and saying this nonsense has to stop. And remember, when everybody laughed at Jose Canseco, what did he say? 75% of players are on it? And, you said something earlier. I don't want to cast aspersions on this guy, but you said it. Now, look at Ken Griffey Jr. He did everything right. Are we sure? We're not sure about anybody. That's what happens when you paint everybody with the same broad brush.
Look at some of the
guys.
We're not
sure.
Look at some of the guys that have gotten busted. You would never think Melky Cabrera. Now, you might have thought it because of how when he left the Yankees,
numbers.
The way his numbers spiked after he left Atlanta.
Did you think Rafael Palmeiro was a Roy guy before he tested positive?
No.
And he's standing in front of Congress, waving his finger, saying that was ridiculous. They should be ashamed. And he tested positive. So this is why very murky, everybody. I know everybody's got black and white opinions on it, but boy, I believe there's a big gray area.
It's a very difficult thing, and I've kind of gone back and forth on it, too, because it's a very difficult subject to talk about, and it's very difficult to have an opinion because I can see both sides of it. But I just thought of this, Michael. I wanted to get your opinion. What is more of a travesty? A steroid guy sneaking into the Hall of Fame or a guy that never took steroids, falsely accused of it, not getting in?
That guy.
I think the latter.
Yep.
So as much as it would bother me that if Barry Bonds eventually got into the Hall of Fame, it would bother me more if a player who did it right, but because he was big or because he overachieved and was drafted or was a free agent and nobody believed in him, and he came around and turned everything upside down and made a great career for himself. Wouldn't that be a travesty if that guy got lumped in falsely and never got a chance to cherish a moment of going to the Hall of Fame? That would be a lot worse than a guy getting in wrong.
That's why I think you almost have to vote for everybody just on the numbers unless they failed to test at a time when it was illegal. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. Let's go to Mike in Connecticut. We'll take your pulse. Mike, what do you got?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Good. Well, I got a question here. Well, not really a question, just my thought on the process. Roger Clemens started in 84, 85. Up until they assumed or gotten, they thought he did steroids up into the early 2000s, which I think was the more longevity of his career, if that's what you want to call it, if he did it. Did he have Hall of Fame numbers from that time, 84, 85, up until early 2000s? Absolutely. I think that's where they actually have to look and see.
See, but then that's also murky, Mike, because a lot of people said that, and you can say the same thing about Bonds. When he was in Pittsburgh, he was a Hall of Fame player. Well, Bonds saw what McGwire and Sosa were doing. I'm a better player than that. Right. I want to be God as well. So it wasn't good enough to be great. That'd be God. But that's like the guy driving on the Sprain Parkway, and he's speeding for a 50-mile ride, but he finally gets caught in the last mile. Well, you're still guilty, no matter whether whether you're going the speed limit before that. They're guilty of cheating.
But if you're a voter and you believe that Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens were Hall of Famers before taking steroids, then are you keeping them out because they cheated?
Yeah.
Or are you trying to punish them for taking it?
You're keeping them out because they cheated. They cheated the game because it wasn't good enough to be great. You had to be godlike. Doesn't matter when you cheat, you still cheat it, and it wipes away everything else. You could be a perfect citizen, and then you embezzle money, you're going to jail. They don't just consider, well, you know what, he was a great citizen till that point. You're going to jail because you embezzled later on. You be a perfect employee, you do something wrong, you're going to get fired. So no matter where you do it in your timeline, you're going to be your entire timeline gets stained. Because that's a very compelling argument. Well, Bonds was a Hall of Famer. Clemens was a Hall of Famer. Even before they cheated. Well, does that take it all away? That's next for the discussion.
Look out, Knicks, writes Stephen A. Smith. The Nets' win on Monday was no fluke. The Knicks would be wise to recognize. Read about it now and go deeper on ESPNNewYork.com.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable Dealer, Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx, online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable Dealer.
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Ba, black sheep. Have you any wool? No, sir. Some nincompoop with pantyhose pulled over his face stole all my wool sweaters and gaming system. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency recently helped me with renter's insurance. Everything stolen was replaced, and the little boy who lives down the lane was caught trying to sell it online. Call Geico and see how easy it is to switch and save on renter's insurance.
Hey, it's Greeny. Wake up with Mike and Mike on Thursday morning. We'll have Brian Billick from Fox Sports and NFL Network to tell us whether the big Thursday night game, Saints and Falcons, will lead to the Saints making the playoffs. That's Thursday morning with us, Mike and Mike, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Tonight, the ACC Big Ten Challenge continues. In a rematch from last year, ACC powerhouse Duke will be seeking revenge against Big Ten heavyweight Ohio State. Defensive whiz Aaron Kraft leads the number 4 Buckeyes into battle as they take on star forward Mason Plumlee and the second-ranked Blue Devils. The ACC Big Ten Challenge. Michigan State, Miami at 7:30 Eastern. Ohio State, Duke at 9:30. Tonight on ESPN.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by Johnny Walker. Put your skills to the test. Log on to ESPNNewYork.com right now and play New York Rankin, presented by Johnny Walker. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Must be 21 and over. Well, it's official. The Yankees have signed Andy Pettitte to a one-year, $12 million deal with $2.5 million in incentive. Hall of Fame ballot went out today to all of the voting members, a 37-player ballot. And on the ballot for the first time, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa. It'll be interesting to see exactly what the thought process is on those. Craig Biggio, Mike Piazza, and Kurt Schilling are also among the 24 first-time eligibles. Jack Morris, Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines are the top holdover candidates.
Knicks are trying to turn things around. They've dropped 3 of their last 4. They'll be in Milwaukee tonight to take on the Bucks without Jason Kidd. He'll miss his second straight game because of back spasms. Coverage right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see that game on MSG television as well. At 7:30 tonight, the Brooklyn Nets will be in Boston to take on the Celtics. The National Hockey League and the Players Association getting together today at the bargaining table to try to stop the lockout, which has existed since September 15th. The difference with this meeting compared to all the others, there is a mediator trying to get the two sides to agree. College basketball tonight all starts at 7. Columbia will be at LIU Brooklyn. Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU will be at St. Peter's. Princeton travels to Wagner, while Stony Brook's on the road versus Cornell. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Greco with you here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon in New York City. A little bit of a chill in the air, but beautiful nonetheless. The snow and the rain have gone through, and the rest of the week is supposed to be great. A lot of people in baseball holding their breath right now. Will they get in or will they don't? Or will they not? And no matter what they say, players care about winning championships, and they care about forever. And when you go to the Hall of Fame, you become part of forever. And Roger Clemens fought that fight. He said that he doesn't care. He cares. His whole career was built around the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose cares. These guys care about going to the Hall of Fame. It's the final legacy building. It's the final verification of how great you are. That's it. They care. No matter what they say, they care. They want to be there. They want to be the best of the best. Consider when you're one of the 700, 800 players that play in the major leagues each year, and then you consider how few people have made the Hall of Fame, it's a very exclusive club, and every really good, great player wants to be there. So Roger Clemens, I think he thought about playing this year, pitching just one inning, because that would have reset the clock, Don. And as I said earlier, Andy Pettitte has 6 more years at least for people to look at this in a different way. Roger Clemens is going to be judged right now when I think people are going to judge him harshly.
Yeah, and I think eventually these guys are going to get in, whether they're walking on this earth when it happens or not, who knows, because I do think as a younger generation gets involved in baseball and we get further and further away from the steroid scandal, some of these guys will be able to get in, which also seems weird. All right, they can't get in now, but they can get in later. It's such a strange thing, the Hall of Fame. But also, Michael, there's that part, these former players, and you're right, they're hypocrites because a lot of them were on greenies back in the days, and now they're sitting there saying, I won't go to the Hall of Fame ceremony if such and such is inducted. Well, what a PR disaster that ends up being. Because part of the charm of getting inducted is seeing all those guys from back in the day showing up, being part of the ceremony. Do you want, like, protests and empty seats because guys refuse to go and all the sniping back and forth? It's just an ugly situation. It really is, and it's not going to go anytime soon.
And if you look at the ballot, and a lot of these people that are going to be on the ballot are roid guys, all right, or suspected of roid use. Cooperstown's existence is there because of the Hall of Fame. That's the town's business, the Hall of Fame. If they have an induction ceremony and no one to induct, No one's showing up. The hotels will be empty. The town will be in a lot of trouble. The Baseball Hall of Fame is going to have to come up with an idea if nobody gets elected for 2 or 3 years because all of the people that are on the ballot are suspected of being performance-enhancing drug guys. You could bankrupt the whole city of Cooperstown, the town of Cooperstown.
If the Baseball Hall of Fame and Major League Baseball in general are going to come up with some sort of a rule to signify the steroid era, the only thing I think they can really do is just let everybody in. Because I don't think you could sit there and say, well, that if you tested positive, well, what about the guy that tested positive, fought, and then won? Or what about the guy that was on the Mitchell report but he never tested positive? Or what about the guy that just because it's a random test, maybe just never got tested? It probably is just easier to say, hey, listen, you know, they existed in baseball, and maybe you signify once they're in, hey, this was a guy that did test positive for steroids, or this was a guy that was involved in this scandal, or he was on the Mitchell report. Make it part so that 100 years from now, when people go into that Hall of Fame, they acknowledge that this happened. Right. I think that's the thing that has to be what wins out, is you want people to understand generations from now what was going on at this time.
But you don't have to hit them over the head with it, because do you put on the plaque of Ty Cobb and Honus Wagner and Babe Ruth? Oh, by the way, they played in an era where blacks weren't allowed. Latins weren't allowed, so they didn't play against the best competition, per se. No, people know that. Don't bang them over the head with it.
No, but the reason I think you have to, Michael, is because of the numbers. Because 100 years from now, somebody's going to go.
Know.
But 100 years from now, they're going to go into baseballreference.com and they're going to look up the numbers of Barry Bonds and go, whoa, look at those numbers, man. And we're just going to assume they're going to know the history of steroids and what steroids 100 years from now?
I would think they would. I mean, it's 100 years since Ty Cobb played. We know that he played in a sport without black players.
But those numbers were still legit from the standpoint of who he was competing with.
But were they legit? If there would have been black players playing against him, would he have had those same numbers?
But in the league that he was in, against his peers at that time, those were the numbers. And everybody that played with him at that time had those numbers. You can compare them. We're going to look at Barry Bonds' numbers in the 90s and compare them to other guys, some steroid guys, some not. And there might be a guy that wasn't a steroid guy that had 25 home runs instead of 70, and that guy's going to be disregarded by history.
But that's my point, though, because we all think that the guys that didn't have great numbers during that time didn't use. Maybe they did, and they just weren't good, or they weren't good enough. That's why the whole era is rife with question marks. We don't know who used and who didn't. Maybe those guys put up those numbers against pitchers. Like Barry Bonds hit against pitchers that were roided up, and he still did a great job.
It's so ugly. It really is.
Jonathan in the Bronx, what do you think?
Hey, guys, what's going on?
How you doing?
Don, I got to ask, what would be your suggestion then? I mean, the whole Hall of Fame, we're going to kind of compartmentalize it? Because if you're considering that steroid players should only be considered in the era that they played in, and then players who didn't play against minorities should only be compared in the era that they played in. I think we're going to kind of we're going to mess things up for the Hall of Fame and make it look kind of fraudulent if now we're going to start breaking things down the way boxing does and have like a super middleweight class and a junior middleweight class, and we can only compare players against their era and not against all of baseball. You follow what I'm saying?
No, I understand, but I think that's difficult to do anyway because we've got dome stadiums and we have AstroTurf and we have night games and we have a longer schedule and we travel by plane and we have interleague play now. So I think everybody understands that it's very difficult to compare Ty Cobb from 1920 and compare him to David Wright from 2012. It's very difficult to do. My point is that when I look at Ty Cobb's numbers and I compare them to his contemporaries, they all were not playing against African Americans. But when I look at a steroid era, I don't know who was on and who was off. I don't know what pitcher was on, what pitcher was off. I don't know what number is legitimate and what number is not legitimate. That's the difference.
The thing that gets me, and why it's so damning and so ugly that this happened, baseball is the one sport that is driven by numbers, where fathers and grandfathers and grandkids can actually talk and compare. Well, 40 home runs meant 40 home runs. Now, for 20 years, 40 home runs didn't mean 40 home runs. 40 home runs meant 60 home runs. Guys that hit 60 used to be able to hit 40. And numbers in baseball are the thread through the fabric of the sport, and now it's been damaged forever. Because you've got about a 15 to 20-year spread where the numbers don't quite jibe with the rest of the numbers.
I think that's part of it, Michael, but I also think, and whether this is right or wrong, that the baseball writers are more protective of their sport than maybe the other people in other sports. Because if you get busted for PEDs in football, is that going to keep you out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame the way it keeps you out of the Baseball Hall of Fame? I mean, some of the numbers still mean something in football, but I'm just wondering whether the baseball writers, because it's such a small group and they've been at it for so long, are so protective of the sport that it becomes more of an issue than I think it does in other sports.
No, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I think that they protect the legacy more than the other sports do, because I think there will be guys that you see suspended now in football that, will be voted into Pro Bowls and will go into the Hall of Fame as well. I just think that's the way it is. I think baseball looks at it. Baseball writers look at the sport almost like church.
I know.
And I think other writers look at the sports for what it is. It's sport. It's entertainment. But in baseball, it's sacrosanct, and the numbers are church. And that's why they're so protective of it.
And I think sometimes there's a level of conceit to it as well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so protective of it. And, listen, we all like Bill Madden. He came on our air and said the only Hall of Fame that matters is the Baseball Hall of Fame. And how arrogant is that to make a statement and say that? But that's what a lot of them think, that baseball is the end-all, be-all.
The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit Geico.com. Is Alex Rodriguez a Hall of Famer? His numbers would indicate that he is, but those 3 years where he admitted to doing steroids eliminates him probably forever unless there's a market change in what people think.
The Jimmy V Classic returns to the world's most famous arena as 4 of the nation's elite college teams square off at Madison Square Garden to celebrate the courage of one of basketball's greatest legends. The Jimmy V Classic, Tuesday, December 4th. Texas and Georgetown at 7, followed by NC State and Connecticut. Get your tickets now by calling Ticketmaster at 866-858-0008 or logging on to thegarden.com. Don't miss the Jimmy V Classic.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only in Boyd in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details. I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Colin Cowherd and the Herd.
Spanning the globe to bring you the constant variety of sport.
The ACC.
All right, this is a mess. The ACC's adding people and kicking people out. Heather Dinich, ESPN.com, ACC blogger. All right, so they're adding Louisville, which seems to me, Heather, that makes sense because they're pretty good in football and pretty good in basketball. So that's a good ad by the ACC, right?
No doubt about it. And most importantly, it would likely keep Florida State and Clemson happy and in the conference.
Okay. Now, who's bummed out this morning?
I think UConn probably is a little bit bummed out, and probably Cincinnati. Both of those Big East schools, especially Cincinnati, made a push. But Louisville is the top choice, and right now it's sources. It's not official yet by any of the schools or any of the conferences. But I would say that those two Big East and the Big East overall is probably bummed out.
New York.
Andy Pettitte close to a deal with the Yankees. Andrew Marchand, ESPNNewYork.com. It feels like they just can't let go of some of these veteran names, does it not?
No, you're right. It's not exciting. I mean, the Yankees are going to be a very good team next year, but are they going to add a Josh Hamilton or a big name that you grew accustomed to in the George Steinbrenner years? Most likely they're not, unless they make a big trade, because Hal Steinbrenner's looking towards 2014, and he wants the payroll cut by 10% under $189 million. So you're going to they have a solid rotation now with Andy Pettitte and Hiroki Kuroda coming back, but it's nothing that's exciting and going to put people in the seats necessarily.
Baton Rouge.
Okay, LSU's Les Miles, a really successful coach. Reportedly, Arkansas opened up the bank to have him walk across the street. Jim Feinpeter, New Orleans Times-Picayune. What are we talking about here? How much money, how many years?
Well, it's $27.5 million for 5 years, which would give Les, about $1.8 million more a year than he's making. I just think this is a trial balloon shot up there by his agent, who also represents Gary Patterson, and Gary Patterson recently told Arkansas no. But I guess while we're on the phone, what would you give Les Miles? And I think that's probably as far as it's going to get, because Les is kind of dug in Baton Rouge. He's 59, and his kids are all teenagers, and they like it there. And this isn't even a lateral move. This would be a step down. He'd still have to face Nick Saban with much less on facilities and spending power, though Arkansas looks like they're ready to ramp it up.
It's your daily sports page, spanning the globe in the herd. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Giving away jet tickets today, Donnie.
Oh, yeah?
I wonder if Fireman Ed's going to call in.
I'm not allowing him to win.
Boy, the Ben Shipko in the Times wrote a kind of a scathing story about it.
Really?
But it was a half page in the Times about Fireman Ed.
I don't get it, man. I really don't.
A lot of people get it.
People have been ripping me,
rightfully so,
for getting upset about it, like adding fuel to the fire. If it's a non-story, why are you talking about it? I never brought it up.
I brought it up.
You brought it up, and then I shot it down. I don't. The fact that this guy is so important to the Jets tells you how far the Jets have fallen. Like I said, maybe he's not as iconic, but we had Chris Canty in. There's a license plate guy for the Giants.
LPG.
So why is he not talked about? If he quit tomorrow, nobody would care. Why? Because what's happening on the field should be more important.
You're right, but it's a story, and we'll see if he shows up on Sunday. You'll get a chance to show up. All you have to do right now is be the third caller, or the first three callers, the 212-268-9222. You qualify as one of the first three callers, and you'll play a game of Sports Case Showdown with us in the 4 o'clock hour. Then we'll do it again in the 5 o'clock hour and play Sports Case Showdown in the 6 o'clock hour.
In effect, what we're doing is we're giving you tickets to a Jet playoff game on Sunday. Because that's what it is, right? I mean, they're probably going to have to win out. So all these games, it's survive in advance. The Jets are now in their own little mini NCAA tournament.
And essentially what we're also doing by playing Sports Case Showdown is we're hitting a ball of yarn and we're cats, because it entertains us to no end.
It certainly does. We don't know why, but it does.
We just love it. We are talking about the Hall of Fame ballot, came out today, and this is the big ballot, everybody. This is going to tell us exactly how people are thinking. I don't think, as I said, Clemens is not getting in. Bonds isn't getting in. Now, I don't think they're never going to get in. And I think one of the fraudulent things that baseball writers do, and my best friends in the world have votes, Don, is when they change their mind as time goes on. I go, well, wait a minute. Did Jack Morris get another win?
I know.
And then they'll go, well, you know what? Over the years, I look at it in a different way. Did he get another win in the 15 years he's been on the ballot? Anybody who's not voted in the first year shouldn't be in. Oh, I've got to give more time to think about it. Listen, baby, you're taking yourself too seriously. Either a guy is a Hall of Famer or he's not. Making him wait 15 years, what they did with Ron Santo is disgraceful. And if next year they voted Marvin Miller, disgraceful. Let people smell the roses. But don't tell me, I'm going to give it time to think about whether or not a guy like Roger Clemens or Barry Bonds should. But if they don't get 15% of the vote, they're off the ballot. I look at David Cohn. David Cohn did not get enough to stay on the ballot.
Right.
And David Cohn, I would say, is one of the big game pitchers of all time. Certainly had very good numbers. He was on the ballot 1 year because people had to give it more time. That's going to happen. That's going to happen to one of these Royd guys. They're going to say, I'm going to give it some time to percolate. They're not going to get the proper amount of votes, and they will not stay on the ballot.
Right. And every year they got to induct somebody, right? I mean, they don't want
they don't have to.
But they don't want it because you just said how important it is to the economy of Cooperstown.
Yep.
How would it be Hall of Fame Day, you're not inducting anybody? So that would never happen. They'd find a way to be able to get somebody in. And that's fraudulent, too, because you know what? If nobody's eligible or nobody deserves to get in, they shouldn't get in. But they won't do that because they got to have somebody.
Well, they won't. They will not do it. Maybe the Veterans Committee will vote somebody in. But if the writers – that's why I also think, and this is another story for another day, why are only writers voting? It's more of an electronic world now.
Thank you.
There are people on radio that see more games than some writers. Why don't they vote it? Why don't I get to vote?
Well,
I see 125 games a year, more than some writers that vote.
Why not Joe Buck?
Right.
Joe Buck does nationally televised games. He probably sees more of baseball than a guy that writes for the Daily News who only watches the Mets and the Yankees.
And also, what happens and I hope this never happens, what happens in 30 years when newspapers are extinct? Who's going to vote then? Now, some internet people are getting baseball writers cards, but after a while, they're going to be dinosaurs.
They're going to have to change it.
Writers. Change it now.
But again, that was because the only medium was newspapers when it happened. So, but to change it now, you got radio people, television people, the internet.
Yep.
There are people who watch a lot of baseball now that don't cover a team for a paper.
Hank in Connecticut. What do you think, Hank?
I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but before Bonds took steroids, he seemed like he was a great player anyway.
Absolutely.
And Clemens was a great pitcher. So aren't these people... They're still the best of the steroid players. So what difference does it make if they took steroids? Their numbers might have been lower, but this was still the best of the best. It's not like Brady Anderson or Cabrera, where steroids is elevating them to be a great player.
All right, so what do you do with Sammy Sosa then?
Well, what was Sammy Sosa's numbers?
He's got over six. Well, I mean, he wasn't a prolific home run hitter, but you know the end total is he's got over 600 home runs. So what do you do with him?
I don't know. And I don't know how great I don't know what his other numbers were and what his other contributions were.
Also look at McGuire. He's not getting in.
Well,
and McGuire has over 500 home runs.
But McGuire was also a 270 hitter.
Yeah, McGuire.
But you know what? Reggie Jackson was a 2-something hitter, and he's in.
McGuire was not a great player. He was a great home run hitter.
Right.
If he didn't get the 500 home runs, I'm not sure Mark McGuire would have gotten to the Hall of Fame. So there's question, did steroids allow him to get to that magical 500 home run mark? So I wouldn't put McGuire there, but I think Bonds and Clemens were Hall of Famers when they made the decision to take steroids.
Let's go to Ray Ray in Brooklyn. What do you got, Ray Ray?
Hey, what's up? How you doing? Listen, sports in general, like, everybody just wants to win, right? Like, let's say if the owners voted for their own players that did what they did to become the Hall of Famers and stuff like that, they would all make it in, to be honest, because in sports in general, it's about winning, you know?
Yeah, but not winning at all costs. You don't kill your opponent.
For some owners, no.
But
for
Ray
some
Ray,
owners, yeah.
Ray, let me ask you: do you think Barry Bonds, if he indeed did take steroids, took it to help the Giants win, or that he could pad his numbers and get a huge contract?
That's what it is. It's about the money, of course.
Well,
but here's the good news for the owners is that they get the wins, no?
Well, they get the wins, and they also get sellout crowds when Barry Bonds is hitting home runs in the McCovey Cove. And, you know, that's another thing that we should bring up. You know, there are a lot of people that say that baseball knew exactly what was going on. They let these guys play. They turned a blind eye to it. So if, in fact, that's the case, as long as they were playing, why are they allowed to go into the Hall of Fame? You're allowed to play.
Hey, listen, I love them, but watch a San Francisco Giant game on television. Kruk and Kipe will talk about Barry Bonds as if he's a god.
Right.
And they get insulted if you bring up steroids. Kruko has gotten into fights with people when they say about Bonds doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame or he took steroids. So there are people that just blindly look at it because of how successful the team was when he was there. And I'm sure the owners, a lot of people look the other way. Writers, too, probably, because their beloved baseball would be damaged if they brought it up.
And there was a guy who called in the Lupica show, Ryan, was telling me this and said, it's the writer's fault for you're not reporting. Are you people kidding me? Even if we had suspicions, if we wrote something like that at the time, we get sued. You have no proof whatsoever, and you're going to say, oh, by the way, player X is clearly on roids. Just go back in Nexus or online and call up Thomas Boswell's column when he actually hinted that somebody was doing, I think it was Jose Canseco, and he almost got drummed out of the business. You can't just write stuff without proof.
Listen.
So what the writers are going to do now is what people are saying they should have done. Well, now they get an opportunity to be judge and jury and God. But back then, if you wrote it or said it and you didn't have any proof, look at the guy who uncovered that Mark McGuire had Androstine Dione in his locker. It was almost drummed out of the business. How dare you be so intrusive and look in the guy's locker? So everybody has to hold off when they say, well, you guys turned a blind eye. No, we don't want to get sued.
And to be honest with you, I'm 44 years old, so I was in the business. It didn't occur to me until that story came out about the Androstine Dione. I had no idea these guys were taking anything because, it's easy to say that now as a 25-year-old looking back. We all were programmed to believe that steroids hurt your chances in baseball, that being bulky made you unflexible and that you couldn't hit a baseball. I wasn't thinking about steroids when Sosa and McGuire were hitting home runs.
I thought there was something fishy about it, to tell you the truth. But again, you couldn't write it. Lupica wrote an entire great book about that summer with the two of them, and he would leave notes for his kids who hit a home run and who didn't. So, the bottom line is we enjoyed what was going on in front of us because it is the entertainment business. We are not moralists. Because if you're moralist and you are inside of sports and you know exactly what's going on and the way these guys, a lot of them are, and the way they cheat on their wives and stuff like that, if you're a moralist, baby, you're going to have a hard time enjoying sports.
But we didn't know. Now, if you knew, well, unless you had proof, if you wrote about it, then you can't do that as a credible author or a writer.
But again, it's so easy for people to stand on their soapbox and say, you guys ignored it. No. We might have known what was going on.
Now, baseball may have known. Did Bud Selig know? Maybe. Did the owners know? Maybe. Did the managers know? Maybe. They could have done more about it than we could have.
And they eventually did because baseball has the best testing situation of any sport. And they've caught a lot of people this year. We're talking about Clemens. We're talking about Bonds. And we're talking about Sosa. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Those three guys, to me, are not the big test case in this ballot. There's one guy that's a humongous test case, and that is Mike Piazza. Mike Piazza is the guy that is going to either shut doors for people or open doors for people. Mike Piazza is the guy that's going to be the greatest litmus test on how writers are actually thinking right now. Why? Because some think he did it. There's never been anything attached to him. And what do you do with that vote? Do you vote him in and ignore the rumors? Or do you vote him out and play God? That's the big question that's opening today.
Mike Greenberg on his beloved Jets.
This era of Jets football was mildly successful, vastly overhyped, completely unclassy, much too noisy, and never nearly as good as it thought it was. And it ended Thursday. It needs to be completely broken down and started all over again from the very top. And I really hope that the owner will do it, and I'm very worried that he will not.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt Drill Driver Set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in, Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls in eons. Don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Hey, it's Greeny. Did you miss Wednesday's show? If so, you missed college football analyst Kirk Herbstreit telling us the edge in the SEC championship game goes to Alabama because of their experience. Download the Mike and Mike podcast free on iTunes and on ESPNRadio.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street Now. The giant oil company BP is temporarily suspended from contracts with the U.S. government. The word coming from the Environmental Protection Agency, which says the decision stems from what it calls the company's lack of business integrity in its response to the Gulf oil spill in 2010. 2 weeks ago, BP agreed to plead guilty to charges in connection with the explosion aboard the Deepwater Horizon oil rig. 11 workers died. The stock market opened down but turned positive later after remarks by House Speaker John Boehner. He sounded hopeful an agreement to avert the fiscal cliff would be reached. Billionaire investor Warren Buffett says he's confident Congress will eventually pass a plan, but it might not happen until early next year. The Berkshire Hathaway CEO says the debate won't affect any of his investment decisions. U.S. new home sales fell slightly last month. The Commerce Department says the number dipped less than 0.5%. Typically, buying slows in the fall. Sales of new homes were more than 20% up on a year ago. Richard Davies, ABC News.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Time for the ESPN New York Sports Center. It's official. The New York Yankees have come to an agreement 1 year with Andy Pettitte, $12 million guaranteed, and $2.5 million in bonuses available to Andy Pettitte. A big raise over a $2 million salary from last year. Another big thing in baseball today, the Baseball Hall of Fame ballot came out, and there are some big names on there. Big names with big question marks. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa are listed on the Hall of Fame ballot for the first time. It's 37 players on the ballot that was announced today. Craig Biggio, Mike Piazza, and Kurt Schilling are among the 24 first-time eligibles, and Jack Morris, and Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines are the top holdover candidates.
In the NBA tonight, the Knicks will be in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks. No Jason Kidd for the second consecutive game because of back spasms for New York. And our coverage right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. And you can also see the game on MSG Television. The Nets will be in Boston to take on the Celtics for a 7:30 tip. Tim Tebow was limited in practice today, but Rex Ryan believes he'll be eligible to be back in action and play when the Jets take on the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. College basketball all starts at 7 o'clock. It'll be Columbia at LIU. Iona play host to Niagara. FDU is at St. Peter's. Princeton on the road versus Wagner, and Cornell will welcome in Stony Brook. And we're 3 hours in now to a meeting between the players and the owners in the NHL as mediation has been brought in as a third party to try to get the negotiations back on track to end the lockout, which started back on September 15th. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Here we go. This is the Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM. Here's Michael K. and Don LaGreca.
All right, we got the Knicks tonight against Milwaukee. We'll have that game right here on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM, the home of the New York Knicks. And then the Nets will be in Boston, a big game for them as they try to follow up their big win against the Knicks on Monday, but they'll be in Boston tonight. Andy Pettitte signed to a one-year deal with the Yankees, as we just said. $12 million guaranteed, $2.5 million in award bonuses. But the big story today is the Hall of Fame ballot. We've given you the names that are going to be judged by the voters. And the voters are baseball writers. Baseball Writers Association of America guys and gals. And in order to have a vote, you have to have covered baseball for 10 consecutive years. Then you get a vote. I do not have a vote. I was a newspaper writer covering baseball for 7 years, so I fell 3 years short. So the opinions I'm giving are what I would do if I did have a vote, but I do not. But plenty of people do. And the big discussion today about the first three names I just said on SportsCenter, Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa. All of them have been stained by steroids some way or another. Haven't failed test, but boy, they've been touched by the steroid scandal. Great. All right. So I don't think any of those three are going to get in. Because I think that a lot of riders want to make a stand. They can't put those guys in. But as I said a couple of moments ago, the greatest test case on this ballot is Mike Piazza. Former Dodger, former Marlin for a couple of minutes, former Met. And here's why he's the greatest test case. It's one of the worst kept secrets in baseball. It's hard to talk about. But one of the worst kept secrets is that everybody in baseball thinks that Mike Piazza was on performance-enhancing drugs. But have you ever heard him on a list? Was he in the Mitchell report? Have you ever heard him connected with buying performance-enhancing drugs? Did you hear him connected with Radomski, who was working out of the Met clubhouse? So all we have are the suspicions of writers. Oh, yeah, Piazza does it. Let's see what happens. Well, but he's never, ever, ever been implicated in any of these wide-ranging probes. So what's the vote going to be on Piazza? Take a look at the man's numbers. He is a cut and dried Hall of Famer. He's one of the greatest catchers who ever lived. 62nd round draft pick. He is the goods. He deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. What are the writers going to do with him? Bonds? Connected. Clemens? Connected. Sosa in an abstract way? Connected. But Mike Piazza has never, ever been connected to any investigation, any inquiry, any buying or selling or anything like that. Ever. Are they going to keep him out, Don? That's going to be the greatest test case. How do you keep a guy out solely on suspicion?
If you're going to keep Mike Piazza out solely on suspicion, you can keep everybody out from this era. Because I think everybody that had huge games and huge turnarounds to their career or huge careers or huge seasons are going to be suspect. I mean, we could come up with names of guys that we think no way they did it. But how can we really say no way? So if you're just going to go on suspicion, Michael, then you're going to keep everybody out. Because I think everybody is held to some sort of suspicion. Well, just because a guy is skinny and not muscle-bound? Well, we've seen plenty of guys get busted who were skinny and muscle-bound. We were told only home run hitters use it. Well, we've seen speedsters use it. We've seen relief pitchers use it. We've seen starting pitchers use it. So how can we be suspicious of one and not somebody else just because his numbers are great? Then anybody that had a monster career during the steroid era is not above suspicion. Then it means you're going to keep everybody out. You can't do that.
I want everybody to do this test. On the Yes Network, we run Yankee Classics all the time.
Right.
Andy Pettitte has admitted to using performance-enhancing drugs. He said he did it for recovery from injury. Okay, whatever the reason he is. Take a look when the Yes Network shows the 96 World Series and Andy Pettitte's pitching. Does he look any different then, other than his face is younger? Right. He doesn't look bigger. Now, Roger Clemens looks bigger than when he pitched for the Red Sox. He looks like a bigger guy. But Andy Pettitte, you'd have no suspicion that he did that, which means that there are a lot of guys that are flying under the radar that cheated just like everybody else that's been stained by it. Do you know that this is the great judgment? This is a great secret in Major League Baseball with the writers and people that cover for radio stations and television. Guys walk around in the clubhouse without their shirts on. The guy has a zit on his back. The whisper something. He's got back knee.
There you go, yeah.
I mean, really? I know guys that have zits on their back that don't go near steroids. So that's the way we judge things. It's so dangerous, everybody. That's all I'm telling you. It's so dangerous to play judge, jury, and God. You can't sit here and sit on your pedestal and say, he did it. He didn't do it. He did it. So I think that Clemens, Bonds, and Sosa are not going to get the requisite 75%. But we're going to see with Piazza. That's going to be where people are really playing God, because this guy has never been stained other than just innuendo and suspicion.
And that's not right. Now, the other three guys that you mentioned, Sosa, Bonds, and Clemens, there's connection there. I mean, one guy went to trial for lying. And, again, he was found not guilty because there wasn't enough evidence to prove it, but there was still a lot of things, a lot of allegations, a lot of talk. Barry Bonds, we saw it with our own eyes. I mean, take a look at the way he looked in the late 80s. He was a scrawny, skinny guy who became a muscle-bound guy, and there was admission of using it when he said he didn't know what it was. Sammy Sosa, the inability to speak English in front of Congress when he was approached by a reporter to take a test, refusing to do it. I mean, there's certain connections where I can understand a guy that has a vote say, I can't put those three guys in. But if you're going to tell me Mike Piazza, or if you're going to tell me anybody else in that era, and not have anything other than look at their numbers in the steroid era, I think that would be irresponsible.
All right, you've got to stay tuned because we've got a big guest list today. At 4:30, we're going to talk to Buster Olney, and Buster does have a vote. How is he going to vote in this Hall of Fame ballot? And we're going to have Andy Pettit, who signed the one-year deal. He's going to be on with us at 5:15. So remember to mark that down, and you're going to have to waste a lot of gas if you're in the car now. We want you driving around for at least an hour and 30 minutes so you can listen to Andy Pettit.
And sometimes that's just getting from point A to point B in this city.
Absolutely. So those are a couple of the guys that we have lined up for you. We're also giving away jet tickets for this weekend's game as well. Michael K. Show on ESPN New York is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you could save. Call Geico, 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. All right, let's start to take the pulse of you. What are you feeling? You don't have the vote, but you have the emotion and you have the feeling of what should or shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. We'll start off with Ray in the car. Ray, what do you think?
Oh, I love you guys' shows. Mike, I've been listening to you for at least 20 years.
Thank you, Ray.
Great show.
Thank you.
The way I would go if I had a vote, and I was initially a little bit torn with this, but I would go with those guys that have a strong connection, the Palmeros, the Clemens, the Sosa and Bonds. I would not put them in on the first go-around and put them in the second go-around.
But here's the one danger, and I'll let you finish your point, Ray. If everybody thought like Ray in the car, right? Everybody this year said, I'm not going to put him in the first ballot. You know they wouldn't get enough votes. They wouldn't get the 5% requisite votes to stay on the ballot, and you would never be able to vote them in again. What if everybody thought like you today?
Yeah, but I don't think everybody will think like that.
But you're gambling, though, right?
Yeah, well, then that's the gamble they took when they took the drugs, I guess.
Okay, fair enough.
And then for the guys that are suspicion or whatever you want to call it, I think irregardless anyway, in the hall itself, it has to be clearly denoted that these players from this year to whatever year played during a steroid or a performance enhancement era. I don't know if you want to put them all in one separate wing. That might be too drastic, but some kind of denotation to indicate that.
You know, you're not alone in that thought, Ray, but Don feels that way as well, and I don't believe that, and I'm going to tell you why. Did you need to put an asterisk next to Roger Maris's name because he had 162 games that he played in, and Babe Ruth played in 154? People know. People that are fans of the sport know this is the steroid era. Why do you have to spell it out for people? Let people make their own judgment. You don't have to hit them over the head with a ball-peen hammer and tell them, oh, by the way, this is the era when everybody cheated. They'll know that, Don.
Yeah, but 100 years from now, we're going to know when they went to 162 games and when they played 154. But do we know 150 years from now? People are going to know why Sammy Sosa was attached to it. Is there going to be history of him not being able to speak English in front of Congress? Is there going to be a story?
We know what happened in the Civil War, don't we? I mean,
we know, but I'm sure we knew a lot more about the Civil War a year after it happened as opposed to 150 years later. Some things fall through the cracks. Some things don't last as long. This is a pretty big thing in baseball history. I mean, it stains all of baseball records. No, I understand that. And I think the Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds, Michael, because of how historic they are, those things will live on for a long time. But is Sammy Sosa's story or Mike Piazza's story or anybody else's story got to be remembered over that length of time?
Let's go to Leroy in Irvington. You're next on ESPN with Kay and LaGreca.
Hey, Mr. Kay and Mr. LaGreca.
How you doing, Leroy? Thank you.
And it's Leroy.
I'm sorry, Leroy.
Oh, God.
There we go. But you know what? I feel as though there's been tarnished eras all over baseball. So, you know, what makes this era any different than the spitball era or the, pine tar era? What makes this era different? There's cheaters that's in there right now. Like you said, Whitey Ford is in there. So what makes any difference from their eras to this era?
Yeah, it's weird. That's why it bothers me, Leroy, that so many of these players that are in the Hall of Fame now, they go, well, if Pete Rose got in, I wouldn't show up. If any of these Royd guys got in, I wouldn't even show up to the induction. Really? When you used to get a handful of greenies so that you're able to play, I'm telling everybody this for sure. The rules that are in effect now, the thing that affects the game that you see on the field more than steroid use is that amphetamines are not allowed. A baseball season is unforgiving. The travel. You play almost every day. You play from the beginning of April through the end of September. Do you know you play 162 games in a 180-day period? There are only 18 days off, and a lot of those days are spent traveling. The thing that the players need the most and miss the most are amphetamines to get them up and get them clear and get them focused for the game. So all these people, I wouldn't show up at the induction if these roid guys were there. Really? But you might have taken amphetamines. That's okay, though, because that is, I'm sorry, it's a performance-enhancing drug. Carlos Ruiz of the Philadelphia Phillies is going to miss the first 25 games next year because he tested positive for amphetamine use. And that's why about 70% of the people in Major League Baseball are diagnosed with attention deficit disorder when about 17% of the population is. Why? Because if you have attention deficit disorder and you are diagnosed with ADD, you can take Adderall. And Adderall does the same thing for you as amphetamines does. And that's why all these football players are getting suspended for 4 games for using Adderall. Adderall is the way around it. That's why that's the biggest thing right now. And that is a performance-enhancing drug. Don't diminish what amphetamines used to do for players in the 50s and the 60s.
But that's not as widely known, and it's good that you're bringing that up. But back to the PEDs, Michael, if you don't signify the individuals that did it, if you put them in the Hall of Fame, and you just call this the steroid era, okay?
Right.
And just 150 years from now, it's just going to be known from 1995 until 2000 or whatever age you want to come up with and say, that's the steroid era. Wouldn't that be unfair to the guys that didn't take it? That means 100 years from now, I go to the Hall of Fame and I see a guy's numbers, and I'm going to say, well, this was during the steroid era, so they were taking steroids. Not everybody was.
But I don't think that you can sit there and, and put it on a plaque. I think that there are rooms that tell you the history of baseball. So you know that up until 1947, African Americans were not allowed to perform in Major League Baseball. So you know that has to skew some of the numbers because some of the best players were not able to play. So I think you have that room that explains it, and then you let somebody attach their own import to all of the information they have. I don't think you put a big sticker on a guy's plaque. By the way, this guy was accused of using steroids. You've got to know it. Now, if Rafael Palmeiro would end up making it, then one of the lines should be tested positive for steroids in 2000 whatever. That I'm okay with. But is it fair to put it on Roger Clemens' plaque when he's never failed to test?
But is it fair for all of the innocent people to be thrown into that era? Because a guy that was clean, going up against steroid pitchers, having his numbers compared to steroid guys, is now going to be forever labeled as a steroid guy, even though he never took it. That doesn't seem right to me either.
Well, you know what? I said this earlier, and I believe it. The players did this to themselves by fighting and fighting and fighting tooth and nail not to be tested. And the players that weren't doing it should have stood up in the union meetings and screamed at the top of their lungs, this has to stop. Because now everybody is painted with the same broad brush. How many tweets have we gotten today? And you can tweet us at Real Michael K and at Don LaGreca. If you're going to judge with the smell test and you're going to just go by your eyes, how many people are going to doubt Derek Jeter's season last year, Don?
That's right.
At the age of 38. Well, why all of a sudden did his batting average go up after he had a year where he hit 270? Is that fair to Derek Jeter?
Of course it's not fair. But that's what ends up happening if you don't specifically call out the guys that were touched and were tainted and were found guilty of it. You just can't lump everybody into the steroid era or the testosterone era or the HGH era.
Let's go to Dave and Deal. You're next on ESPN New York.
Hey, guys. You guys are so on point right now with this conversation. It really is such a messy situation.
Well, thanks.
Bonds, in per se. When I look at steroids, I look at them really helping the player in terms of the power. When I look at Barry Bonds, he played every tool as a player. He was almost a 5-tool player. He played everything. He stole bases, and you don't see such his stolen bases. And even if you take away all his home runs from 99 to 06, he still would have hit 450 and has 1,300 RBIs and 500 stolen bases. But I do hear you that when you look at this whole situation, you can't just say, oh, what would his stats have been, because he did cheat the game. And that's what it really comes down to.
And the thing that gets me about Bonds, Dave, the thing that bothers me the most about Bonds, he was a superstar. I mean, just take a look at the body type of Barry Bonds in Pittsburgh, and then take a look at the big home run years with the Giants. All Barry Bonds did, and the reason he got involved in this, was he could not believe that guys like McGuire and Sosa were getting all this love and all these stats when Bonds knew he was so much of a better player. And he just wanted to be on Mount Olympus alone. He didn't want anybody on there with him. He felt, I'm the best player in baseball. I should have the best numbers, period. John in Staten Island. John, you think that there's another test case even before Mike Piazza?
Yeah, guys, thanks for taking my call. Great show as always.
Thanks.
I think Bagwell last year, I don't know exactly what he ended up getting percentage-wise, but I know it was pretty low. Now, maybe you can argue whether or not he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer, but his numbers, I think, were pretty low. And again, like Piazza, there are whispers, there is maybe some smoke, but as far as I know, he never failed, not on any reports, just like you said, Mike. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think a lot of the reporters, just from what I've heard, are going to wait on these guys, like a Piazza.
But, John, does that make sense to you? What are they waiting on? What's going to change?
I think they're waiting for more information. I think they're waiting to see if Piazza or some of these other guys ever show up and any other kind of proof. Now, maybe there'll be no other proof out there except for more innuendo, but they don't want to be the guys that put somebody in and then find out in 3 or 4 years that they were dirty.
But here's what gets me, John, and this is what's so scary about this. It reeks of McCarthyism to me, where people were blacklisted because they thought they were communists. There were no proof, and people's careers were ruined. So what's the proof on Bagwell? What's the proof? Really, what's the proof on Piazza?
Oh, no, Bagwell got 41.7%.
And you need 75%.
Right.
So people were split. That was tough for them.
Yep.
Bagwell, you can argue whether or not he's a first-ballot Hall of Famer. Mike Piazza is.
Yeah, there's no question. This is one of, if not the greatest offensive catcher in the history of the game. Well, but because he was drafted, in the last round and overachieved as a player, automatically makes people think that he took steroids?
Amazing. We're going to give away 2 jet tickets. How about that?
All right.
It is time right now for today's Sports Case Showdown. Love the music. And today's participants are, number 1, John Johnson, and he is in Manhattan. John, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. What's your favorite candy bar?
Milky Way.
Really?
Not
Old school.
Not my cup of tea.
I've never been a Milky Way fan, but we don't hold that against you, John. You hold on. John.
This will not affect the result.
This will not affect the result. John Ricciardi from Saddlebrook, New Jersey.
Ah, that's where my father's buried.
Really?
So do you feel earthquakes every time there's love with Joe Namath? Because he spins in his grave every time Joe and I speak.
Now, where's the cemetery in Saddlebrook?
Behind a 7-Eleven.
He's right.
Go visit Don's father, will you, John?
Will do.
All right, hold on a second. Let's go to Brian Linsky. He's from Rockaway, New Jersey. Brian, what do you got, baby?
How's it going there, Michael?
Everything's good. Everything's good. You enjoying life?
I'm sorry?
Are you enjoying life?
We'll take that as a no.
I love life.
You love it. Life is great, right? We don't know what's next.
Yeah, life is good.
And you know what's even better? You enjoy life so much, you're willing to go to the Jet game this Sunday.
That's right.
Yeah, well, true Blue fan.
There you go.
I keep rooting. I don't know why.
No, because you're a fan, right, Don? He's supposed to root.
That's right. Wear your heart on a sleeve. Never give that up.
Wear your heart on a sleeve, right.
All right, Brian, you hold on. All right, guys, here's how it's going to work. I'm going to ask you a question, and each of you need to give me a numerical answer. The person whose answer comes closest to the correct number without going over will be today's winner of 2 tickets to the Sunday Jet game at MetLife, as Gang Green will host Larry Fitzgerald and the Arizona Cardinals. Here we go. Here's the question. Last night, the Lakers lost to the Pacers 79-77, and in the process registered the lowest field goal percentage by any team since February of 2009. So your question is, what did the Lakers shoot? And remember, we will only accept the closest answer without going over. John Johnson, what's the answer?
15%.
15%. John Ricciardi, what's the answer?
22%.
And Brian Linsky, what's the answer?
23%.
Oh, yeah. Brian played the game right.
Was he right?
Brian, you win.
All right.
Yeah. Played it like Jeopardy, baby.
That's no, like The Price is Right.
Yeah,
a little like Jeopardy, too. That's right, when you're on the Final Jeopardy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brian, brilliant. And you're going to go to the Jets-Cardinals game. The answer was 31.6%. So we've been playing the Sports Case Showdown for about 3, 5, 7 years now. And Brian's the first one to actually do the game the right way.
Thanks.
I love that.
Finally.
Hold on, Brian. We'll get your information. That's good stuff. So he's going to the Jet game. We'll play another Sports Case Showdown in the 6 o'clock hour. You'll qualify in the 5 o'clock hour. And coming up in just a moment, our very own Buster Only. He has a vote. How's Buster going to vote? Is he going to vote for Sosa? Is he going to vote for Clemens? Is he going to vote for Bonds? And is he going to vote for Mike Piazza? Buster Only coming up. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Knicks head coach Mike Woodson with Stephen A. Smith and Ryan Rucco.
When you got four guys that are averaging in double figures with JR, and that's pretty good. You know, we're averaging 103 points a game. We got to stay on pace of where we are until we're able to get Amari in our rook bag. Two other pieces that should help us on both ends of the floor.
Knicks coach Mike Woodson every week all season long with Stephen A. and Ryan Rucco on ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Hey, the funny thing about confidence is when you've got it, you're unstoppable. It's how teams go on these massive winning streaks or how guys put up record-breaking points. But once you lose it, it's as if nothing can go right. You end up kicking wide right in the final seconds or putting it off the crossbar in the shootout. Well, here's some good news for all of my listeners out there. I've got a surefire way to add some confidence to your life. Simply contact Geico, the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area, for a free rate quote on car insurance. Now, hear me out. Geico could save you $500 or more. Try not to feel confident with an extra $500 in your pocket. Then there's the superior claim handling. They settle many claims within 48 hours of hearing from you. And when you have your repairs made at a Geico-recommended facility, they're guaranteed for as long as you own your car. They even offer a mobile app so you can manage your policy on the go. With a lineup like that, you'll be cruising with confidence. Get your free rate quote today. Simply visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO anytime, day or night. Hey.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the huggable dealer.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. Void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to interstatebatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
One thing I've learned on my journey to help save people money on car insurance is that folks across the country like convenience. And what could be more convenient than visiting Geico.com? We can manage your policy, pay your bill online, just about anything you need. And it's open 24/7. It's kind of like popping into the ultimate convenience store. Except we save people money. And we don't have beef jerky.
For a free rate quote, visit Geico.com to see how much you could save. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm Dan Kelly, owner of Go Time Fitness. I'm always trying to stay top of mind with my customers, and Constant Contact has the tools to help me do that. They make it so easy. So when my daughters started a business of their own, Constant Contact was the best advice I could give them.
Dad, we're 9. It's a lemonade stand.
Never too early to start.
From deals to events, social to email, Constant Contact can help you grow your business. Find the solution that's right for you at ConstantContact.com.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
Jennifer Howdy was a woman on a mission.
Yep, saving money for a Caribbean vacation.
Undaunted by any obstacle.
You flatter me. But with Navy Federal Credit Union's Cash Rewards credit card, I get cash back with every purchase.
Skillful, yet humble.
You make everything sound so dramatic.
And unafraid to speak the truth.
Unafraid. I love it.
4 million members, 4 million stories. From every military branch, DOD, and their families. NavyFederal.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Stuck in a car this holiday season? Make your time stuck in gridlock traffic more manageable by downloading the ESPN Radio iPhone app. With the app, you can listen to nearly a dozen college bowl games as well as almost 40 podcasts, including the BS Report with Bill Simmons, the NBA Today, and many, many more. So what are you waiting for? Grab your GPS, buckle in your screaming kids, and download the ESPN Radio iPhone app today.
This ESPN New York Sports Center is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz winter event is back. Visit your local Mercedes-Benz dealer and drive away in a C-Class sedan with 4MATIC all-wheel drive. Visit searchmercedes.com. Well, the Yankees don't have to search for a veteran left-handed starter any longer. Andy Pettitte signed today to a one-year deal worth $12 million with $2.5 million bonus incentives. And we will have Andy Pettitte on the Michael K. Show live right here at 5:15. The Baseball Hall of Fame ballot came out today. It went out to more than 600 longtime members of the Baseball Writers Association of America. 37 players are on the ballot, including for the first time Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa. It'll be a good referendum on whether or not guys that are connected to steroids will, in fact, get the requisite 75% of the vote. Also on the ballot for the first time, Craig Biggio, Mike Piazza, and Curt Schilling. They are among the 24 first-time eligibles. And Jack Morris, Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines are the top holdover candidates on the ballot.
The Knicks have dropped 3 of their last 4. They'll try to get back on track tonight in Milwaukee against the Bucks. And again, they will play without Jason Kidd because of back spasms. He did not make the trip. Coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see the game on MSG Television at 7:30 tonight. The Nets will be in Boston to take on the Celtics. Players Association and the owners getting back together in the NHL to try to stop the lockout. They have a mediator now trying to get both sides back on track. Tim Tebow did practice today, although was limited. But Rex Ryan says he'll be ready to go against Arizona on Sunday. College basketball tonight. Columbia will be at LIU. Brooklyn, Iona play host to Niagara. FDU is at St. Peter's. Princeton at Wagner. And Stony Brook is on the road versus Cornell. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
I've been away for too long.
Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. Our good friend, our colleague, Mr. Buster Only, joins us now here on the show. Buster, Michael, and Don here. How you doing?
What's going on, guys?
Not too much. Now, you have a Hall of Fame vote. How are you going to vote? This is a very important ballot. How are you voting?
I'm going to vote right in line with how I voted in the past when I voted for McGuire and I voted for Rafael Palmeiro. I voted for Jeff Bagwell. I'll vote for Clemens and I'll vote for Bonds. I'll vote for Sosa. I'll vote for Mike Piazza. And I've told you in the past, my feeling is that the institution of baseball basically did nothing over a period of about 25 years to deal with this. There's actually been performance-enhancing drugs in baseball, really since the end of World War II. They're current Hall of Famers who use performance-enhancing drugs. And so my feeling is I'm not going to apply retroactive morality and suddenly say, oh, my God, I can't believe that Roger Clemens may have used when at that time that he played, there probably were hundreds and thousands of players who were using and doing the exact same thing. And everybody had a sense it was going on, and nobody did anything about it. And that's why I'm just going to essentially pick the best players from the era.
Now, there's no right or wrong answer to it, Buster. That's why this is such an intriguing conversation. But I guess what rubs me the wrong way about letting these guys in when you knew they took steroids, is it fair for a guy that took performance-enhancing drugs to be in the same place as a guy that decided to do it the right way?
Well, I mean, boy, if you're, asking, can you equate? Here's the thing, and I think that, the real people who should decide what you value and what you don't value are the patrons of the Hall of Fame or baseball fans. So even if we put Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame, knowing that he's acknowledged using performance-enhancing drugs, his lawyerly answer saying he didn't knowingly use performance-enhancing drugs, does anyone think that he's going to be held in as high esteem as Hank Aaron or Babe Ruth? And so I think that that those type of judgments about who's more worthy than the other are really, it should be left up to the people who go to the Hall. And for voters like myself, I think we should just pick the best players they are, knowing that essentially it was a level playing field, and knowing how many players were probably doing this.
I'll tell you what, though, Buster, a lot of your brethren don't feel this way.
No, I'm in the minority. And I will say this. Don, you said you don't think there's a right answer. I think that's absolutely the right answer, to vote the way that I'm voting. I think any other way you try to do it, I think you get into a very slippery slope, and you have situations like we're seeing with Jeff Bagwell, where they're literally, and Mike Piazza, I think, is going to fall right into this category as well. There's no hard evidence. There's no acknowledgement. There's no admission. But I think in the end, they're not going to get in, and people are just guessing as to who did what when. And Michael, I know you know this. There are a lot of names of big-time players who, within the industry itself, it's presumed that these guys use steroids. Their names haven't even come up. And so are writers just going to keep guessing who's right and who's wrong? There's no way to get at that, and I think you have to view it within the context of the times, as I say, with no one doing anything about it. And I think my vote for the Hall of Fame should reflect history, and it's not my job to dictate legacy.
Well, I guess what ends up being unfair to me, if everybody's in the Hall of Fame, then it's okay. But let's just use, for an example, Fred McGriff. Fred McGriff, maybe if he decided to cheat at the end of his career, he would have gotten the 500 home runs and he'd be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
But what we've decided to say is, you know what? Mark McGwire is a Hall of Famer because he got to the magical 500 home runs. I don't know if he would have gotten there if he didn't take steroids. So now history will show that Mark McGwire was a better player than Fred McGriff because one's in and one's out.
Well, and you know what? And your point is absolutely fair, but those are things that should have been dealt with all through the 90s, in the early 90s. It was up to the players' union at some point to have somebody have the guts to stand up and say, enough. What are we doing here? We're forcing each other to take a bunch of pills, and that's who Fred McGriff should be mad at, not writers. And that's the situation. That's how the sport wound up playing out for a very long period of time without anybody doing anything. And, the other way I looked at this too, guys, the writers looked to the Hall of Fame a few years ago and asked for guidance on this issue. I think we've gotten the guidance. As far as Major League Baseball is concerned, Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds are members in good standing. They both have contracts with teams to personal services contracts. As far as the Hall of Fame is concerned, Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens are members in good standing. They're on the ballot. That's completely different than what we saw with Pete Rose.
Right.
And where he wasn't even allowed on the ballot. And one other thing about this, guys, if we're going to go back and say, well, what Roger Clemens did isn't real, what Barry Bonds did isn't real, well, I don't see any teams giving their money back. I don't see any fans getting any of their dollars back. back from what they paid for to watch.
Now, a quick aside, though, about the Pete Rose thing, and I frown upon the baseball writers for allowing this to happen. They should have been allowed to vote on Pete Rose, and when he was not put on the ballot, and when baseball just said, you know what, he's not on the ballot, baseball writers said, you know what, we're not voting. If you don't trust us to decide whether or not he's a Hall of Famer like you're trusting us with the steroid guys, we don't want the vote. But I know the vote is so important to a lot of the writers, they never made that stand, and I think it's wrong.
No, I absolutely see your point. That all played out before I got a vote, and I know before you got a vote as well, Michael.
No, I'm never going to get a vote because I was only 7 years. All right, let's move on to some of the things going on in New York. Andy Pettitte got a really darn good contract, $12 million with $2.5 in incentives. And I think about it, he made $2 million last year. He missed about 3.5 months and still got a humongous raise. So what does that mean for Mariano Rivera?
That he probably is going to wind up something right in that range. I think the Yankees have wanted to, because of the budget stuff that they're trying to do, they're going to want to try to constrain him, but I think they'll wind up paying him. The one thing we've seen, big picture in baseball this offseason, is the middle class, which was kind of left behind for a few years. Those guys who are in the 30-70% salary range, they're getting paid big time this winter. That's where a lot of the money's going. And on Pettitte, what I was told is that Kuroda re-signing with the Yankees basically shoved it across the finish line, because certainly Andy can sit there now and say, you know what, if I come back in 2013, I'm going to have a chance to win.
Is this Mets offer enough to get the David Wright deal done?
Well, it's enough to legitimately put the ball in his court and say, make a decision. Now, my opinion is he ought to do what he wants to do. If he wants his best chance to win, then that probably isn't going to be with the Mets, because they're probably, they've been a mess in recent years. They're probably not going to win the next couple of years. And if that's what he wants, he probably should say no and go someplace else. But in talking with general managers and agents today, they say that if he wants to get paid, this is by far the largest offer that he's going to get, because the concern about him is, for a player who turns 30 next month, he doesn't hit for a lot of power. And if you're going to pay someone $20 million and up at that age, they better hit home runs. David Wright had 9 homers on the road last year and about 350 plate appearances.
Buster Olney is our guest on the K Show. Just curious, before we let you go, what do you think Nick Swisher is going to get?
Somewhere in the range of about $50 to $55 million. And I wish I could tell you where, but all the other dominoes have to fall ahead of them. I think a lot of the industry is waiting to see what's going to happen with Josh Hamilton. And once he picks a place, I think Swisher's situation is going to be clarified.
So you think 55 for 5 years?
No, I think you'll get like a 4 for 50 type thing.
Yeah, okay. Because I know that about in spring training, he was thinking Jason Worth. He's not going to get that.
No, I don't think so, and I don't think he's going to get because I think some of the other teams are going to come off the board who are looking for outfielders. The Phillies are expected, maybe to work out something with B.J. Upton or Angel Pagan. The Braves are in the mix as well, and I think some of his options are going to start to dwindle.
Great stuff, Buster. We thank you.
See you guys.
All right, be well. That's Buster Olney, and you could read his thoughts on the Hall of Fame ballot situation on ESPN.com. We got a big game tonight. Knicks against the Bucks. It's in Milwaukee. No Jason Kidd. Can the Knicks bounce back from some poor play of late, or is this the Knicks team and the 8-0 was the aberration? We'll explore that. Kay LaGreca and you right here on ESPN New York, and MVP, Cy Young's the Heisman. On this station, we spend a lot of time talking about awards. But the truth is, when it comes to awards, we have a sponsor who is truly in a league of its own. It's our friends over at Bay Ridge Honda. For starters, they've been the recipient of Honda's Council of Excellence Award an amazing 5 years in a row. On top of that, Bay Ridge Honda was also named the #1 Honda dealer in New York State by Dealer Rater. Of course, awards are great, but the real star at Bay Ridge Honda will always be the Honda cars. And right now, there's no bigger star than the 2013 Accord. It's the car everybody is talking about. Also, remember, sports fans, Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive 9-hour service and parts open until midnight Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 until 3 p.m. Lots of awards, plenty of new Accords, and their award-winning Night Owl service. If that doesn't get Bay Ridge Honda into the Car Dealers Hall of Fame, we just don't know what will. Bay Ridge Honda is at 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, or visit them online at bayridgehonda.com.
Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Rucco here. If you missed Wednesday's show, Jason Kidd is essential to the Knicks' success, and that concerns us. Plus, why in some ways Rex Ryan can be lumped in with Rich Kotite, and that is never a good thing.
Download the podcast right now on ESPNNewYork.com or iTunes.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt Drill Driver Set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
I want to tell you about the game of football. It has its ups and downs and highs and lows. And you know what I'm talking about, wins and losses, injuries, and great performances. Teams have no guarantees on whether or not they will make it to the playoffs, so that big bonus at the end of the season, it may not come. Now, I've got a little tip for all my professional player friends who may not end up with that big payday. You might want to think about switching to Geico. Geico has been saving millions of other people money, or like me money, on their car insurance for the last 75 years. I've been with Geico 33 years since I got my license. In fact, Geico is the #1 car insurer in the tri-state area for the last 2 years running. The truth is, Geico finds every way possible to save drivers money, from low rates to good driver and multi-driver discounts. In fact, you can save hundreds on your car insurance just by switching to Geico. I know I did. So give Geico a call. And I never switched. I started with Geico. So give Geico a call or go to geico.com. It only takes 15 minutes, and you could save 15% or more on car insurance. Just something to think about, my friends.
Hey, Mike and Mike here, and listen, if you're still relying on going to the post office for all your postal needs, you need to know there's a much better way. That's Stamps.com. Take it from us. Stamps.com will change the way you do your mailing and your shipping.
With Stamps.com, you won't waste any more time making trips to the post office. You can access all the services of the post office 24/7 without ever leaving your desk. Buy and print official U.S. postage using your own computer and printer. Print postage for any letter or package. Then you just hand it to the mailman. You'll never have to go to the post office again or lease an expensive postage meter.
So you'll save yourself a bunch of time. And then if you just remember our name is Mike, you're going to save yourself a bunch of money as well. Here's how. Use the name Mike for a no-risk trial. It's a $110 bonus offer that includes a digital scale and up to $55 in free postage. But don't waste time. Do it now. Go to Stamps.com. Before you do anything else, click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and enter our name, Mike. That's Stamps.com and enter Mike. Save time, save money. With Stamps.com, why wouldn't you try it?
Do not be alarmed, but I am on the roof of your car right now. I just found out Little Caesars has hot and ready pizza and wings, which means I don't have to call ahead or wait. Sorry I had to get you involved, but I needed a ride. It's only $6 for hot and ready Caesar wings and $5 for a large hot and ready pepperoni pizza. If I'm not on the roof when you get there, I've fallen off, but do not come looking for me. Just go in and enjoy the wings and pizza. Thanks.
Pizza. At participating locations, plus tax.
Kay, LaGreca, you, right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Looking for the best value on an Audi? Visit PalisadesAudi.com. I'm a little concerned about the Knicks, everybody. I wonder if you feel the same way. I'm not liking what I'm seeing because some of their, I guess their flaws are starting to come to the forefront. The defense that we worried about is not the same as it was at the beginning of the year when they started off 8-0. You watch the game against Dallas, their defense was shoddy. You watch the game against Houston, and their defense was embarrassingly bad. And they didn't play great defense, I thought, against Brooklyn. They did stop Joe Johnson. But for the most part, I don't think that they were the suffocating defense that they could be. You compare the Knicks defense in the second half in Brooklyn against the Net defense in the second half in that game, and it's night and day. And I think that's the difference between the two teams. Also, the lack of depth. The Net bench might be better than the Knicks bench, and the Knicks bench is older. And I know a lot of people are saying right now, well, they might have won that game without a guy like Jason Kidd being on the bench. Okay. Well, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? You can't be surprised that one of their old Methuselah-type players is hurt. You've got to expect Jason Kidd to miss some games because of injuries, and they've used him too much. And you've got to expect Marcus Camby to miss games. He already missed the beginning of the season with the calf injury. Now, you really think Rasheed Wallace, who missed the last 2 years, who was retired the last 2 years, you think that he's going to play through this whole season without getting hurt? And now, all of a sudden, he's an amazingly big part of what they're doing. Is Prigioni going to be able to hold up at the age of 35? Kurt Thomas is usually a sturdy player, but he's the oldest player in the NBA. Don, when you put together a team with 5 players 35 and older, when you put together a team that is proof positive in the numbers, the 1 or 2 oldest teams in the history of the NBA, you can't be surprised by injury.
No.
You've got to expect injury.
And everybody that we talked to, whatever expert we brought in, Jalen Rose, you talk to Stephen A. Smith, all the different NBA people that we had on, Mike Breen, about age, Clyde Frazier, they all said the one guy they didn't worry about was Jason Kidd. Well, Jason Kidd's now the guy that's going to miss back-to-back games now because of back spasms. Didn't make the trip. So that means the game in Washington, they're going to be back, I guess, for Washington. Will he be able to play in that game? So that's the problem. Backs, it's not blowing out your knee. It's not pulling a hamstring. It's the back spasms. Those are the age injuries. He's 39 years old. So now you go into a game thinking you're going to have him, and he doesn't play against Brooklyn. You lose the game. Now he doesn't make the trip to Milwaukee. Do you win this game or not? We'll see. When's he going to come back? When he does come back, when is the back going to act up again? And we brought it up the other day, Michael. They go into a best-of-7 series. He gets back spasms, misses a couple of games. Now you're out of the playoffs because he's so important.
He missed 4 games last year with back spasms.
And this was the guy that they said they were least worried about. They were more worried about Thomas and Camby and Wallace. They weren't worried about Kidd. Now Kidd's the guy that's got the back spasms. Is it the end of the world? No. But we did warn you a week ago. Let's see how they get through this month of December, because they got a lot of days off early in the season. Now, late November going into December, they're basically playing every other day. So that's the problem. That's where the age is going to show. So I'm not overly concerned about it because I kind of saw this coming. Of course they were going to go. They weren't going to win every game that they played, but let's keep an eye on some of the older players and how much time they miss. And Kidd is one guy they just can't afford to lose for any length of time. It'll be very interesting to see how they play tonight without Jason Kidd.
And Jason Kidd's a steadying influence on them, and because it's a back, he's not traveling with them. So he didn't even go to Brooklyn because they didn't want him on the bus ride. They thought they'd get into some traffic and he'd be sitting. Well, they certainly don't want him on a plane to Milwaukee, so he's not with the team. And he's a guy on the bench that gives a lot of instructions. I don't think that Raymond Felton would have had as bad a game.
No, I don't think so either.
If Jason Kidd was playing. But you've got to give the Brooklyn defense some credit as well. They can shut down a guy like Raymond Felton. So there are some issues with the Knicks right now that have to be explored. One of them is they rely on the three-point shot too much. They do. I thought the three-point shot was a product of the fact that teams were sloughing off defensively on them down low. So they were kicking out and getting the three. They were taking what was available to them. But you watch what their offense does. They're whipping the ball around the perimeter till they could find somebody open at the three. That's not a good way to win an NBA championship. It's not. You live and die with the three, you will not live to win a championship. That's fool's gold. Because you can go into a slump. The best three-point shooter in the world can go into a slump, even if he's shooting with nobody on the court. You play an inside game, it's hard to go into a slump with an inside game, which brings us to the unlikely possibility that maybe Amari Stoudemire, if he did learn well from Hakeem Olajuwon working with him during the offseason, he could actually benefit this team when he comes back. I know he doesn't play well with Carmelo. The record of those two together is under 500 when they're on the court together for the Knicks. But if he can change his game and put his ego on the shelf a little bit, and not be that same player, his size, his ability to rebound is going to help this team. And Shumpert, now everybody's going to say, well, he's a great defender, will be a great defender again. He tore his knee up. You hope that he's going to be able to come back in January and be the same voracious, in-your-face defender. If he's close to it, boy, getting those two guys back is really, really going to help this team. Right now, without them, and with the age on this team, and the way they play the game, Don, it's becoming the Carmelo isolation game. And I love Carmelo's game, but there has to be some diversity to it.
Yeah.
And down the stretch against the Nets, it was let's ISO Carmelo, and that's all we got.
Right. And he had the game in his hands in Dallas and in Brooklyn, and he missed the shot. Not going to kill him for it, but he's the option. So when he's cold or it's not working out and his shot's not falling, they're in trouble. If the threes aren't falling, they're in trouble. If Kidd's not playing, they're in trouble. Now, it's still early, and I still think this team is going to be very, very good. But these are the reasons why you don't start talking championship in late November.
Let's go to Vince in the car. Vince has some problems with the Knicks offense. Vince, what do you got?
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. How you doing?
I got to harp off of what you said a minute ago. It's when Mike Woodson first got to the Knicks, I was a little bit scared of this ISO Joe thing that he had going on in Atlanta. And it seems like that's his bailout for everything. It's ISO Mello. And it's not even ISO Mello in good position sometimes. You know, it's like letting him bring up the ball, and he's like trying to create, and it's like there's really like no continuity. And then other times he's like trying to play the other teams, like trying to outmatch them on the other team's strengths as opposed to looking at the Knicks strengths and, hey, let's go small on them because that front line's killing them. Let's spread them out and have them chase us, you know, as opposed to trying to match them, you know, with our bigs who are older, like you said, and, you know, who do have durability issues. Well,
yeah, what Vince is talking about, and the line wasn't that great, Vince, that's why we let go of you early, is in Atlanta, one of the knocks on Mike Woodson, and we had him on the show a lot last year, and now he's on with Stephen A. and Ryan once a week. But, you know, we brought up ISO Joe, and what ISO Joe is that he was criticized. His offense in Atlanta was to ISO Joe Johnson, who's now on the Nets. And he said, that's not true. That's not the way we ran things. Well, they're ISOing Carmelo a lot. Now it's hard not to. He's the best player on the floor a lot. But if you're just going to make that your offense, it's going to get stagnant, and he's going to miss shots every now and then. There've got to be other options. So without Jason Kidd on the floor, what are your offensive options? The scariest part for me of that net game, your other option was Rasheed Wallace, who has not played in 2 years, hoisting up three-pointers with no guilt whatsoever, just firing them up.
Right.
He's a 38-year-old player who hasn't played in 2 years. And that's your other option. I don't know. That gets me a little nervous. Let's go to Max in the car. You're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Hey, what's going on? I just want to say, when you watch that Brooklyn against that Knicks game, Avery Johnson did something towards the end of the game. Doesn't take too much to think about doing it, but towards the end of the game, you could watch. He made sure Melo was doubled no matter what. No matter how the Knicks spread the floor, there was times, I know Felton had a way off night, but he was willing to say, let Felton beat us, even if he was hot, not to let Melo do that. And I do think that's going to be something other teams do. They're going to take off for that and let that happen.
But he also had the advantage, Max. If you watch the game, you have Gerald Wallace. You've got a guy that you could put on the great scorer. And Gerald Wallace did a great job down the stretch on Melo. Because when you look at the numbers at the end of the game, unless you watched every second of the game, Melo had 35 points. Wow, great game. And he did have a great game. But down the stretch, Gerald Wallace was all over him. And that's what the Nets got Gerald Wallace for. Who's guarding LeBron? Gerald Wallace. Who's guarding Kobe? Gerald Wallace. Who's guarding Carmelo? Gerald Wallace. He takes the best scorer on the team and does a good job. Because in the NBA, you're not going to stop a great scorer. No. You just want to try to slow him down. That's exactly what he did with Carmelo.
And that's why he had the big game that he did statistically. But you're right, in the fourth quarter, especially overtime, it went away.
And we had Billy King on before the game. And what did Billy King said? We don't care if Carmelo scores 50. As long as we slow everybody else down.
Exactly.
They slowed down Raymond Felton for 3 for 19. There was nobody else to do it. So that was their game plan. The GM of the team came on and said it. We got a big 5 o'clock hour coming up. We got Andy Pettit coming on at 5:15 on the heels of us signing his new contract. Trent Dilfer's going to talk some football with us at 5:45. Tim Legler will talk more basketball at 6:15. We got another pair of jet tickets that we're going to give away. You can qualify for that in the 5 o'clock hour and play the Sports Case Showdown in the 6 o'clock hour. A lot of stuff to do. Big Hall of Fame day. They got the ballot out. Andy Pettit signed. We'll talk about all of it. Kay, LaGreca, you on a Wednesday. ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
What's up, this is Raymond Felton. Hey, it's Tyson Chandler. What's up, this is Ronnie Brewer. Hey, this is J.R. Smith. What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
The Knicks have lost 3 of their last 4. Is a matchup against Milwaukee just what they need? Knicks-Bucks coverage gets underway tonight at 7:30 on ESPN New York.
98.7 FM.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, oh, that's so sweet, it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. And void in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
Wednesday, ESPN Radio Sports Beat time. Hi, everyone. This is Mike Tirico. When is a loss a win? I say right now for the ACC. Maryland left along with Rutgers to the Big Ten. Louisville comes in. right now, and probably for the next 5 years, maybe 10, I say advantage ACC. Louisville has Rick Pitino. Charlie Strong has built a very good football program at Louisville. Their athletics budget far outpaces what the annual income is from the conference. The Big East TV share very poor. I'll get to the Big East in a second. So as Maryland, which has recently cut teams, replenishes its athletic department with the money from the Big Ten. And there's going to be more money coming down the pike when the Big Ten negotiates its rights outside of the Big Ten network. Then maybe we'd say Maryland and the bigger markets of D.C. and Washington will be an overall win in competitive nature. For now, Louisville's a bigger advantage for the ACC and keeps the basketball league strong on par with the Big Ten. Now, the biggest loser in all this, Connecticut. Their closest football rival is now Cincinnati. Both of those schools were desperate in trying to get the ACC to fill in the Maryland slot with them. Now those schools have to wait and hope that there's another level of expansion, package themselves together. Otherwise, they're going to be playing conference games down at Tulane, San Diego State, and be part of that conference that's best described right now as other. Big rule change in golf today. 3 of the last 5 major championships won by players using a variety of the belly putter. But now a new rule. It's going to come into effect in about 3 years or so. You can't anchor the putter against your body or put it up against your chin. USGA and the R&A made that rule change today. Where I look at the interesting part, the PGA Tour may change this rule sooner, but what about you? If you play golf at home, very often you play by the same rules and the same rule book as the tour players do and players around the world. Maybe it's time for that to change so the recreational player can still have his long putter. With ESPN Radio Sports Beat, this is Mike Tirico.
What's up, everybody? It's Carmelo Anthony, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball.
WEPN FM, WEPN HD1, New York.
Hey, everybody, it's time for the ESPN New York Sports Center here at 5 o'clock. Michael Kay and Don LeGrec and Andy Pettit will join us at 5:15. Why is he coming on? Well, he likes us, number one. Number two, he just signed a contract with the Yankees. 1 year, $12 million with $2.5 million in bonus incentives for awards. So we'll see how that plays out for the Yankees. This could be Andy Pettit's final season. Well, they held out the Hall of Fame ballots today. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa are listed on the Hall of Fame ballot for the first time. 37 players in all, 600-plus members of the Baseball Writers Association of America will vote next month, and through next month, actually, and candidates have to get 75% of the vote for induction. Also on the ballot, Craig Biggio, Mike Piazza, and Curt Schilling among the first 24 first-time eligibles, and Jack Morris, Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines are the top holdover candidates. And the big question in this Hall of Fame class is, are the BBWAA writers going to vote for players that are connected with performance-enhancing drugs? In a couple of months, we'll know.
NBA tonight, the Knicks will be in Milwaukee to take on the Bucks. Second consecutive game. They will not have Jason Kidd in the lineup because of back spasms. Coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get underway at 7:30 with Bill Daughtry. Tip-off is set for 8 o'clock. You can see that game on MSG television at 7:30 tonight. The Nets will be in Boston to take on the Celtics. Earlier today, Jets head coach Rex Ryan said that Tim Tebow was limited in practice. He should be back in action against the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. He was also asked about Sanchez's struggles in the red zone.
It hasn't just been Mark Sanchez making a mistake. There's been other mistakes as well. Is it a route? Is it a drop pass? Is it, a protection area? A lot of it gets blamed, on the quarterback, but sometimes there's other things involved as well.
College basketball tonight, Columbia at LIU Brooklyn. Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU will be at St. Peter's. Wagner welcomes in Princeton, while Stony Brook will be on the road versus Cornell. You're listening to ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
This is the Michael Kay Show on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. Here's Michael Kay and Don LaGreca.
That's who's here, Michael Kay and Don LaGreca. We talked about the Hall of Fame ballot, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out. I think there's going to be a referendum on what the Hall of Fame is going to look like. Is it going to be an entire era of great players that aren't going to get in? What kind of Hall of Fame is it going to be if the number one home run hitter is not in the Hall of Fame? What kind of Hall of Fame is it going to be when a guy who won 7 Cy Youngs is not in the Hall of Fame? When a guy who many consider to be the greatest right-handed pitcher of all time is not in the Hall of Fame? What kind of Hall of Fame? I mean, all of a sudden, it's a Hall of Fame with a lot of question marks. What does exactly the Hall of Fame stand for? Is it the best players, or is it the best players that we judge did it in a good and proper way? Because, as Buster said earlier, and I mentioned in the first hour, after World War II, people were popping greenies, and that's a performance-enhancing drugs. A lot of people on Twitter, and you can get a hold of us on Real Michael K. and a Don LaGreca. A lot of people on Twitter saying, well, that's not the same as steroids. Well, really, then you're playing God, too. Because what's more important? What's more of a performance-enhancing? Because I know one thing, when you're dead tired, an amphetamine is probably a bigger thing to you than a steroid. A steroid will probably get you through injuries and bulk you up and make you quicker in terms of, fast twitch muscles. But an amphetamine, when you get in at 4 in the morning at the play a day game, that's going to be more valuable to you than a performance-enhancing drug called steroids.
But I think it was much more readily available at that time than steroids necessarily were to that era. Meaning that I think there were a lot more people that were taking greenies than people were taking steroids. Maybe that's just naive on my part, but if it was an accepted practice, day game after a night game, second game of a doubleheader, that a guy would pop an amphetamine to get through it and everybody was doing it, then there wasn't an unfair advantage. Now, there are people that believe everyone was taking steroids. We're being ridiculous to think that there were people that weren't on it. But I don't know. Not that many people got caught in comparison. So maybe, was it half the people? Well, was that fair to the half that decided to do it legitimately? I don't think so. Now, as far as the Hall of Fame being tainted because the all-time home run hitter isn't in it, well, right now the all-time hits leader's not in it, and Pete Rose.
Right.
One of the greatest hitters in the history of baseball, Shoeless Joe Jackson, is not in the Hall of Fame. So I think there's a level of acceptance that there are guys that aren't in the Hall of Fame that probably deserve to be there on their baseball credits alone. The Hall of Fame will survive if Barry Bonds doesn't get inducted. The Hall of Fame will survive if Roger Clemens doesn't get inducted.
But what does it mean then? No matter how they did it, those two guys are two of the greatest players of all time. No matter how they did it, baseball has seen two of the greatest players of all time, and they will not be in the Hall of Fame. And I mentioned this during the discussion we had with Buster, and it probably went by a bit too quickly for people to realize what I was talking about. The fact that the baseball writers allowed baseball to take Pete Rose off the ballot and never let them decide, them being the baseball writers, whether or not he was Hall of Fame worthy after gambling on the game, the baseball writers should have told the Hall of Fame in baseball to stick their ballot. We don't want the ballot. It means nothing if you don't let us decide. They're letting them decide on the steroid guys. Why are they not allowed to decide on Pete Rose?
Well, here's the difference. The difference is a lot of the guys that we're talking about took steroids at a time that it wasn't illegal in the game itself. It was illegal outside the game.
Okay, Rafael Palmeiro failed the test. He's on the ballot. It was illegal when he did it. He's on the ballot. So why is he on the ballot?
Oh, he shouldn't be. But Pete Rose broke the cardinal sin of sports, betting on the game itself. That is the cardinal sin. As you've said many times, you cannot walk into a clubhouse without there being a sign saying it is illegal to bet on baseball. You can't do it. So what he did is he broke that sin, and that's why there's no way that anybody was going to put him on the ballot. A lot of the guys that we're talking about took steroids, took PEDs when there were no rules against it in Major League Baseball. It might have been illegal, but there were no rules against it. I think that's the difference. Palmeiro, I can't explain it. But that's why Pete Rose is different than Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds, because if those guys didn't indeed take steroids, they did it at a time where baseball didn't have a rule for it.
I just believe that even though it's a rule, the baseball writers have always been the judge and jury about whether or not somebody gets into the Hall of Fame. And I know that most of these guys love that vote so much. It's important to them. And it would be important to me if I had it. I wish I did have it. It's so important to them that they allowed themselves to be neutered. They got neutered by not being allowed to vote for Pete Rose. It's a joke. It's a joke because being allowed to vote on these guys now, and there's no clear-cut way to go about it. Buster only said he's going to vote for everybody that has good enough stats, doesn't care whether they're connected to roids at all. And I think he brings up a good point. Baseball, let it go on. The Players Union, let it go on for 20 years. And now we're going to sit there as judge and jury and God?
But is it right for a guy that didn't take it, that was borderline, now not be able to get in?
But he's still not going to get in. Fred McGriff's still not getting in.
No, I get that, but maybe Mark McGwire wouldn't be. Now, Mark McGwire, there's a legitimate feeling that as good as he was as a home run hitter, if he had never taken PEDs, maybe he doesn't get to 500, and maybe he wouldn't get into the Hall of Fame. Well, Fred McGriff, from all we know, did it cleanly. He's never been accused of and played predominantly outside of the steroid era. Fell a few home runs shy of 500, which is that magical number that usually gets you in, regardless of what your batting average is, RBIs. If you get the 500 home runs, 3,000 hits, 300 wins, that gets you into the Hall of Fame. Well, Fred McGriff, from what we understand, did it cleanly. And now he's punished, and a guy that cheated gets in.
But
and
that parenthetical statement that you just made, as far as we know, we don't know. We have no idea who's clean or not, and that's the players' union's fault.
But with Mark McGwire, he did admit it.
He admitted it after a while. Alan in Queens, you're next with Kay and LaGreca.
Hi, Michael. How you doing? I want to say about Juan Gonzalez. Never proven to take steroids. 135 RBIs, 162 ball games, 2 MVPs. After 2 tries, he's off the ballot. 5.2 first time, 4% next time.
But that really wasn't a litmus test, though, because there was a problem where, they were going into Canada, and supposedly in his bag were steroid syringes, and it was supposedly his trainers or whatever the case may be. So he has been touched by it. We said that a litmus test would have been a guy like Piazza and Bagwell. There might be rumors about them being roid users, but there's no proof, and nobody has any real solid proof other than, well, we think they are. And, you could say, well, Juan Gonzalez, because he had a couple of MVPs. Well, Dale Murphy has 2 MVPs. He's not in. He has 399 home runs. He's not in.
And what makes this so difficult is we're talking about a group of people that vote that sometimes don't vote because they don't like the guy. He wasn't good with the media. So it's so arbitrary to begin with, Michael. Why are we surprised that there are going to be some guys to get on their high horse and say, you know what, I think he took steroids. I'm not going to take it. Because that same guy is the one that maybe didn't vote for Steve Carlton because he was curt with the media, or didn't vote for Eddie Murray because he didn't speak to the media after games. So it's arbitrary to begin with.
Joe in the car, what do you got?
Hey, Mike, Don, how are you tonight?
Good. How are you doing?
Terrific. First of all, I'm a huge fan. Love both of you guys.
Thank you.
But I did want to mention one thing. You mentioned before why certain guys are on and why certain guys aren't. Now, T. Rose is not on because he's banned from baseball for life.
Right.
These other guys with these suspensions for baseball, I think, is it the 3rd time they're suspended for life from baseball?
I believe so. Yeah, it's 50, 100, and then for life.
Right. So at that point, then they would be ineligible.
But Joe, here's the difference. Here's the difference. The Hall of Fame is not baseball. Hall of Fame is a separate entity. It's just not. It's not controlled by baseball. Hall of Fame is a separate entity. So whether or not you're on the banned list or not, the Hall of Fame should allow the writers to vote on whether or not Pete Rose is a Hall of Famer. What, are they afraid that the writers will say he's a Hall of Famer? Because, the one thing with Pete Rose is no one's ever said, well, did he gamble when he was a player? Nobody's ever going to vote him in as a manager. Going to vote him in as a player for over 4,000 hits.
They don't want a guy in the Hall of Fame that's banned from baseball. That's why Shoeless Joe's not there.
Baseball writers should never have allowed that to happen. You let us make the decision. You trust us to make the decision. And if you don't think that we can, then we don't want the vote. Andy Pettit is going to join us live right here on the show in just a moment. Kay LaGreca and Andrew Eugene Pettit and you. ESPN New York 98.7 FM.
Mike Greenberg on his beloved Jets.
This era of Jets football was mildly successful, vastly overhyped, completely unclassy, much too noisy, and never nearly as good as it thought it was. And it ended Thursday. It needs to be completely broken down and started all over again from the very top. And I really hope that the owner will do it, and I'm very worried that he will not.
Mike and Mike, mornings at 6 on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Listen, you've heard me say it. Teddy, the Huggable dealer, is the place to go for the best deal on a new car or certified pre-owned car, period. But hold up, this event, even I can't believe. It's the Teddy Black Friday sales event, extended through today. I'm telling you, you'll never get a chance to drive a new car for less. Drive a new Nissan for only $69 a month with absolutely zero due at signing. All you do is pay for your miles. That's right. You heard it correctly. Brand new Nissans, only for $69 a month. Zero down, zero first month payments, and zero bank fees. Absolutely zero due at signings. Teddy, the Huggable dealer. Volkswagen and Nissan in the Bronx. Online at teddycars.com. Come in for a hug and choose from hundreds of new vehicles starting at just $69 a month. All from Teddy Nissan, the Huggable dealer.
Dr. Pepper's changing lives again with a one-of-a-kind opportunity, the Dr. Pepper Tuition Giveaway. So go to drpepper.com and tell us why you could use some of that tuition. Like Yvonne Padilla Rodriguez. A year ago, she was struggling to pay her tuition. Now she's got $100,000 from Dr. Pepper to help her realize her dreams. What do you want to change in the world? Go to drpepper.com and upload your video. No purchase necessary. You could win up to $100,000 in tuition. So if you want to make a difference, grab an ice-cold Dr. Pepper and head to drpepper.com. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Sports has always been your passion. Now make it your profession. Enroll in the MS in Sports Business offered by the NYU School of Continuing and Professional Studies, Preston Robert Tisch Center for Hospitality, Tourism, and Sports Management. Learn from top sports business pros and gain an insider's perspective. Call 212-998-7100 or visit scps.nyu.edu/MSSB1. The MS in Sports Business at NYU SCPS. Get in the game.
All right, Flo, so the key to safe pest removal is staying calm.
Okay.
Says here this lady's got a badger in her attic.
Oh, I love badgers. Oh, sorry. Calm. There he is. Come here, little buddy. I thought he wanted a hug.
Badgers don't really hug.
Not yet. Oh, Badger.
Insuring your business vehicles with Progressive is like having Flo on the road with you. Low down payment, great discounts, and flexible billing options. Now that's Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. United Financial Casualty Company and Affiliates.
AT&T asks, are you that guy? That guy who not only paints his face to cheer on his team, but then paints his entire torso? Well, you don't have to be that guy to prove your fanhood. Switch to AT&T and follow your favorite team like never before. It's much better than perusing the hardware store for this season's color palette of belly paints. You have the speed to get scores, stats, and highlights fast with AT&T. Rethink possible.
Visit att.com or store for details.
Hi, it's Colin Cowherd. Meetings are essential to the way we work. It's an opportunity to share ideas and problem solve, develop creative solutions. But if your team is spread out all over the country in different locations, coming together can be impossible unless you use GoToMeeting with HD Faces. It's a powerfully simple way to meet and collaborate online. I've seen how clear the HD video quality is. It is amazing. No matter where everybody's located. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. They were in Los Angeles. GoToMeeting allowed us to share the same screen, making it easier to be on the same page. And with built-in HD video conferencing, you see each other face-to-face. So easy to launch, so easy to join a meeting from anywhere, on any computer. In fact, you can use a tablet or your phone. And now you can present it from your iPad. Try GoToMeeting free for a month, 30 days. Special offer, visit GoToMeeting.com, click the Try It Free button, use the promo code Colin. Remember to use the promo code Colin. GoToMeeting. Meeting is believing.
Windows 8 changes the game. How? Let's do a play-by-play. Greeny.
Golick hits the start screen. Bam! It's on. Scrolls through live tiles, glances up, sees stocks up. Weather is 55 and sunny. Wife emails, parents are coming for dinner. His buddy Derek IMs, you in Golick? Swipes through sports apps, launches ESPN NBA. Opens video, pulls an email. Replies to wife, working late. IMs Derek, I'm in. See you soon. Wife responds, don't worry, I understand. Golick's in the clear.
Sounds to me like you can do anything on a Windows 8 tablet. Check out Windows 8 at windows.com. 5:15 here on the Michael K. Show. Michael K. and Don LaGreca and Andrew Eugene Pettit signed a one-year deal with the Yankees today, so it is official. He is back for another year, and Andy joins us now. Andy, congratulations. Happy holidays. How you doing?
Thanks, Michael. Doing great, man. You guys hope you're having a good holiday season also.
Absolutely, we are. So what put you over the top? I know that, it wasn't a sure thing. You kind of, I guess, were leaning toward it, but wasn't a sure thing. Why'd you decide to come back for another year?
Well, I feel like I could do it again. Yeah, and the desire's there. So, it was, I got home, Michael, and the first month actually was just devoted really to Josh and him trying to make what I would say is his first major decision of his life, trying to figure out what college he was going to go to. And so we had a couple of tournaments that I had to go to with him, and then it was the recruiting stuff, doing the recruiting trips and stuff like that. And then, on the 16th of December, he signed with Baylor, and then I started working out and focusing on if this was something I wanted to do again, and I feel like the desire is there. I'm wanting to work, and if you want to work and you want to do the work, and your family's behind it, and I feel like in my heart it's the thing that I want to do. I felt like, man, you got to do it again. So, and the Yankees obviously, they wanted me. Cash talked to me immediately after the season was over and said, hey, I know you don't know what you want to do, but as soon as you know, we want to get you locked up as soon as we can. So that makes you feel great also.
Andy, will you go into this season as if it's your last, or will you play it by ear?
Yeah, I've been asked that. I would say I'd have to play it by ear. I mean, do you consider, I'm like, okay, at the end of the year I'm gonna be 41. You're thinking, okay, this probably needs to be it. But yeah, I hate to say that because the next time I shut it down, it's going to be for good, and I just want to make sure that. So I'm really just going into it having no idea what the future is going to hold, and I think as the season goes on, things will try to maybe kind of dictate that to a certain degree. But I'm just going to go into it just keeping it open-ended and not really knowing what's going to happen.
All right, let's play the what-if game. It's hard to do, but I'll throw it out there anyway. If you had not gotten hurt, would you come back this year?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know that if I hadn't got hurt, I'd be in a completely different spot. If I'd have thrown close to 200 innings, I know how I would feel right now. And I don't think there's any way possible that I would have been able to make this decision that quick if I would have had a full season. So I don't know. I wish I could answer that question for you. I can tell you if I felt like I was completely had fully exhausted myself of doing this whole baseball thing and the family, was done with it, and then I probably would say that it might have been it. But I don't know how that would have, I don't know how it would have played out.
And if you waited again till February, and I know, Andy, that your agent Jim Murray would have killed you.
Oh, I think anybody. Yeah, I'm sure he would have. That's for sure.
If you guys had won the World Series, would you have come back?
I think so. I just think that I don't think that the desire, once I started working out again, I have a great desire right now to do the work. Now I don't know how I'm going to feel in 5 months, but I'm looking forward to getting ready for this baseball season. I'm enjoying training again, and the year that when I retired in 2000 and after the 2010 season, I had absolutely no desire to do the work that needed to be done to get ready for a big league season.
Andy, if it didn't work out with the Yankees, if they could, for whatever reason, not bring you back, would you have thought of going someplace else to extend your career?
I doubt it. Thank goodness I wasn't at that point, but at this point, I don't see how I could go, if I didn't do it last year, I sure in the heck probably wouldn't have done it this year, so I don't see how I would be able to do that at all.
What happened with this team? How come it didn't win the World Series?
Man, I don't, obviously I don't really know. I wish I could put my finger on it. We got into a funk, and what else can you say? We just absolutely just struggled there mightily in the postseason and doing the things that we normally do and that we normally do and have no problem doing, and obviously I think we started pressing a little bit. That's the only way you can explain it, I would say, from the standpoint of the guys, I think pressing just a little bit, and it's such a fine line between the aggression and then the ability to calm yourself in certain situations and stuff like that. And then I think it kind of snowballed on us and got away from us a little bit. And boy, it was frustrating. It was a frustrating loss, but it was also, you don't want to forget in all of it, even though we know going into every season, that it's a World Series or we feel like, there's kind of a failure or a failed season, but we had the opportunity again. If we'd have played a good series against Detroit, we had the opportunity to go to another World Series, and we were 4 wins away. And so, that's the whole point in coming back. You feel like that most of the guys, it seems like the group of guys are going to be back to have an opportunity to try to do that again. And hopefully we can get there, coming back to try to help us get to another World Series and hopefully try to win that World Series that we're chasing, another one.
We're talking with Andy Pettit, just signed a one-year deal with the Yankees here on the Michael K. Show, K and LaGreca, 98.7 FM. Have you spoken with the captain of the team, Derek Jeter? Have you spoken with Mariano Rivera? You guys are the core three. Does Jeter think he'll be ready for opening day, and do you think Mo will be back?
Yeah, I mean, I do think Mo's going to be back. I do, and I know that they're working through some stuff. And Derek is doing good. He said he's feeling better, and I know he thinks he's going to be ready. But I know that's probably been a little bit of a slower process than he expected. But he's going to be ready to go. And I know he's chomping at the bits to get back and get going and to be able to get the weight on that foot and be able to start getting in the shape that he needs to get in.
Andy, what did it do to that room when you see him carried off?
Oh, it's not good. I mean, it's not good at all. He's captain of our team. I mean, you try to stay upbeat, you want to stay upbeat, but he's the captain and he's the leader. He's the guy since I've been there, and have been there and seen him perform. He's the guy that gets it done in the crucial situation, and he just everything he brings to the table is just you cannot replace that. And the confidence that he brings to the team, to the lineup, it's hard to replace. But and that's I guarantee you, I'm not saying that's no excuse for our team and the way we perform. I know that every one of those guys to a man in there are going to say, look, we underachieved. And obviously losing Derek, that was a big loss. But I'll tell you, I mean, I still felt like that we should have won and could have beat Detroit if we'd have played and performed like our guys could have and it did all year long, So, things happen during the course of the year, and you got to overcome them. And unfortunately, there were some things that we just didn't overcome there in the postseason.
Andy, let me ask you this: the Hall of Fame ballot went out today, and this is going to be a tough Hall of Fame ballot for people because there are people that have been connected with performance-enhancing drugs that are on the ballot. You admitted doing it for 2 years to get better. Do you think that you are a Hall of Famer? I know it's not your vote, but would you vote for a guy who was involved with that?
Oh man, that's such a difficult question for me to answer, because if you're going to ask me that, I mean, there's guys that are on that ballot that has had stuff come up, and I mean, I think they're great players. I think they're probably Hall of Fame players.
Mm-hmm.
I've been asked this before about me. I mean, do I consider myself a Hall of Fame player? For me to sit here and I almost feel like it'd be arrogant for me to sit here and say I feel like I'm a Hall of Fame player. I just, but then people will talk to me and they'll put me in,
the numbers are there.
With numbers that are there, exactly. And look, I know what I've admitted to. I know what I did, and look, I know where my heart was and what I was trying to do when I did that. And obviously I apologize for that. But I mean, like I've said before, never try to do anything to try to make myself perform better than other people or whatever. But everyone's going to have their own opinion of that. That's something, again, like I said, if God blesses me with that, that would be unbelievable. A Hall of Fame is not anything that I've ever considered myself being a Hall of Fame player. I've said this before. I look at Derek Jeter, the guys that I've played with that are Hall of Famers, Derek Jeter, Mariano Rivera, Roger Clemens, the guys that, they make the game look easy. When I watch them, they make the game look easy. For me, I feel like the game is so hard, and when I watch other players, I see that the game looks like it's difficult for them, So that's my answer to that. I'm so thankful that, I guess if you say some of the numbers are there, they could be there. Man, I feel like that I've been a good pitcher. I've tried as hard as I can to compete to the best of my ability. I've been surrounded by great teams and great players, and I feel like I'm a beneficiary of that.
But, Andy, what would the emotion be if you found out, you know what, the numbers are good enough, and you would have gotten in, but the decision to do that is what kept you out?
That's life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is. I mean, like I said before, I've never tried to cheat anything before to try to get an edge on anybody. That's all I can say. Whether people want to believe that or not, that's just, that's all I can say as far as that. So it is not going to affect my life one way or the other. I can promise you on that.
But you can honestly say, though, Andy, and just being around ball players half my life, I think that it's important to get there. I think that it would be an honor for anybody to get the Hall of Fame. I think that people want to be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, it would surely be an honor, that's for sure. But that's just, man. And I'm not trying to it is an honor to be in the Hall of Fame. I mean, this game is what you play, and you're classified as one of the best players to ever play this game. I mean, to ever play this game if you're in the Hall of Fame. So obviously that's an honor, but that's not what's that important to me. It's just not. I mean, I love baseball. God's given me the ability to play the game of baseball, but I'm hoping to be able to have impact on my teammates' lives, and hopefully be a positive influence on those guys, and hopefully, maybe try to help guys be better. So that's what's important to me, Michael. I don't know how else to say that. I'm not trying to downplay the Hall of Fame at all. That's for sure.
I got you, Andy. Well, we congratulate you on the contract. It'll be nice to see you in Tampa again, and I know that you're going to start working like an animal now to get ready. That's how you are.
I appreciate it, guys. Y'all have a great rest of the day, and have a great Christmas coming up here.
You too. To you and Laura and the kids and your mom and dad.
Okay, bud.
All right, be good. That's Andy Pettit. So, we asked him the question, and I thought it was interesting what he said. If they, I thought your question was great, Don. If they say the numbers are good, but, you admit it to using that, he said, well, I'd have to live with it. That's the way it is.
Yeah, because great athletes only worry about things they can control, and at this point, that's beyond his control. He already admitted he regrets doing it, so. And
it's really weird, too, Don, and it's hard to get a take on this. Somebody that cheats, you almost think of them as, like, sinister. Like they're trying to get an edge. Bad guys. Boy, I've said this before. If I was ever lucky enough to have a son, if he grew up like Andy Pettit, I'd say, wow, that's great. That's just great.
I know,
so, you can't put everybody in a box. Okay, this guy's a cheater. This is the type of guy that would use performance. Andy Pettit did, and I truly believe in when he wasn't trying to be. Like Barry Bonds was trying to be God. Andy Pettit wanted to get back on the field because he was hurt and felt he owed it to his team. But you can't differentiate because he used something he shouldn't have used.
It's like the guy that goes out there and steals and doesn't need the money, and it's the poor person that so desperately needs to steal in order to be able to feed his family. One seems admirable.
Right, but it's still a crime.
But it's still a crime, yeah.
All right, did Andy Pettit and what he say change your mind at all before you heard him and now that you have heard him? 1-800-919-3776. Time right now, ESPN New York Sports Center, and it's brought to you by Constant Contact. Email marketing from Constant Contact can reach your customers in a place they're checking every day. Their inbox. Sign up for a free trial from the industry-leading provider at ConstantContact.com. Andy Pettit, you just heard him here on the Michael K. Show, signed a one-year deal worth $12 million, $2.5 million in incentive. So he did not say that this would be his last year, but he would be 41 at the end of this season. So we'll see if he does decide to come back for the 2014 season. Hall of Fame ballots went out today to over 600 Major League Baseball writers, Association of America. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and Sammy Sosa are listed on the Hall of Fame ballot for the first time, and all of them have been stained by some kind of a connection with steroids. Whether or not the writers will deem them fit to be Hall of Famers, that remains to be seen. There are 37 players on the ballot that was announced today. Craig Biggio, Mike Piazza, and Curt Schilling are among the 24 first-time eligibles, and Jack Morris, Jeff Bagwell, and Tim Raines are the top holdover candidates.
NBA tonight, Knicks and the Bucks from Milwaukee, and our coverage right here on ESPN New York 98.7 FM. We'll get underway after Dave Rothenberg at 7:30. Bill Daughtry will take you up until tip-off at 8. You can also see the game on MSG Television. For the second consecutive game, the Knicks will play this contest without Jason Kidd because of back spasms. At 7:30 tonight, the Nets will be in Boston to take on the Celtics. The New York Jets trying to save their season against the Arizona Cardinals on Sunday. Rex Ryan, what is the status of Tim Tebow, and how does that affect Greg McElroy?
I don't want to get into the specific things. I just want to see, let's see how he progresses during the week, and we'll probably have a clear-cut thing to, as the week goes on. But right now we're going to limit him in practice, and we'll see how he goes during the week.
College basketball tonight. Columbia at LIU. Brooklyn, Iona plays host to Niagara. FDU will be at St. Peter's. Princeton travels to Wagner, while Cornell plays host to Stony Brook. You're listening to ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
If you needed one win to save your team's season, which Manning would you rather have under center, Peyton or Eli? Trent Dilfer answers the question today at 5:45 with Michael and Don on ESPN New York, 98.7 FM.
Make this Christmas come to life with a fresh-cut Fraser fir Christmas tree from Lowe's for only $19.98. Plus, take something home to put under the tree, like the 70-piece Cobalt drill driver set for only $14.98. That's a savings of $25. Hurry into Lowe's for these and other great offers before it's too late. Lowe's, never stop improving. Offer valid November 28th through December 3rd. While supplies last, see store for details.
I'm a good gift giver. No, a fantastic gift giver. What do I get in return? An unnecessary cheek pinch. I deserve more. So this year, I'm giving Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. For every $25 I spend, I can get a blazing bonus worth up to $100. So the next time I hear, "Oh, that's so sweet," it better be referring to honey barbecue sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports. No purchase necessary. Must be 18 or older. Valid in restaurant at participating locations only. Employed in Florida, New York, Rhode Island, and where prohibited by law. Ends 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time on December 31st, 2012. See official rules at BuffaloWildWings.com for restrictions and details.
The Heisman and Nissan are built on a heritage of excellence. With Nissan launching 3 all-new models, the legacy continues. The all-new Altima, the all-new Pathfinder, and the all-new Sentra are pulling up to the Nissan Heisman House, a fraternity made up of college football's greatest athletes, the Heismans. Only Nissan gives the fans an official vote for the next Heisman winner. Help recruit the rookie by going to NissanHeismanHouse.com to get to know the Heismans and vote.
Norm Miller here, chairman of Interstate Batteries. Now, I don't mean to brag, but I recently learned auto technicians prefer Interstate Batteries 5-to-1 over any other battery. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I mean to brag. 5-to-1, that's a landslide. All right, I'm done bragging. To find the dealer near you that prefers us, head to InterstateBatteries.com. Interstate Batteries, outrageously dependable. And that's not bragging, it's just the truth.
Wow is right, big man, because you hold the future in the palm of your hand. Introducing the revolutionary Black & Decker Gyro Screwdriver. Just grip and twist, and this bad boy's motion sensing technology will drive screws in and reverse them out. Turn your wrist to access variable speeds of awesomeness and get your projects done right the first time. So put a little wow in your weekend. You'll love yourself for it.
My mum always says hard work never hurt anybody. Good advice as usual. So we worked very hard to make Geico.com very easy. Say you want to report a claim and follow its progress. You can do it all online at Geico.com. Not to mention perhaps saving a tidy sum of money on your car insurance. All it takes is a few clicks. So visit Geico.com today. Oh, and Mum, if you're listening, yes, I did wash behind my ears this morning.
They must be doing something right at Bay Ridge Honda, because they've received Honda's Council of Excellence Award 5 years in a row, as well as their prestigious 2010 President's Award, and they've been named #1 in customer satisfaction for the entire Northeast region. They invite you to experience Bay Ridge Honda's award-winning sales and service. Right now, you can take advantage of 0.9% APR on select Accord and Civic models, and then enjoy the convenience of Bay Ridge Honda's exclusive Night Owl service and parts, open until midnight, Monday through Friday and Saturdays from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. While you wait, you'll enjoy HD TV and relax with free refreshments in their internet lounge. Plus, there's a brand new children's play area. Bay Ridge Honda even offers loaner cars to customers with scheduled maintenance and enterprise rental cars at a discount at all their locations. Come experience their huge new and used 30-car indoor showroom. With millions to lend and hundreds to choose from, Bay Ridge Honda is not only #1 in customer satisfaction, but the #1 destination for your next vehicle. Bay Ridge Honda, 4th Avenue and 88th Street, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. Visit them online at BayRidgeHonda.com or call them at 1-866-728-8888.
Hey, we're going to talk about Andy in a second. Don, this is all over Twitter right now. You know, baseball deserves what it gets. It really does. The Braves just signed B.J. Upton to a 5-year, $75 million deal. I mean, are you kidding me? I've had the opportunity over the last 6 years of his career to watch B.J. Upton play 20 times a year about.
Right.
B.J. Upton, you know what his lifetime batting average is? He's an underachiever. His lifetime batting average is 255.
Yeah.
Last year he hit 246. His on-base percentage was under 300, 298. He had 28 home runs and 78 ribbies. Struck out 169 times. The guy doesn't play smart baseball, and the Braves give him $15 million a year? Are you kidding me? No. You deserve what you get when you make deals like that. You deserve it. He's not a $15 million. And then people are telling me that Nick Swisher doesn't deserve $11 million. Nick Swisher is probably a more productive player than B.J. Upton. The only thing that Upton has on him, he's a better center fielder. But Nick Swisher could play first base and right field. No. And Nick Swisher's older than B.J. Upton. $15 million a year for B.J. Upton?
But this is what happens when you give Melky Cabrera $16 million a year. That's
not
what Toronto
$16 million
did.
A year. It's $8 million a year. 16
it was a 2-year, $16 million. But you gave a guy $8 million a year that there's serious questions about how good he is because he took PEDs. Guy was having an MVP season. He had a breakout year in Kansas City the year before. And this is a guy that was almost out of baseball. Yankees got rid of him. He was awful with the Braves, and he gets $8 million a year. And you could say, well, that's the Braves, that's their problem. It ends up becoming everybody's problem, Michael.
Because now, if you want to sign Nick Swisher, you got to work off some number like that.
Because they're all attached, whether it's arbitration or just, hey, a guy that's maybe hitting 260 with similar numbers is now going to get that money.
Wow. I mean, I saw that come across. That's shocking to me, everybody. Absolutely shocking. I mean, B.J. Upton I always felt was untapped talent, but he's untapped. He's untapped. And you're going to give him $15 million a year. How old is he? Let's see. Born in 1984, so he's 28 years old. I mean, come on. Did they think they signed Justin Upton and made a mistake? B.J. Upton, $15 million a year? Nobody's overpaid. Wow.
Unreal.
Wow, that's unreal. All right, you heard Andy Pettit. Said he doesn't look at himself as a cheater. Said he did it so he could get on the field, wasn't trying to cheat the game. But let's see what you think. Did he change your mind? Kevin in Long Island.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Great show. Great interview, too.
Thank you.
I grew up with Andy Pettit. Full disclosure, I went to college with the 96 Yankees, became a big fan of them, and, of course, the core four. So you grow up with these guys. And, man, you want to look at him and say he's not a cheater. But in a way, he didn't. I guess he's saying he didn't cheat to get an advantage on anybody, but he got an advantage on injuries. He got an advantage on father time, So even though I want to believe him so badly and want to give him the benefit of the doubt, I mean, he did something that wasn't natural. And unfortunately, that's how he's going to be judged, just like all of these guys, whether that was their intent or not.
Absolutely. I mean, you can't really judge intent because the intent is only in someone's heart, and you can believe Andy Pettit because he's always been, seems like a stand-up guy, but bottom line is, you're going to believe what you think. Like you're going to believe what you think about Bagwell and Piazza.
Hey, everybody who ever took a PED could say, hey, I did it for the team. I did it because I wanted to help my team win. But at the end of the day, it sounds admirable, but you still did the same thing as the guy that was looking to extend his career. You did the same thing as the guy that was looking to get a big-time contract. So I tend to believe him because, Michael, you know him better than I do. He seems like a really good guy. And I think actions speak louder than words. And because there are a lot of Yankee fans out there, you want to give him the benefit of the doubt. But it's just words.
Jay in Staten Island, what do you think?
Mike, when you're taking PEDs, you know what they're going to do. They're going to give you an edge one way. They're going to give you a push, an adrenaline push. They're going to get you better, faster. That's an edge. Whether you took them because you wanted to take an edge, you didn't want to take an edge, you're taking them, and they're giving you an edge one way or another. So the decision was made when he took steroids, and he's taking them to give himself some kind of an edge.
You know what? Gave him an edge on getting back from an injury. You didn't let Mother Nature handle the injury. So, yeah, you did get an edge. You're right. But I guess what he's trying to differentiate is that Barry Bonds didn't need to take steroids because of an injury. He took it because he wanted to be God. Because he didn't like the fact that Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa, who were half the player that he was, were getting more attention. Andy Pettit, I really believe, felt I'm injured, I need to get back on the field, and he took it. But that's, in a sense, not right.
But my point with Bonds is that that's what reportedly the reason why he did it. Now, Bonds has never admitted that he knowingly did it, so we're never going to get an answer from him. But what if Bonds came out and wrote a book tomorrow and said, I took performance-enhancing drugs, and the reason I did it was because I wanted to give the San Francisco Giants their first World Series championship since they moved to California. And I love those fans so much, and I felt so bad that we couldn't get over the hump. And I saw the Cubs go into the playoffs, and I saw the Cardinals go into the playoffs, and I wanted to give the Giants the best chance to win a championship. Would he be any different than Andy Pettitte?
You know what? You cheated, you cheated. Doesn't matter the reason why. If it's against the rules, it's against the rules. And nobody's a bigger fan of Andy Pettitte than I am. And I think he knows that. And the bottom line is he's not going to get voted into the Hall of Fame because of it. The Michael K. Show on ESPN New York, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how much you can save? Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Trent Dilfer's coming up next. And I have a question for him, Don, that I've been thinking about all night. If you had a game to win to save your life, a football game, and you had a choice between two quarterbacks, both of them Manning brothers, who would you take? Would it be Eli or Peyton? Do you have an answer?
I do have an answer.
Don't give it to me yet. We'll ask Trent that same question. Volkswagen means people's car in German. It's a name that could not be more accurate. According to the website 24/7 Wall Street, Volkswagen has 3 cars among the 10 best-selling cars of all time. They're the Golf, the Beetle, and the Passat. The good news is that 2 of these 3 cars, the 2013 Beetle and the Passat, are alive and well at Bay Ridge Volkswagen and are as popular as ever. Of course, Bay Ridge Volkswagen offers such popular models as the Jetta, the CC, and the Tiguan as well. With over 200 new and used cars to choose from, you won't find a bigger selection or better prices anywhere, and there's great service as well, like no charge scheduled maintenance for 3 years or 36,000 miles, whichever occurs first. There are some restrictions, so ask the dealer or check the program for details. And as always, their exclusive Night Owl service and parts open till midnight Monday through Friday and